Hello, Khushamded and Swagat. Thank you for tuning into the second edition of Dynamic 365 Urdu Hindi Bootcamp today. We hope and pray that you and your loved ones are safe during these challenging times. We welcome you all to this broadcast organized by the Pakistan User Group. Pakistan User Group is a community created with an intention to provide a pivotal platform for the country's IT professionals, entrepreneurs, business application users, and students to collaborate on upskilling, effective networking, and other areas of common interest, adding value for a growth-centric skilled industry.
D365 Urdu Hindi Bootcamp is a recurring event targeting to promote upskilling in Microsoft technologies and aims to eliminate language barriers to learning.
The event hosts a diverse array of industry-leading speakers covering the greatest and the latest of Microsoft product and platforms such as Dynamics 365 ERP applications, customer engagement, Microsoft Power Platform, Azure, artificial intelligence, and beyond.
This community-led event welcomes participants from around the globe. We offer content in English, Urdu, and Hindi languages.
This year, Bootcamp will be a 3-day event with 70 plus speakers participating from more than 10 different countries across the globe. Bootcamp session will cover a range of Microsoft products, our speakers, and share their key knowledge and experience on a variety of topics.
This will be a great learning opportunity for IT professionals, client application users, and our students who are ready to embark their career journeys in Microsoft technologies.
We are so thankful to our wonderful speakers, Microsoft MVPs, and Microsoft professionals for submitting their insightful sessions, as without them, this event would not have been possible.
I'm really thankful to all our sponsors as True Group, Massive Global, and Barhead Solutions who have supported us in the overall planning and execution of this event.
And last but not the least, thank you to our amazing team of community leaders and volunteers who managed this event working tirelessly over the past few months.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, all of you guys, for joining us today in our FinOps team. So we will be having our first session from Dr. Ludwig. So here we have Dr. Ludwig. How are you? I hope you enjoyed the landscape of Pakistan.
Yeah, it's a very beautiful country.
Thanks, Doctor. I will not waste my time and your time, so I will hand over to you. So let's start your session. Thanks for
Yes.
joining.
Okay. So let me try to share my screen and then move into the presentation mode. So you just give me a sign when you see that one.
Yep, all good.
Okay, good. Then let me get started. So good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Urdu Hindi Bootcamp 2021. It's a pleasure to be here and being part of this great community. Yeah. So also from my side, a heartily welcome to this session and this event. So in this session, I will talk about electronic reporting and try to give you some tips and tricks from what I experienced in some of the projects that I'm operating in. Before we jump into details, just a little bit background for myself. If you have questions later on, or if you want to contact me, I'm a consultant working for SA Global Germany. My interests are in the Dynamics 365 finance and operations area. I like electronic reporting, projects, sustainability, and many other things. So if you have similar interests or if you have questions later on, feel free to contact me anytime via this email. Okay, but today I have 4 bullet points in my agenda for you. So the first one is I will try to give you an introduction into electronic reporting. So here we have a quick look at what is electronic reporting and what is the focus of this session here. Then the next bullet point is about text group reporting. That's something you might have heard, and I will try to explain you the background and how you can use it. Then we will have a look at earned value analysis, and then there's a session for question and answers. Okay, so let's get started with an introduction into electronic reporting. So what is electronic reporting? Well, if you open your Dynamics 365 for finance and operations machine, then you typically see 2 workspaces. One is called business document management and the other one is electronic reporting. And they're kind of related. But let's have a look first. So the first one, the business document management, this one deals with the design and management of business document. And all of that is without coding. So it's a similar approach to what you have heard possibly from the Power Platform sessions here, either yesterday or today and tomorrow. It's a low code, no code approach. On the right-hand side, we have the electronic reporting workspace that I mentioned. And this one is often used, well, let's say to comply with legal regulations. So when it comes about value-added tax statements, payment file formats, bank file formats, then you often end up in this electronic reporting workspace. And of course, these 2 workspaces and functionalities are related to each other. So the business document management is technically a part of this electronic reporting, but of course, nicer for the users to handle and use in practice. So if you open that in Dynamics, you will see on the left-hand side a graphical designer that helps you to design your documents. That can be invoices, can be any kind of documents in Dynamics that we have. And it's really easy to use. So if you can handle Excel, then you can get started with that. On the right-hand side, we have the electronic reporting workspace, which is a bit more complex. And there you can do some other configurations. What we are not going to cover is the left workspace. Why is that? Well, there are a lot of great presenters that will talk about that. So if you have time, join, for example, the session of Sukrut or Suhair, and I hope I did not forget anybody who is doing a presentation about this. So there are other great presentations focusing on the business document management. What we are focusing on today is the electronic reporting workspace. And here I try to use it in a way that I don't simply export data or I use file formats that Microsoft gives us. But the idea is, hey, there is a problem. And what I can do with electronic reporting is to bridge specific gaps in the system that we have, and to close it. So it's a kind of, I would say, a power platform-like tool that helps us to overcome hurdles and to automate processes within Dynamics 365 F&O. So I have some examples here. So in the past, I used it for something like inventory write-offs. When it comes to reevaluating your inventory based, for example, on the inventory turn or something, then you can use this tool. I also use it for free text invoicing, for text group reporting and earned value management. And that's what I want to show you in the next half hour or so. So let's get started with text group reporting. And why is that an issue that requires electronic reporting? Here a short introduction. And this is based on my home country and the home area where I live, the European Union. And here we have a regulation that says, okay, if two or more companies are kind of integrated in a financial, economic, and organizational manner, then these companies automatically establish a tax group. So you cannot choose. You cannot say, okay, I'm not integrated with the other company. It's just a matter of fact that the tax officer defines. So you cannot opt in or opt out. And this has an important consequence or result. The consequence is that you have to submit a single consolidated tax report to the tax office if the tax officer says you establish such a tax group. Okay, and the rules that I mentioned to you, they apply in Germany. We have rules in Ireland, similar in the Netherlands, Belgium, France, and so on. So what I show you applies to a couple of countries. And here's my example that I have. So let me share that here and explain it a bit. So on the right-hand side, you can see the flag of Germany with 3 companies. I have a mother company, I have a daughter company A, B, and then we have a company C in France. The tax group is basically established in Germany. And as a result of this tax group is that transactions between the mother company and the daughters inside of Germany, they are not taxable. On the other hand side, if there's a transaction going on between a daughter company in Germany and the French company, then this one is taxable, but possibly tax-free. So that's the landscape, so to say. And what we are focusing on are the 3 companies in Germany. So they establish what I call a tax group. So what is the consequence of this tax group? Well, if we do not have a tax group, then each of these companies have to submit the individual tax report to the tax office. But now, if we have the tax group established, then we need to consolidate and submit this single report to the tax office. And this has 2 main effects that we need to consider inside of Dynamics. The first one is we need to consolidate taxes. And the other thing is, these are the black lines here. We need to post intercompany payable and receivable transactions. So it's not just combining things in a report. We also need the vouchers and the accounting for that. So then the question is, of course, hey, how can we do that? And here's the process that I want to demonstrate you in the following. So the process starts in the upper left-hand corner. where we record transactions, we post and settle sales tax, and then we run an electronic report. So the third step is the crucial one here. Then we take this electronic report and have an automatic import in the mother company that creates a journal for us that we post and then submit our tax transactions. So this process is the one that I want to show you. And for that reason, let me try to switch into my demo system that I share with you. So let me refresh the session here and then show you the different companies that I have. So here I basically work with 3 companies. One of them is called DEU for Deutschland, 1, 2, and O for the mother company. And to keep things as simple as possible, I will record things only in this single company, so in one of the daughter companies, to illustrate you the concept. Because the approach is always the same. This company is basically a copy of the DEMF company. So if you want to replicate things that I show you here, just take the DEMF and make a copy so that your colleagues can still use all of the standard companies in Dynamics. But let me show you what I changed. There's actually only one single major change that I make, and this is in the sales tax authorities. So later on, when we record and post taxes, I have here an intercompany vendor account that I set up. And this one is critical because this one will hold our intercompany accounts payable and receivable transactions. Okay. And then the other things are really standard. So I use the standard sales tax code, the sales tax groups, and everything else. Okay. Now, to demonstrate you the transactions for this sales tax group, I prepared a couple of transactions in a period where I do not have transactions. Otherwise, there would be so many postings and you might get confused. So what I prepared here is I prepared some vendor invoices, and then later we have customer invoices that I want to post in a specific period, so that we can then run the tax reports. So what I prepared is here a journal, and this one has only a single line so that we can easily follow this up. This one is an invoice from a company. I posted in March 2022, so don't be confused if I post something in the future. That is only because I want that we can really follow up the data. The invoice amount is 238, and if you're good in mathematics, you will quickly find out that with the German value-added tax of 90%, the sales tax that we will, in this case, receive from the tax office is 38. We are in a VAT system, in a value-added tax system. So for vendor invoices that we receive, we pay 38 that we get back, that we get a refund. So let me post that one. And then the next step after posting this transaction is, of course, we also want to send invoices out to our customers. For that one, I prepared a simple invoice. That's this one. It's a free text invoice, of course, to keep it as simple as possible. And again, here we have a tax on top of the $2,000. So the tax, if I open that, is 2,000 times 19% here, 380. That's what we have to pay. So if I post this tax or this invoice, there will be a tax posting, and then we can report this to our tax authority. Okay, so the processes for the other invoices would be the same. So usually over the course of a month, you have additional invoices, transactions, and so on. But at the end of the month, we usually go into our tax module, and then we have here settlement and posting of the sales tax. And that's what I'm trying to do. So I'm trying to do that for March 2022. So let me jump there. So the period here starts 1st of March, and I'm doing a monthly tax reporting. If I hit OK, then I will get two things. The first thing is a report. That's just for information. I don't need this report. But what I need are the tax postings behind. And let me show you that. So we have here sales tax payments. And if I scroll down, at the bottom you can see the one that are made for March. And if I click on the voucher, you can see a couple of things. So let me scroll to the right. You see that I have a receivable and that I have a VAT payable. That's based on the invoices that I recorded. I have a rounding difference, but that doesn't matter. But the important thing here is on top. This is the intercompany payable or receivable account against our mother company. So I have here the accounting done for my mother company, and this small daughter company is then completed with the tax report that it has to do. Okay. So then the next step would be, of course, how can we get this data into our mother company so that we can report it to the tax office? That's the big question. And to realize that, I created an electronic report. So let me quickly show that to you. There's nothing magical behind that. It basically just extracts the data from a single data source. And the data source, this is something all of you know, this is the tax trends. So I take the tax trends table, group the records, and then I'm ready to export them. And actually, no user has to come in here. Why? Well, because you can automate the whole process. I need to do that manually because this is a demo machine that is not running all the time. And I'm shutting it down sometimes. But what I can do is I can run this export process that I show you in a second. I can run it in a regular basis based on a batch process. So for example, I can run this process on the 5th of every month when I'm finished with my reporting and calculations. And then the other thing is you need to define a date range. I'm doing this manually here. So I enter here 1st of March until 31st of March 22. But if you know the standard filter and query language of Dynamics, you know that you can define a date range here so that you do not have to do that. So all what I'm doing here is more or less for demonstration purposes. But the important key here is in the middle, that destination that puts this report on SharePoint. So this process runs and generates a file on a SharePoint drive. And this SharePoint file will then be grabbed by another import process, which is importing the transactions into the mother company. So let me switch to that one. That is our consolidated company, so to say, that is doing the tax group reporting for us. And what I'm doing here is the following. I have an import generated into a general ledger journal. So at the moment, there is nothing here. Why is that? Because, well, the batch import process runs, I would say, every 2-3 minutes. So that's the time we have to wait until this file is generated. So let's refresh it. So now you can see here is the file, and inside are the results of our electronic report. All of the data that you see inside here, they come from the electronic report. So either incoming or outgoing tax. And then here on the right-hand side, you can see the item sales tax group and sales tax group that I use to post it. So I summarize and post the different transactions that I have. And also here, I use separate intercompany accounts. These are two intercompany accounts that I use, and that give me either the receivable or the payable from the perspective of the mother company. Yeah? So if I post this journal, I get two things. Number one is the intercompany payable or receivable. And number two is I get the tax transactions posted. And this allows me then to run the consolidated tax report. Yeah? Because you have to imagine that I get all of these journals created by the different daughter companies that I have. Yeah? So I do not have only one, but 2, 3, 4, or 5 probably. And once they are posted, I can come in here and then do the consolidated tax reporting just as you do it in the standard tax module. Yeah. So here in this tax module, my sales tax authority is actually my what is called here Finanzamt Berlin. This is the tax office in Berlin. This is a normal vendor. Yeah. And when I come here and then settle and post the sales tax for March 2022, yeah, if I'm doing that and hit OK and again OK, I get the report. So that's the consolidated report from the mother's company's perspective. And it includes here the numbers that I recorded actually in the other company. Yeah. So this is the report I can submit to my tax office in Berlin in this case. And then also, if we look at the sales tax payments, we have here the voucher generated that cleans the tax accounts at the mother company level and then posts a liability against the Finanzamt Berlin. So if we click on transaction origin, you can see here that's actually what we want to achieve. Yeah? And this was the process just in a nutshell. Yeah? So the key here is that with electronic reporting, you can kind of realize this consolidated tax reporting, because this is something we do not have in the standard application. But with a simple export and import of transactions, you can achieve all of that. Yeah? So let me go back to my presentation then to have a quick summary of the first example that we investigated. So the main advantage that I can see is what I said. Electronic reporting is a standard tool. There is a low-code, no-code approach. It's really just knowing where to extract the data. It works out of the box with SharePoint, Excel, and so on. And it can help you to find a workaround and save you a lot of time and money compared to making system adjustments. Because the example that I showed you, I've seen a couple of implementations where companies adjusted that and spend a lot of money. But with electronic reporting, you can do that out of the box. Okay, then. That was the first example that I had for you. Another example is what I call earned value management. This is also something that you might experience in practice. And it's just another idea that should give you a kind of impression what can be done with this electronic reporting and how powerful this tool is. So let me give you the background here. And the problem that you see if you work with the standard Dynamics 365 project module is that it does not ship with an out-of-the-box earned value analysis tool. It doesn't matter whether you use the project operations project module or whether you use the one that is the part of the finance and operation project module. There is no out-of-the-box earned value report or analysis tool available. Well, there are some workarounds possible. One of the workarounds is you can modify the standard posting logic. So if you tweak around the accounting, you can kind of realize a kind of earned value posting, I would say. That is one possibility. The other one is you can, of course, use BI. But I said, okay, if you use the first workaround to modify the standard posting logic, then nobody will understand this kind of accounting. maybe an accountant will understand what you're doing, but if you show this to a project manager, then he will say, hey, man, I don't get the point. Yeah? So the first workaround is one that I would not recommend. Of course, you can use BI, but many times when you start with a ERP implementation, either you do not have the necessary special BI knowledge, maybe you do not know all the data sources that you need, or you just need to establish these reports. And that's where I say, okay, here's a field where also electronic reporting might help to create a solution. Yeah? So, and what I want to achieve is just illustrated in this picture here. This is taken from Wikipedia. So if you search for earned value management, you will certainly find this kind of graph. And that's what I want to get out of Dynamics. That's the main idea that I want to achieve. And again, here, the process stream that I have for you is similar to what I showed you before. So first of all, we record transactions. Then we run an electronic report. And this time, I enrich the report with some analytical tools that we can use then to analyze our data, our earned value, our schedule variance, our cost variance. And of course, this is also something I would like to show you in my system. So let's go back. And this time, I'm going into the USSI demo company. USSI, this is something you have in every demo machine. And that's why I choose it, because it has a very good project management and accounting setup. Also here we will make a simple example that everybody can hopefully follow. So I'm navigating here in project management and accounting, and I open all of the projects that I have. And to keep the example clean and straightforward, I will start from scratch. So let me create a brand new project. I call it project 380. The project group, it doesn't really matter what I have. I just select the first one, and the same applies here for the customer, the funding source. I just select the first one, and then I say, okay, I want to create this project. Okay, so that's the first point. Next thing is, okay, if we talk about earned value management, we need a benchmark, we need a budget. And to set up this budget in a very fast way, I just import things. So I take here the import of a work breakdown structure. I choose the one that is very light so that we can see the data and do not get confused with thousands of lines. So if I show you the lines, we have only 3. So we have some lines about project management, development, and quality assurance. And just note that the calendars in my environment are set up in a way that it notice today is a weekend and there is no working day. But let us change that. I want that we start already in July so that you can see how the budget is spread over different months. So I started here, I set the start date to end of July, and then we have data in different periods. Of course, here you see the scheduling part. There's also a cost estimate part. And if you look at this, then you can see, okay, the total expected cost of this project is around $112,800. So that's what I want to have as my budget. So I publish that. And then the next step would be to copy this work breakdown structure into my budget. So this is also a standard process. I'm clicking here. I say, I want to import my work breakdown structure estimates into the budget, and I select here a different forecast model. Will be important later on when we analyze the data. So let me hit OK here. What happens is the data are imported, and if you scroll down, you can see here the total original budget amount that we saw. Now the next step would be to submit this into the workflow. and then just wait until the workflow is completed. Yeah? Another thing that happened in the background is that the project budget was copied into the forecast. So if you open the forecast, you can see here the original forecast model that I have, and that will be important. Yeah? So now I'm basically ready to go. I can now record transactions for my project. Yeah? And to do that, I need to change the project stage. So let me switch that to released. And then I can record, let's say, some hours. I can also record expenses and item transactions, but let's keep it easy so that we can calculate and see the data that we have. Yeah? So let's say I just record some hours for project management, and to keep it as simple as possible, I record 30 hours. The total quantity is 600. 30 hours should be easy to calculate, is 5%. Yeah? So if I post that, then we get a voucher created, and then we can also check the progress of our project. Yeah? So the voucher can be found in the posted transactions. There you just see a kind of accounting like result with some dollar values. Yeah? But what I'm interested in is how is the project doing? And for that reason, we have the tracking views. And if I show you the tracking views, you will see two different forms. One that shows the monetary side. And here you can see, okay, I spent $6,000 for project management. But there's also an effort tracking view that shows you the time perspective. So we basically used a couple of hours, 30 hours from a total of 600. And then you can see, okay, the planned effort in total was 600. We used 30 hours, so the remaining effort is 570. Yeah? And if you overshoot, if you post too many, you can see variances. Yeah, so you can see an effort variance. But this form alone does not tell you how is the project doing. Are you good? Are you ahead of the schedule? Are your costs too high or too low? Yeah? So what's going on here? Is this good or bad? And for that reason, we have what is called an earned value tool usually. That gives us this output. In Dynamics, we don't have this earned value report. What goes into this direction is the cost control. So let me quickly show you that, then we can compare the data. So if I calculate here the data for the overall project, you see here at the bottom what is called a variance based on quantity and on the price. And this one gives you an indication. Okay, there might be something wrong. I might be too fast or too slow. But this form is kind of averaging data and only looks at the hours data. So it does not apply to all of the transactions that you have. And that's why I created here in Organization Administration in the electronic reporting workspace another electronic report. I call it EVM. And in the setup, I can just give you a glimpse how this is designed. And it basically makes use of two tables. One is the project trans posting cube, and the other one is the project trans budget cube. It's not a cube, it's basically a table that is automatically filled. So there's no processing or something behind. And then if you have this set up, and I can share that with you if you want, then you can run the report either manually or on a regular basis. You can run the report for all of your projects, or you can run it for a specific one. And I tested this morning with a similar project. So I selected this one that we can focus really on the example. And the key what I have here is that we have a reference to the original forecast model. That will be important. So let me run the report and show you the outcome. And the outcome can be an email that is sent to a manager. It can be an Excel sheet that you see on the screen, like me here. or you can put it on SharePoint and share it with other colleagues that you have. Yeah. So here you see the raw data, but what I want to share with you is this embedded pivot table. Yeah. So if you export the data and refresh it, then you can see what I recorded. Yeah. In a tabular manner and also in a graphical manner. And this kind of report shows you then, okay, what is the budget that we have for the different periods? So what is the budget for July, August, September, October, and whatever you have? What are the actual costs and what is the percentage of completion? And based on that, the electronic report can calculate for you what is the earned value, what is the cost and schedule variance. That's pretty easy because you are the master of the electronic report. You can define how the percentage of completion is calculated and how. Let us make a small variation. Let us say, okay, we have a change request. The customer wants to have a change. So what we can do is we can go back into our Dynamics application and then implement this change request from a planning perspective. So let me go back to my project and then implement this change request. And to keep things easy and straightforward, I'm doing this in a way that I adjust my work breakdown structure, because it allows me to copy things quickly. There are many ways how you can implement change requests. I just show you one of them. So let's say here we have another task. The customer asks for some additional training, let's say. Let's say 50 hours maybe. And the training must be done after the quality assurance is completed. So with this change, if I publish that, we have now 650 hours. And from a monetary perspective, the costs increased from 112,000 to 122,000. So it's 10,000 more. It's pretty easy to follow up this number. And then the next thing that you do is we need to show the system also from a budget perspective that there is a change. And to do that, we have here in the budgeting functionality a feature that allows us to implement a change request. So this is the first change request that we are doing. And what allows this feature allows me to do is I can say, okay, I import it again from my work breakdown structure, but this time, and that's important, I use the total forecast model. So let's import that and say yes. And then you see the change here already. The difference is 10,000. And if you scroll down, the new total budget is 122,000. So what we're doing here is we just send it into the workflow, submit it, and then wait for the workflow to complete. Okay, so that's it from a monetary or budget perspective, what we have to do. Also here a small hint, in the forecast form, we now see here the 4 different lines that give us this new budget amount, because that's important, because that's now our new benchmark. So you can run your earned value analysis against the original one or against the adjusted one. And the way how to do that is easy. If we go back to our electronic report, then we are here again, we can run it. And this time, I either create a second report, a copy of that, or you can simply change the filter and then switch over to the total forecast model. And if you run the report with this configuration, then you can get a different outcome. So let me enable the editing and then go to my screen here and refresh the data. And then you see here the additional line that we have, the different percentage of completion that we have, and the different benchmark. So now our benchmark is not the original budget, so to say, but the adjusted one. And that is all your decision. So you can decide, hey, what is the earned value calculation? What is my benchmark against I want to compare? You can even create multiple of these charts and say, okay, I have a sheet that compares my percentage of completion and the earned value calculation and does the cost and schedule variance calculation against my original benchmark, the original budget, or against an adjusted one. So this is all a kind of flexibility that you get with this out of the box, just by making use of this electronic reporting functionality. Yeah? So I can see really a lot of potential, not only for this kind of analysis, but for many others in a very simple way that does not require coding or adjustments. So that's what I wanted to share with you. Yeah? Just another example, another application that, or a gap in the system that can be closed by electronic reporting. So let me go back to my PowerPoint for some closing remarks that I have. Yeah. So if we take a step back and look at the examples that we see here, again, I would say electronic reporting is a standard tool that helps us or can help us bridging system gaps and complete processes and automate processes wherever you want. It integrates nicely with Excel, PDF, SharePoint, emails, basically whatever you want, in a kind of low-code, no-code manner. And it gives you a kind of flexibility that let you be the master of the data and analyze it in a way that you want. So it doesn't matter if you want to compare the data against your original budget, a change budget, or some kind of forecast. That's all your choice that you have. Okay, so that's it basically what I wanted to share with you. And as usual, at the end, if you have questions, remarks, feel free to post some comments. Send me an email to the one that I shared you before if you come up with questions later on. So thanks a lot for watching and being part of this great community.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Saab. That's good to know about electronic reporting. I have a question, which is that one. Who should be the right person for configuring electronic reporting, whether it would be a functional person or a technical person? How much tech, if you are if you are a functional person, how much technical skills do you require?
Okay, good. So let me start with that. I am a functional consultant, and my background is finance and accounting. So basically, I started from zero with electronic reporting. Of course, I did not start with this fancy earned value calculation or with this export import, but I started with something simple, starting to export some data, learning how these things work. So I would say if you are passionate, if you really want to apply this kind of tool and functionality, even a functional consultant can do it. Of course, you have an advantage if you have a technical background, because you have to know tables, you have to know table names. Sometimes you even need to know enums and so on. But if you're passionate and if you really want to learn that, then even functional consultants can do it and start from scratch.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. There is a next question. Can business or end user configure these reports on need basis?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
Yeah, can business or end users configure these reports on need basis?
Okay, yeah, you as an end user, I would recommend that you're not doing that. So this should be kind of in-house consultant, maybe some kind of internal super user. I would not recommend that an end user who is using electronic reporting every now and then, and he's not deep in this workspace, that this person is just changing something there. It would always be better having an expert or a sparring partner who can help you doing it. Otherwise, things might go wrong. You might get data out that you cannot really interpret.
Okay, thank you. And you can see the comments. Everyone is really liking your session. And there is a comment from Victor, who is saying that very inspiring, Dr. Ludwig.
Okay, so thanks.
So I think that's all, Dr. Ludwig. Thank you for your time. Thank you for coming into Urdu Hindi Bootcamp 2021. And it's a great pleasure to host you. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, so our next session would be from Pankaj, who will be telling us about enterprise asset management. So who will be just coming in 2-3 minutes. So hold on and enjoy this music. Okay, welcome back. Now we have our next session from Pankaj Gupta. Hello, Pankaj. How are you?
Good, Amar. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too. So I will not waste our time and I will hand over this session to you.
Thank you, Amar. I was thinking कि session Urdu में हिंदी में दिया जाए, English में दिया जाए. So I think I'll stick to Hindi because it's a good opportunity for us. हिंदी में बात करते हैं और अगर किसी को questions हैं, कुछ clarifications हैं, तो let's I'll try to switch. So I'll just quickly share my screen. Share screen. Is this good, Amar?
Yes, Pankaj, we can see your screen now. Over to you.
Thank you. Let's put this in a presentation mode. Just a second. Okay. Okay. So, guys, आज का टॉपिक जो मैंने चूज किया है वो एंटरप्राइज एसेट मैनेजमेंट के ऊपर है. आई थिंक इट्स अ रिलेटिवली न्यू मॉडल जो um, अभी कुछ ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं हुआ है इस मॉड्यूल को लॉन्च हुए पे. अभी ये year or 2 year back launch हुआ है. So it's a new model. Lot of people are maybe interested कि इसमें क्या capabilities हैं, when we should use it, क्या हम इससे achieve कर सकते हैं इसके utilization से. So I thought this is a good topic to talk about. A little bit of introduction about myself. My name is Pankaj Gupta. I work with Microsoft Consulting Services from the last 4 years. Been part of the Australia New Zealand team, and I help Microsoft to implement the dynamic solutions for customers who directly wants to implement with Microsoft, customer who have challenges implementing the dynamic solutions, or they're looking for an advisory sort of from Microsoft, so to achieve their journey into the digital transformation. Okay, this is the agenda I tried to sort of put in together. First and foremost, I want to talk about the difference between the Dynamics Field Service and the Enterprise Asset Management. Why we should use the field service and when we should use the field service compared to the Enterprise Asset Management. So both modules have very similar capabilities. So we'll talk about that. And those both modules have their own propositions. So it's a very, very interesting things then in what scenario you should be using both modules. We'll talk about a little bit of history and value proposition, what asset management brings in on the table, and what really when you go and talk to the customer, what actually are bringing on to the table, right? We'll look at the asset management landscape from the capability size, how it's actually integrated with all the other modules. We'll talk about the preventive and corrective maintenance, which is the essence, which is like the core of the asset management applications. So we'll talk about the flow, and if the time permits, I'll take you in through the system as well, and we'll see some demo as well. We'll see the things working into the system live. Some roadmaps, key takeaways, at the end of the session, and obviously floor will be open for the question and answer. Okay, so let's get started. The enterprise asset management and the field service. I have seen this as a lot of confusion when you as a partner, or where you as a consultant, when you're actually talking to a customer, when you try to actually, let's say if it is a pre-sale, or when you're let's customer is interested to see, hey, I have this business where I'm managing the asset, what you can bring on the table, like what you can actually present. So the way that the Dynamics have structured, we have the Dynamics field service, and we have the Dynamics supply chain, in which the asset management is kind of integrated. So I just highlighted a few points here. Predominantly, the asset management in Dynamics is for you to manage your internal assets. When I say the internal asset, the asset which is being managed by internally by an organizations by themselves. They own the assets. The organizations own the assets. Where the field service capabilities comes into the picture, where you are working as a service organization and you're managing your customers' assets, when you're looking after your customer assets. I think that's the biggest difference. There is like a capabilities in the system which sort of overlaps. You can create the customer assets within the asset management, and there and vice versa in the field service you can also create the asset which is internal to your organization. The overlap is there, but the majority of the other functionalities, if you consider them, the field service is created a module to service outwards, which means customers asset, whereas the field asset management is predominantly it's developed to serve and do the maintenance of the internal assets. Geographically, if you see the scenarios, the assets for internal assets can be maintained within the same your organization sites. You could have the sites at the different location, but that's pretty much all about it. This is where you want to, see your assets in a plant or, in a warehouse or in any other location where as the customer asset can, locate to anywhere where your customer resides. It could be if I give an example of, like, say, Telstra in Australia, that's have customer all over the Australia. So if I'm Telstra and I'm servicing to my customer, field service is the way to go for me. If there is a request for the customer, I will go and go to the customer sites. Therefore, the field service comes into the picture. Asset management is heavily integrated with all the other modules within the finance and ops. Naturally, when we say it's a dynamics or a finance and ops and a ERP product, so it has to actually integrate with all the other modules. That's the power of the asset management, right? Whereas the field service also interacts with all the other modules, like with the sales and the sales and the other C modules. It does interact it very well, but it has not been financially interact with the finance and operation natively, right? Last but not the least, the most important differentiator between both modules is to field service is designed to maximize revenue, which means you're servicing to the customer, you're earning revenue, your capabilities are being designed in a way that you maximize your revenue. How it does that? By optimizing the routes for your technician, for examples, like it has a capability that it suggests the quickest and the fastest route to reach to a customer. How you manage your schedule efficiently, that so that you can maybe complete more jobs in a day. So those kind of things actually helps you to maximize your revenue. Whereas if I talk about the asset management, is to minimize the cost. I'll go into the little bit of deep down onto the the capability wise, like what does it brings to the picture, and therefore the objective is to minimize the cost. Okay. A little bit of history about this module. Microsoft bought this module from a company called Dynaway that used to be our biggest ISV into the asset management space. They had more than half of the asset management market before it was integrated within the product. Therefore, it was natural for Microsoft to adopt this module and integrate within the application. I think the bot was happened in 2018, and the Microsoft took 2 years to actually enhance some of the capabilities and to integrate it better with the other modules. And if I'm not wrong, I think it was late last quarter of 2020, it was made available, generally available for everyone, and it has become the part of the product. The value proposition that I just touched based is to minimize the cost. Again, the organizations who have a large set of assets where the business actually revolves around the assets, they need to use some sort of capabilities to manage their assets, whether they use any other specialized product. If they use Dynamics, the Dynamics actually now has its own asset management capabilities. So we are working with some of the customer who have been using the best of the best asset management products. But considering they're also using Dynamics in their organization, they are now getting on board to implement asset management within Dynamics. What it does for them, now that's one platform, one integrated platform, the asset management with the other, the other modules, the other areas of the application. The platform is familiar with the customer, and it reduces the number of the applications for the customer, which is the biggest thing. You do not want 150 applications running in your customer environment, and you have to have a specialized team to manage all the application. So we are actually doing those kind of transformations as well. By having the full-fledged asset management solution, what you achieve is to reduce the maintenance cost. If you are on top of your game, if you're on top of your managing your asset, which could be, for an organizations, like we've implemented this for an organization who runs their businesses using the ships and the containers. So for them, if they don't manage their ships and containers, maintenance, that's the backbone of their business. Their business won't do good, right? By doing so, they reduce the cost, they extend the life of the asset, they improve the asset availability and performance by reducing the number of breakdowns, by acting fast on the breakdowns, and so on. So by achieving all those things, you're actually improving the efficiency in your organizations by maintaining your assets on time. Right. When we talk about the asset management, by industry standards, there are 5 different models that we look at what involves into the asset management. This is pretty much standard across all industries, specialized asset management industries. What we do from the Dynamics, we support all these scenarios. For example, your reactive and corrective maintenance, which is your breakdown, break fix kind of a scenarios where something is breaks on without any prior information, and you need an urgent repair. So that is able to achieve within the system. Then you do your schedule maintenance. Schedule is the timely timely maintenance of your assets. Like annually you do maintenance work on your assets, biannually, quarterly, depending on what kind of assets you use. It is important to schedule your maintenance on time so that you have your assets are not give any issues while running in the future, and you actually have a large life expectancy. One of the examples I give to everyone who sort of try to understand this, you can relate it to your this with your servicing of your car is the best example. Everyone actually go through these scenarios. There's a annual service or the biannual service of the car that you have to go through. The moment you achieve a particular number of the kilometers, or you achieve that date, you have to take your car to the service. If you don't take it, the next time you are on the road, and the car can break anytime, right? So that's kind of your schedule work you have to do in order to keep your assets, running longer. But also on the same scenario, say if you take a new car, unexpectedly things happens, you take your car on the road and, it gets punctured. If it gets break down on the road, then that's your reactive kind of scenarios. Now, there's a third model, which is a condition-based maintenance monitoring. It's, again, I'll relate back to the car. If you have those high models, high valued car, they have sensors in this car. When you run the car, it actually shows within the dashboard, like what's is wrong with the car. If the car is making a sound, if there's a specific things wrong in that car, so the car has all the sensors and everything. It can give you the indication right there, so that you have to take the car to see to the mechanic. Similar kind of thing in all industries where you have those the asset monitoring devices attached to your assets. That data can be captured and that data can be analyzed to to do the maintenance of the asset on time. Predictive maintenance. Predictive maintenance is when you actually do some analysis on the data, and then you actually, this is where your AI comes into the picture, your machine learning comes into the picture. You keep on analyzing the data and you predict before the event happens, that this car can break in the next 3 months because we are reading the data from the different sources and it's not giving good signs. So those kind of the maintenance model is also supported. Then you comes into your cognitive maintenance, the intelligence operations. This is kind of it's a future state, as you can see, but in the industries, they have all different kind of specialized the tools and etc., which which kind of keeps monitoring your device, but also suggest you in a different ways. It innovates and suggests you the different ways how this can be preventive in the future. So those kind of things is also very available. Like organizations are catching up on these things very quickly. The landscape of the asset management. Where you see the dark blue boxes in this slide is what actually the asset management brings as part of this new module, right? And what you see, the gray, the boxes, is you already have in the system, right? You already have as part of the other modules. For example, the acquire section of the assets. This is your fixed asset processes that you already have. And the retire. But if you see in the middle, it's a manage and maintain. That's where the new capabilities come to the picture. And the bottom horizontal line is all your modules where natively the asset management talks to this module, right? And obviously it's when we talk about the dynamics, it integrates with the other aspects or the other areas of the dynamics, whether it's common data. Apologies, that's now Dataverse. It's an old slide. The Power Apps, Power Automate, and Power BI. All right, this is the journey of a breakdown, and I just want to touch base on the process and some of the key terminologies here, because typically this is the flow that the system actually presents, and each of the step, there's a lot of capabilities in the system that you can utilize, you can implement. So for example, the observation work request, how you get a maintenance request or a work request could be, there are different ways. You have a portal where the people are registering the breakdown and submitting it for your asset management team to review and create the work order. You have the sensors attached to your assets. When I talked about the sensors, I've just given an example of a car, but in an organization, if you have high value assets, you have the IoT device linked to those assets. Those devices sense the signal to your Azure or to your IoT monitoring devices, which actually generates a work request, right? Or you have a mobile app within your organization where it's right there with the people who are working on the floor, or it's a shop floor, or it's a warehouse. If they see a problem, they can actually generate a work request. So there are different channels where the work request can come in, which would be transformed into a work order. So the work can actually confirmed and approved. Obviously, not everything which is requested can be converted to a work order. Sometimes, it can be just be a false alarm. It can be something else. So a work will be approved when there is a genuine request. The work order will be created. And after that, there's a scheduling part in the system where you can actually have a different teams of the resources in the system, which would be schedule, which would be available for schedule based on the different calendars on the work order. Once you have the person scheduled onto the work order, in some scenarios, if there is a need of a buy of a product or a tool or something, you have to procure the things before you actually can fix it. There is an ability in the system that you can generate a purchase order or a purchase requisition from the work order, right? Let's say if you have all the works, tools and equipments ready, and you're ready to fix that, you release the work. Now the technician will actually go and perform the work, complete the work. The completions eventually can have a different step as well, and the times and the materials will be captured when the work will be complete. Excuse me. So when the time and materials are captured, they become the basis of the cost that will be captured in the system. Asset can be updated after that with the faults or with the counter. I'll just talk about these concepts in a more details in the next few slides. And after that, the work order will be closed. When the work order will be closed, you will have the data in the system, which will be available to do the performance monitoring and run your dashboard reports and etc. So this is typically a breakdown journey of a reactive on a corrective work journey within the system. The next wheel is a journey of a preventative work. The work which is will be scheduled in the already to execute the work order into the future. So there are two main ways that you can schedule your work. Preventative work, that you can set your rules based on the counters, or you can set your rules based on the dates. Again, giving you an example of the car. When you service your car, the next time they will put a sticker on your car saying your next service is due on 10,000 kilometer or on this date, whichever comes first. So what they say, if you achieve a 10,000 kilometer first, or you have reached to that particular date, that means your car is due for the service. So the first example is your counter-based service. You're actually countering the number of kilometers or a countering. A counter can be anything, right? Your counter can be number of kilometers, your temperature, your number of hours of running of a machine, or it could be simply the number of hours that the asset is on. So those kind of countermeasures being captured in the system as well. And like I said, the date-based control is also there. Then you run your work order schedule job. There's a framework, the batch framework, which automatically runs in the background, which looks at all this data. And when the time comes, it looks and analyzes those rules and create the work order schedule for you, which will be a preventative work order schedule. That work orders can be directly generated in the system, but there is a way in the system that you can first generate a schedule where an asset managers can actually review the schedule and then convert to the work order. But you have the capability in the system that you can directly generate the work order as well when the time comes, when the job runs, right? The rest of the process is same, like I mentioned, from the preventative, from the corrective or the reactive side. The rest of the process is same. You still have the ability to procure this stuff. You still will have the ability to have released the work to the different technician. Work will be performed. Time and material will be captured. The asset will be updated, and the work order will be closed. So that's the flow of the preventative work. All right. So I will not drain down this slide, but from the key capabilities perspective, these are the things which the module brings in. It's a very big module. So I will not actually go down to the each and every aspect of these things, but on a high level, you have all the capabilities available in the system. For example, the resources, the ability to define your assets, your locations, and your tools, materials, bombs for the asset will be there in the system. Like I mentioned, the request of the work order management is how you get the request before a work order or a breakdown in the system. So that capability is already there. The work order planning is, how will you actually use your, the worker skills and the certificates and schedules. The planning workbench is available in the system as well. Preventive and breakdown, we just talked about that. The tracking the cost of the asset. So by capturing the time and material against the asset, you're actually capturing the cost. So system will actually track each and everything from the cost perspective if you register that cost to the work order. Manageable consumer spares natively integrates with the the inventory management and the product management of the system. So you can define your inventory products, that the spare parts, etc., that will be used during this process. So it's all there. The next is the analytical and report. So we have some inbuilt dashboards also available. You also have some of the the query based reports where you can see your the asset mean time breakdowns, and those kind of reports is available in the system. The advanced integration with IoT, we do have some natively integrated with the the features which reads the data from the IoT. There is a very good ISVs also which will present a solution outside Dynamics to manage all your the IoT devices hub and their sensor, their data. So you not just Dynamics, you can do some analysis on this data even outside the dynamics. So there's a good ISV available in the markets as well. And obviously there is a the mobile version of the app. The mobile app is also available to manage your work on the field. All right, it's a demo time. Amar, how are we tracking the time?
Still, we have 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay. I'll try to be quick. So I'll just move my screen and try to share my environment. Are you guys can see my environment?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. Okay, so the modules that we just talked about, the asset management module, it's available under the module section. The scenario I want to talk about is to quickly show you guys one quick flow of the corrective maintenance and one quick flow of the preventive maintenance. I created an asset, which is again for a car. This is a BMW X5. And it's actually the asset type is vehicle, and it's been assigned to a location. Okay. Before I actually go and create a work order, I want to actually show you some of the setups as well. So under the setups, there's a job section. There's this form called maintenance job type defaults. I'll just quickly open this. There's a lot to be shown in this, in this module, but due to the time limitation, I'll just keep it very light and quick. So what happens here is I can set up some of the default forecasting of my different types of jobs. So for example, if I'm doing a services of this asset, I have defined some forecast. So I've defined, for example, these two products. Every time I take my car to the service, I'll replace these two products. So I use these two products, and these are my costs for these things. Any other things, for example, I charge the labor, or I charge any expenses, other expenses, I can add all these as a forecast. And I can define these rules. What I can also define is after that is by my default checklist, right? What this checklist does is actually provides, let me just take you through the setup of this checklist. It actually provides the step-by-step instruction for the technician is what it needs to be, he or she needs to be doing while servicing the car. For example, brake fluid check, the oil quality check. These are the steps can be easily configured in the system, right? And the information can be captured in the system. So I have set up these things, and I have set up these as a default rules for my job, right? Next time I go and let's we go straight away to the work order. Let's create a work order, right? So I'll say this is a corrective type of work order, and say car service for Mr. R, or let's say if it is belongs to any department. I'll pick up my asset and pick up a job type called service. So by default, it actually I have a rules can be defined in the system. It automatically can pick up the different service level, which would define what is the expected time of a job can be finished. or not, but let's just keep it in simple. Let's just keep it. This is a service level 4. You know. Oh, okay. Right. So a work order has been created with the expected start date and the end date. The asset line is created. You could add more asset lines if that's the scenario, but let's say if we're just working on one asset, it's just created. What system also does is when you create a work order, it actually generates a project in the background. Right. So when I said that it's natively integrated with all the other modules, it actually uses the project accounting module in the background as the basis of capturing these costs and registering it for the work order. So it creates a project in the background and it attaches that project to that work order, right? There is a setup involved. You can set up a different type of projects for different work. So that's all configuration. So when this work order is generated based on my rules, it actually picks up some of the forecasted the elements that I have set up. I haven't set up the hours and the expenses. I've just set up a few items. So say we need these items to complete this work. And also it brought in the checklist, right? So let's say I go and I change I release this work order. I say, yeah, everything good, release the work order. Release, the status changed to released, which means now I can go and schedule this work order. So let's say the scheduling works. So that might actually, throw some error or not. Yeah, so there's a whole lot of capacity, etc. of check of the work of your worker, available worker, and all your different resources. But this moment, let's say I have infinite capacity, so that it won't give me any error. So you could have even set up the rules in the system for this particular job type or this asset. There is a specific person that can only attend this job, and that can be, the person can have a specific skill set. So you can have all those rules set up as well. So when I run this job, so it actually see if it's brought in this person, Ted Howard, and this could be different rules, right? Ted Howard can be a specialist who just manages this car, right? Or Ted Howard can be a specialist who works in this particular location, right? So depending on what your organization need, actually you can set up these rules in the system, right? So the scheduling actually did two things. It actually assigned a resource, and it actually assigned the schedule and start and end time of the job as well. So next time that person will go, I don't have the mobile app ready at this moment, apologies. I cannot display that on the phone. So Ted will log in onto his mobile and he will try to complete the work order. So no worries, on Ted's behalf, I'll just go and complete this work order. Before I go, I'll say I'll in progress this work order, right? Which actually sets the actual time. So which means as a TED, I have now started this work. The work has been started. The person will go and complete the checklist. So this is done. And as I'm moving this, it's actually, I'm checking the brake fluid. I'll say light brown, clear, everything is good. The oil quality was clear, so there's no major issue. No issues. Save, the work has been done, right? From the checklist perspective, it's completed. Now, Ted as a person, I can now what I can do a few things. I can copy this if this is my standard work. Every time I take 1 hour or the time that I define or forecasted, I just copy this from my forecast. So straight away, it will just bring in these value here, right? So this is like a faster mechanism. So we only had items, so it just brought in these items, right? And my work is complete. Now I'll go and complete the work order. Now before that, like I could add even more. So let's say, oops, wrong form. Apart from this product, I actually had incurred, I spent 5 hours on this job. So I'll just put 5 hours. And there's a nominated cost per hour defined based on this cost category. Based on that, it's calculated this total amount. I'll just close this. The next thing is I'll just go and complete this work. Complete. Oops, what's the error? Sorry, I think I didn't pick up the right date because it's validates if I submitting the incorrect. So 31st of 7th, 3 of 8th. That's my, let's say this is my end date of the work. So now you see the status changes of the work order is completed and my work order is ready to be finalized. When I say finalized, the financially, if you have another person who actually goes and financially close this work order, there's another step that can be taken, can be financially closed, which will actually post these costs into your financial entries, right? Or this can be automated on the completed step as well. So your work order has been completed. The reason why it's taking a little bit of time because it's actually posting the financial entries. Oops, something happened. All right, so there's some inventory error, but don't worry about it. But this is the way when you end the work order, all your, the item transaction, which will all your time material have been posted. You could see those transactions going here under the project transactions. I think the posting failed because of the error. Otherwise, you would see those posting transactions. After that, once you have posted that, I'm just running a quick report to see the actual cost. There's a cost control feature here as well. Like you can view actually what was your forecasted cost, how much is actually incurred, and those kind of things. So if you see the anomalies, if you see the variations of something was forecasted and this, but now I see the huge difference, that's for me to actually take an action from there, right? It's those kind of reports is available that we talked about, the things which will measure the KPIs, asset KPIs, the asset, the uptime, downtime, those things can be all measured into the reporting. So that was a quick walkthrough of your corrective work. I think Amar, I think we are running close to the time here. Like I said.
Yes, Pankaj, thank you very much for your session. I have one question. I think due to the time constraint, I will only ask the one question, which is something about. Let me just. It is how sync or integrated EAM module is with the other modules, like production or master planning. Is it sync with that one or not?
Yes, it is. So let me just quickly talk about the integration with the other modules. So I think there was a one session which we attended into our ANZ community, where Mani actually showed the production floor execution screens, right? So you would have noticed that from the production floor execution, they have now included this option that they can generate the work order straight from the production floor. For example, like if a worker is working on a floor and they see something is wrong with the machine, they can even raise a work order straight from their execution screen. So that means the work order will be created straight away into the asset management. And if you have the time and the calendar defined for your resource, that means the resource also linked to an asset. So a production resource can be an asset as well. So that downtime of that resource can actually be calculated towards your production as well, production downtime. Also, so that's the production integration. You can even create a purchase order from here. So the one I think I showed you into the flow, there's a purchase order creation scheme. Screen is here. There's the ability to create a production order from here as well. So in case if you need to produce something to complete your work, that means a production order can be raised. If you have to procure something, there's a purchase order from here that can be created. So those kind of capabilities are there, and everything will be integrated together.
Yep. Thanks, Pankaj. And there is last question. I'm just taking a last question because there was too many questions. Yeah. Is it possible to capitalize any cost through this process?
The capitalize the cost on the asset, you mean?
Yep.
Yes, there is a way. So there is a work order type called I think it's called overhaul, or there's a work order type. There's a specific type work order type defined the overhaul. What it does when I create this work order, see this is linked to a project. This project type is an internal project, right? So when you create a work order of type and overhaul, you can link that work order type to your investment project, right? So same process will follow. All the cost and everything will be registered via the work order, but your project in the behind will be your investment project. And from there, you can actually take the cost and capitalize it towards your fixed asset. But that process of capitalizing it towards a fixed asset is a kind of a manual process. It doesn't do automatically. So because in a way, if you can think about one fixed asset can have multiple maintainable asset. So that relation is not straight away, it's a one-to-one relation. So when you capitalize the cost from the project, you actually have to do manually. You manually have to pick a fixed asset and move that cost to that fixed asset.
Okay, thanks, Pankaj. And there are some comments from India as well, which they are really thanking you. And when India is saying that thank you, Pankaj, it was very helpful.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. I hope that's the main motive of coming to this platform and talk about these things. If I'm able to help anyone or to learn something, that means it's really good.
Thanks, Pankaj, and thanks to be the part of Urdu Hindi Bootcamp 2021. See you again.
Thanks, Amar. Thanks, everyone. See you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone once again. Now we have Kamal, who will be telling us about latest and greatest of D365 human resource. Hi, Kamal.
Hi, Amar. I'm good. How are you?
Good, good.
Thanks for having me and the opportunity.
No, it's pleasure to you have at Urdu Hindi Bootcamp 2021. So I will not waste your time, and I will give the stage to you.
Super. Thanks a lot. And my screen share is okay, I think.
Yes, everybody can see your screen.
Super. Thanks a lot. Okay, so just to kick off, welcome to my session. Latest and greatest of Dynamics 365 Human Resources at Urdu Hindi Bootcamp 2021. I'm Kamal. Just a quick introduction about me before I kick off the session. I work as a solution architect for the domain of human resources at a retail company in the Netherlands. I'm originally from India. I'm passionate about Microsoft technologies, especially in the world of Dynamics 365, human resources, and finance and operations applications. I also like to work on Power Platform and see how we can extend human resources using Power Platform. I'm recently interested or started developing an interest in the world of Business Central and Dynamics 365 Guides, which is a mixed reality application from Microsoft. So I'm happy to talk about any of this. If you want to have a chat or a virtual coffee catch up, please connect with me on LinkedIn. I'm also MVP from this year. Happy and excited about that, being part of the community. A short disclaimer before the session. So the views and opinions expressed in the session are my own and does not reflect any other organization. And they are subject to change from time to time. And I keep learning new things and changing the way I think. So what I've planned for the session today is to kind of focus on Dynamics 365 human resources as a product and understand a bit about the last year and how the product has evolved in the past, which is release 2020 wave 2. And also look at the current wave, which is release 2021 wave 1, of the changes that the product team has worked on and how it is going to help us in terms of customer engagement. And I kind of create a timeline overview that I publish on a monthly basis, which represents a simplified overview of the official documentation of the release and the roadmap items and how they're changing on a monthly basis. So, and I publish it on my blog. So I just want to quickly walk you through the timeline overview so that you can also use that overview in your discussions. The release 2021 wave 2 was published in July 2021. So we will look at the future at the last part of the session to see how the new capabilities that are being planned will impact the product and how it can help us in customer engagement. We will end the session with key takeaways and a Q&A. So to start with, when we look at the past, which is kind of focusing on release 2020 wave 2, so this overview kind of explains how the product team kind of approached the wave and what were the focus areas. So release 2020 overall was a major stepping stone for Dynamics 365 HR in terms of how the product started evolving. So that there were changed vision, focus, from Microsoft with new ideas and new things coming into the product. So to start with, there was a major shift in how we pursue the product and the capabilities from employee and manager self-service perspective. And one of the improvements that we saw was the Microsoft Teams app for Dynamics 365 HR to support leave and absence requests, and also sharing information about leave and absence to managers on Teams. It was a major shift in how we pursue, employee and manager self-service experience. So exposing the ERP data within Teams was a major technology shift, and also adoption shift from an end user perspective. So that was one of the key focus areas, so to say. And then Microsoft had acquisition of two major functionalities, leave and absence and benefits management, and started working with the partners who were specialized in that. So the focus area was to add more capabilities in these two modules of human resources in order to support localization scenarios for country-specific legal requirements. And this has been quite a long journey so far, and personally, I've seen a lot of improvements that kind of help us in these two modules and processes from a HR perspective to support local requirements of each country in Europe, and not just Europe, but the same capability can be used to support other geographies across the globe. The other aspect that is quite interesting was to start exposing Dynamics 365 human resource to external applications like recruitment or payroll, and that was again a major stepping stone to go in the direction of connecting Dynamics 365 human resources with a proactive approach by exposing APIs to external recruitment applications to start with. So there's a bit of a background about recruitment, so to say. We will have a look at it in the next part of the slides. So these three were the major improvement areas, so to say, that came in from release 2020 wave 2, and it also cascaded to the future. So when we look at a few more enhancement details and use cases, let's say in the area of employee self-service and manager self-service, like I said, the major addition was Microsoft Teams app with Power Virtual Agent support. So the key functionalities that came through were employees being able to request leave on Teams, and managers being able to approve leave, and also employees and managers being able to look at leave balances and calendar overviews. The other small enhancements that came through in the area of ESS MSS were custom links on manager self-service. So if you want to kind of give access to any external website or the company website, for example, or a different SharePoint, etc. So there is a capability to embed that link for managers to be accessible on manager self-service capability within D365 HR. So this is one of the adoption aspects that kind of helps end users to use the application more. The other small enhancement that was part of the release was to restrict the employees from editing business contact details. So this will help the HR teams to have more streamlined data and also more accurate data from a compliance perspective. So that was about ESS MSS. And the integrations and extensibility took a major leap in this wave. So to start with, the overall approach of how the data is exposed from Dynamics 365 HR was improved. There were more physical entities on CDS. And there was also support for virtual entities on Microsoft Dataverse, which was a major shift in on the technical platform side. So using virtual entities kind of added capability to use a lot of Dynamics 365 HR in comparison with the previous limitations we had with physical entities on Dataverse. And the other integration capabilities that were focused in this wave was to kind of integrate Dynamics 365 human resources with LinkedIn Talent Hub. Again, with the vision of Microsoft acquiring LinkedIn and Dynamics 365 HR focusing on the recruitment process. So it was ideal to get those products to work together. So that was a major step also. And along with this step, of course, each customer has their own recruitment application, which can be LinkedIn or anything else. The product team kind of worked on an API that exposes and also supports the integrations for recruitment process. So they added more capability on Dynamics 365 HR to support this ideology. For example, enhancing the candidate profile on personal management to capture more recruitment related data, or adding a capability for managers to be able to log an open position request on manager self-service. So these were some of the focus areas and use cases that the product team kind of included in the roadmap and have enhanced the solution for. So there was continued leave and absence capability enhancement done, like providing additional insights in leave calendar views, or managers being able to see cross-company data. So just to explain, when I am a manager and I have employees reporting to me from different legal entities across the globe, I can view all the employees in my team leave and absence information in one view, rather than changing the legal entities on Dynamics 365. So that was a small enhancement, but it was something that would help the end user adoption. In the same way, we had some enhancements like adding or viewing additional insight about leave balances, and also a common enhancement that's being done across finance and operations applications is to improve the UI of workflow experience. So that is also being cascaded to Dynamics 365 HR, and the workflow user experience is being made more obvious with easy to identify buttons for a manager to approve a request, or for an employee to recall or submit a leave request. So these were some of the specific functionalities that were included from a product stack perspective. And like I said, the workflow enhancements are being cascaded across F&O applications, and this was one of the other roadmap item that we saw being improved. When we look at a small demo about some of the functionality, let me just play that. Yeah. So what we are looking at is the approval workflow enhancements. So we will quickly go through approval workflow to see how the changes are coming through now. So when we look at a specific approval, so I'm trying to edit a position which has approval workflow attached to it. So when I edit a existing position on Dynamics 365 HR, so the first thing you notice is there's a submit button here, which is from a UI perspective, it's a change. So in the past, it used to be part of the ribbon bar on the top. And once the approval workflow request is submitted, and when a manager looks at approving the approval workflow, there's also the button where you can see recall now. So as a employee who submitted the request, but when a manager looks at the request, so this is as a manager. The first enhancement is the manager can easily access the approval workflow that has come through. And also when he clicks on it, there's an approve button that's making it more obvious of how to go about the approval process. So it's a small enhancement, but it makes the lives of the employees and managers who are working with approvals specifically a lot easier. So this was one of the changes that came through in release 2020 wave 2. Then we have the next demo, a short one, just to quickly go through, which is about the manager self-service and recruitment APIs. So just to play the demo. So what we are looking at now is how a manager can log an open position request. And this was one of the preview features that were released also. So to start with, we are looking at adding a custom link, which was part of the manager self-service enhancement. So I'm adding a custom link to be visible for all the managers in their self-service on D365 HR, which would route to my blog site. So if that is a requirement, we can add something like that. And when a manager logs into his self-service workspace and goes to my team tab, then the custom link that we just added will be visible as one of the links on the right hand side of the screen. And when the manager clicks it, it opens the link, like you can see my blog now. And the other enhancement from a manager self-service perspective was to have a possibility for managers to log an open position request. So we are looking at how that capability can be enabled, or what is the name of the feature that was released by Microsoft. So in the environment that we are looking at, the feature is already enabled. So when the manager kind of goes into self-service, he will be able to log open position request. So we're looking at manager self-service now, and on my team tab, there's a request to recruit. So where a manager can log a request for a position to be recruited, or using a job. So the key point about this topic is the request to recruit is a capability that would help in integrating Dynamics 365 human resources with external recruitment application. And from a process perspective, manager is the owner of that request. And that is the reason you see that managers are able to log that request and also activate a request for recruitment, so that the recruitment team can pick this request and process it on the recruitment application. And when the recruitment is complete, then the manager can close the recruitment request, or the recruiter itself can close the recruitment request. So this was a short demo of some of the capability that came through to the end users and partners as part of Release 2020 Wave 2. Now, in the next step, what we are looking at is the current situation, and that kind of focuses on Release 2021 Wave 1. So when we look at the focus areas, on one side, for Release 2021 Wave 1, the focus areas did not change really, because it's a longer roadmap to make sure the product is heading in the right direction. So on the first focus area is to expand the HCM integration landscape with strategic partnerships. So what I mean by that is basically to improve more external applications being able to connect with Dynamics 365 more smoothly, like recruitment or payroll. And then we have a focus on HR technology, being able to create employee and manager self-service experience. So that is a key, focus area from Microsoft, especially with the latest changes that are happening in the world of digital transformation and new ways of working. So it kind of continues to integrate human resources as a domain, and also Dynamics 365 HR as a product to integrate more with Power Platform or Microsoft 365 solutions, especially Microsoft Teams, and also to kind of connect with the rest of the Microsoft stack overall. So it kind of makes it more seamless from an end user perspective. But the new addition in terms of the focus area was about app unification, which is about making Dynamics 365 HR and human resources as a solution stack, be part of finance and operations stack in a more seamless way, which it used to be in the past. So that is a new addition to the focus area from the product team to make sure that there is one way of looking at human resources as part of finance and operations stack. And with this, the focus areas are to have a simplified platform and application lifecycle management, like how do we manage different environments of human resources and how it coincides with the finance and operations environment on the customer side. And also to kind of support how the integrations work between the native applications from Microsoft and support extensibility using Power Platform. So this was an overview of Release 2021 Wave 1. And when we look at the specific capabilities that were part of the roadmap, so there was continued investment in the world of benefits management, with improving capabilities on benefits notifications, adding more flexibility to how we can define benefit plans by including support of custom fields within the benefit plan design, and also for benefits eligibility processing. And one of the important roadmap items that I liked was having a benefit summary statement, which is also one of the things that many customers always look for, which would give a consolidated view of employee benefits, to have a look at, and also access, and also being accessed from an administrative perspective. So these were some of the specific areas that were improved or added as part of the roadmap. So since we are already in July, so many of these features are already in preview. So you can already try those features. Then from an integration and extensibility perspective, we had a lot of improvements to support payroll integrations in this wave. So when we look at the previous wave, the focus was more on recruitment, and now the focus kind of shifted towards payroll integrations. So there were some specific functionalities to kind of support that. So employee pay profile, or having fixed compensation as part of the payroll integration capability, and also including benefits and leave as part of the integration capability, was some of the data elements that were focused on to be part of this integration scenario. So when I look at how this is progressing, I think it's very valuable from an end user perspective and end customer standpoint, because payroll and recruitment are some of the business processes in HR which kind of shifts based on geography and also based on industry. Like for example, as a retail company, the recruitment process is very different compared to a manufacturing company, and you would need different solutions to support those focus areas in the process. And from a payroll perspective, every multinational organization kind of use more than one payroll vendor. And Dynamics 365 HR being able to communicate with external payroll solutions kind of takes a huge leap, from a customer support perspective, in terms of how flexibly a customer can adopt Dynamics 365 into their landscape. Then we had continued investments in the world of leave and absence. One of the most important things that every customer looks for is when you have a complex shared service organization with a lot of employees being part of your company, then the leave and sickness will be a dedicated function from a human resource standpoint, which will be managed by a dedicated team within the shared service. And in order to support that, we need a functionality on Dynamics 365 that would kind of segregate the duties of this particular persona in the organization, and they should have a set of capabilities to execute things. So when we look at that part, so to say, from a product perspective, the product team have added a roadmap item to kind of introduce a new persona called absence manager, which would kind of support scenarios like as employee, when you log a vacation request, it goes to your manager for approval. But when you want to log maternity leave request or parental leave request, then it would follow a new or a dedicated approval route, which goes to an absence manager to be to be approved. So that is a customer scenario that kind of will be supported by this capability. And also to have different views from administration perspective. When I'm an absence manager taking care of 2 countries, then I can have a view of those 2 country employees in one calendar. And also at the same time viewing team member balances. And so there are some small enhancements to support this new persona and how they can do their day-to-day work. So this is the next area. And what I want to quickly touch base on next is I write a monthly blog, which is what's new in Dynamics 365 Human Resources. And as part of that blog, I review the latest roadmap from Microsoft and create an overview so that it's helpful for somebody who's involved in a project or somebody who's part of the end customer support team to kind of look at how these changes are coming and when they're coming through. So I create an overview which captures all the functionalities with the hyperlink for the for Microsoft official documentation. So you can easily download this from my blog site and kind of click on the link. And let's say you want to have a look at all the changes that are coming through in July, you can easily access it. So I create 2 overviews on a monthly basis, or keep it up to date based on the changes reflected on the product documentation. So the public preview and the changes that will be published into general availability. So this is something I just wanted to highlight. So if this is helpful for you, and if you think you have any feedback on this, just feel free to share it with me. Then I can also incorporate and add it as part of the monthly updates I work on. So that's about keeping up to date in terms of how the new changes are coming through, and roadmap, as the word says, it's something that keeps changing, and the priorities change from a product development perspective. So it's understandable, and we kind of have to align our work with customers and also as partners on how the product is evolving and what features are coming when. So this overview is kind of a helpful thing in that direction. So that's about the current wave. And like I said, we are in July, and release 2021 wave 2 is already published by Microsoft. So now the last part of my session is to focus on the future, and what are the changes, and how is the focus changing from Microsoft for the future. So when we look at the focus areas to start with, it has not changed compared to release 2021 wave 1, so it remains the same. So the first point is broadening the HCM landscape with integrations and external application partnerships. Focus on employee experience stays the same. But the realization of app unification is finally coming through. So there's more focus area out of the 3. So there's more work being done in app unification front. So the merge of Dynamics 365 Human Resources being a separate product into the stack of finance and operations will finally come through, and you can see major changes in the way the product will be used in the coming period. And it's a slow transition. It's not going to happen in a small period of time, because we have a lot of customers who kind of work on Dynamics 365 HR independently now. So there will be a migration path to move into the F&O realm of things, so to say. But on a long-term perspective, the goal is to make it a unified experience overall from a life cycle perspective, which is great, and which would definitely help us and also make it more seamlessly integrated with finance and operations applications. So I think that the horizon is clear now, and we see more work on that in release 2021 wave 2 and the future. So when we look at specific roadmap items, so to say, and how the investment is going to come from on the product development side and the functionalities that are being developed, we see more investments in the world in benefits management module. So at the moment, the product has reached a stage where there's a huge amount of functionality that is improved now, and now it's all about the agile improvements that are going to happen with more ideas coming through from partners and customers who are using the solution now and who face challenges. And the product team is reviewing the ideas on the ideas portal, and they're going to implement small changes like simplified UI for confirming benefits enrollments or managing flex credit allocations. So this is one of the roadmap items that's part of the coming period. And when we look at employee and manager self-service, so there will be more improvements or additions of capability on the human resources or D365 human resources app for Microsoft Teams, which is great because it's one of the most sought out functionalities, because it kind of helps in user adoption a lot, and makes it very easy for end users to kind of use Dynamics 365 human resources. So there will be capabilities to edit or cancel approved leave requests, or managers to view leave balances during the approval process. So it's a combination of PVA and the native capabilities of Microsoft Teams. So it's exciting to see more investment in this area, and maybe in the coming period this will also go beyond leave and absence. So that's something to look out for, and how this is going to evolve. But I'm very excited about Microsoft Teams integration with Dynamics 365 human resources. The next topic is quite nice, which is the app unification part. So these are the general changes or roadmap items that are planned. So the two specific items we are looking at is consistent environment management and integrations on F&O and HR. So which basically means making it more seamless in how a customer manages finance and operations environment alongside human resources environment. So ideally, they're both part of the finance and operations stack from a technical standpoint. So the product will kind of more align together, so that from an IT administration standpoint, they're both managed in a consistent way. And the next point, what we see is the platform merge and single HR approach. So what I mean by that, or what I understand from a product perspective based on the documentation, is that we have two experiences at the moment, one being HR capabilities or core HR capabilities on F&O side, and then we have Dynamics 365 HR as a product which kind of stands alone and supports customers for HR processes. So the future is more to get those things together to have a single view of HR on finance and operations front. So which is great from a horizon perspective, but this move is something slow, and from a customer standpoint and also partner standpoint and Microsoft as a whole, I think we have to work together to kind of support the customers move in this direction, and also as the product and the new features kind of come through from the development team on this. So it's a key area to keep your eyes on and follow with the latest changes that are coming through the preview features and the migration paths, and work with the internal IT teams and also with the partners and Microsoft to kind of understand and go along. Then we have continued investments in integrations and extensibilities. So two things. Basically, the first one is as Dynamics 365 HR gets closer to finance and operations, we will have more extensibility options, like for example, using cross-app capabilities like saved views, grids, and personalizations. And also the focus from Microsoft is to use Power Platform toolset to support extension requirements for any country localizations or any customer specific scenarios. So the last specific functional capability that is being worked on by the product team is to support sick leave management. So this is something that was it was missing for a long time, and there are partner solutions that support this, but when we look at the roadmap, this being part of the standard solution is really one of the things that all customers will be overjoyed about, so to say. So some functional capabilities include managing open-ended sick leave requests or adding return to work notices, and also to support specific sick leave reporting. It can be something like compliance reporting in the UK, using Bradford factor or any other sick leave reporting. So we have to kind of look at how this specific capability is going to come through and what will be supported. Then we have management and approval of sick leave requests, which is similar to leave of absence, but we have to see how different it will be for sick leave, because from a process standpoint, it's a totally different process on human resources. So that being said, when we look at the key takeaways, so to say, from release 2021, wave 1 and wave 2, I've kind of represented in two areas. On the functional side, we see leave and absence and benefits management as two modules that are becoming very strong, which can help in supporting localizations for different countries and different customer scenarios. And there's increased focus on employee experience to make it easy for employees and managers to use Dynamics 365 human resources, and also for IT admins to kind of look at Dynamics 365 as human resources as an overall F&O solution and more seamless part of the Microsoft stack. And on the technical side, we see enhancements in the integration landscape, which will help us drastically to connect Dynamics 365 HR to local applications. And the app unification area, which is going to kind of shift how Dynamics 365 is in the landscape, more closer to finance and operations, and also to Power Platform. So this is a summary of the specific capabilities. So there's a lot of work that is being done, a lot of great work. So from the product team, and the focus is very clear. So which is very good, and how we reach that focus is also getting more and more clear with the new releases coming through. So I'm very excited about it, and yeah, if you are part of any of this work streams, and if you want to have a chat about it and discuss things, I'm very happy to connect with any of you. So you can subscribe to my blog or connect with me on LinkedIn. YouTube is going a bit slow for me at the moment, but I will start picking it up in the coming period. So you can have a look at YouTube. I have some videos which is focused on D365 HR 101, so which is basically the starting point for some of the modules, like if you want to implement leave, if you want to implement organization administration, etc. So I have made like 30 to 40 minute videos which explains in a blitz speed how to do things. I'm active on Twitter from time to time, so you can also reach out to me on Twitter or my email, which works the best. So thanks a lot for your time. I really appreciate spending this time with me and being part of the session. So I am happy to hand over to Amar, I think.
Yep. Thanks, Kamal. Thank you very much for this informative session. We have some questions for you, if you could able to answer those.
Yeah.
So
super.
we have first question from Fudi Munda, who is saying, is there any trial version of Dynamics 365 HR? How to use it? Is it on-prem or cloud?
Okay, so there is a trial version of Dynamics 365 HR available from Microsoft. So you can provision it for 30 days, and you can also extend it, I think, for a period of 60 days, and you can always reprovision it again. So I can share the notes, and I'm just looking at time. Amar, how much time do I have left? So just to see
We
if I
have
can
still 3 to 4 minutes.
Okay, so maybe then I will send a small note in the chat, or you can connect with me on LinkedIn, Foodie, so I have a small document I can quickly share with you about trials. So it's available, it's free of cost. You can easily explore the entire stack with all capabilities. So you can reach out to me and we will chat about it.
Thank you, Kamal. There is one more question. There is also HR module in Dynamics 365 FinOps. Then how Dynamics 365 is in HR is different from it?
This is a very good question. So when we look at the last 2 years, there's a lot of investment from the product team on Dynamics 365 HR to improve leave and absence, benefits, and integration capability. But with release 2021 wave 2, the app unification part, all of that investment will be cascaded back into finance and operations. So it will come together, but in the coming period. So it is different at the moment, but it will become more the same in the future.
Okay, thank you for answering this question. I think this we have to do the time constraint. We will not ask all the questions, but thank you very much, Kamal, for your session and giving us the information about the HR module.
Super. Thanks a lot, Amar. Thanks to be back again, and great work from all of you. Thanks a lot for all the support.
Thank you. Thank you for your time at Urdu Hindi Bootcamp.
But any open questions, you can reach out. You can just mention to reach out to me on LinkedIn. So I'm happy to discuss.
Thank you. Bye.
Super. Bye. Bye-bye.
Ayana, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, so I hope that you like some Pakistani music and landscape of Pakistan.
Sounds fun.
I will not waste your time. So now the stage is yours. So you can just share your screen.
I'm not sharing yet. Can you see my screen? No. Can you see my screen?
No, not yet.
Okay, give me a second.
Yes,
No.
we
Okay.
see your screen. That's perfect. Over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here. It's a great honor to share this Saturday with you. I'm pretty excited about this session, and because I didn't present in a while, and also because there are lots of great speakers today and yesterday as well. So thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you for the speakers, the attendees, and everyone in the organization team making this possible. So thank you very much. Yeah, that's it. Welcome and thank you. In the next couple of minutes, we're going to share a session about Dynamics for Human Resources. That's my main solution, the solution that I took the most. So I hope you enjoy it. I hope you feel the passion that I feel with this product. That is weird, but I hope you do. So thank you very much. Let's start. I hear some noise in the back. Okay, once again, welcome and thank you for attending the session. It is a pleasure for me to share part of my day with you all and to reach such amazing country and region that I've never thought I will be involved with. So thank you very much, Faisal, for the invitation. It's pretty awesome to be here. Who am I? That's the next slide. So who am I? I'm Ana Ines Urrutia. I changed a while from the picture you're seeing right now in the screen till today. As you can see, I'm much color than the picture shows. I'm a lot of things, but the ones that I list, the ones that I like to share with you is this that you can see there. I'm Business Applications MVP from December 1st past year. I'm pretty honored about the award and very happy about it. I'm the second MP for Human Resources. First, of course, is Malin, my mentor and friend. And we are both of us working closely with product team to make things better and to evangelize about this pretty awesome solution. My background is from HR. I'm a business. I'm more from the business perspective than the developer one. So I come from HR. I worked in HR my entire career until I switched to operations. And now I'm here and I don't want to go back. So I know a lot about HR processes, and that's my main area of knowledge. I'm also a psychologist because in Urdu you need, or at least one of the desired requirements to become an HR specialist is to be a psychologist, because you need to perform some activities related with psychological techniques or stuff like that, interviews and all the things that you need to be very people person. So yeah, I'm a psychologist. I ended my degree in December 2017. A few years ago. So yeah, that's me. I'm also a pilot student. This is a dream that I could achieve thanks to, of course, working in this world and following my dreams. And I'm also a cheerleader. I try to be a cheerleader with almost everything and almost everyone. There are a few things that I'm not cheerleader about, of course, but I really enjoy to encourage people to reach their full potential. So if you need a cheerleader, you have my email there. Feel free to reach out. Or if you also need mentoring, I'm pretty passionate about mentoring, and I'm really excited to help you if you need any support, or listen to you if you need any advice. So feel free. You have my email. You can also reach out to through my webpage. So what we're going to share today, it's about Dynamic 365 Human Resources, and I have 3 scenarios that I want to share with you and how we can solve them with human resources. So this is the agenda for our session today. At first, we're going to start sharing a bit about what is Dynamics for Human Resources. Most of people don't know who this is because it's not a well-known solution for Microsoft. It made a lot of impact in the community because of the changes. So I want to make sure you understand and you have a bit of a glint of what Dynamics for HR it is. So you can have it as part of your toolbox if you ever need to suggest or recommend to a client. You may be creating stuff with Power Platform that you are that you have already built in HR. So that's the thing that you should be aware of. The second thing that we're going to review, sorry, it's about the first scenario. It's about a challenge that leaders are facing within managing talent. So we're gonna go and dive into that scenario. The second one is about workers. We're gonna understand what are the challenges that workers are facing at the moment with the situation that we're facing all together, and also regular issues that they have. And lastly, we're gonna share some the latest one, but it's also one of the most important, at least for me. It's about the challenges that HR are facing as a department. So my idea is to share this all with you, and I hope you find it interesting and funny. And if you don't, please send feedback, because I'm really, really happy to change my content, of course. So let's start. What you're seeing here is a screenshot that we're gonna later on go into a demo. So you're gonna see this this part of the screenshot, but in the full screen. So what is Dynamics 365 for Human Resources? So Dynamics for Human Resources, or DHR, I'm not sure how I'm going to call it all the entire session, but it's a solution that is designed and built for achieving and conquering all Dynamics, all HR challenges. So we have a few like tiles where we can categorize or identify some stuff. So we have our first spot is this solution is built to transform employee experiences. You can provide them some tools so they can be independent. They don't need you as an HR or as a leader, and that's pretty awesome because they can work. They can create and work on their own data without depending on human resources. So it's also an easy solution that you can integrate with Microsoft Teams, because of course it's part of the Microsoft environment. So every single integration is pretty easy to build. Pretty easy. There might be some exceptions, but anyway, we can transform employee experience with this solution. Of course, we can also optimize HR programs. This means simplify every single program that you had. And if you are, it doesn't matter if you're not part of HR, it matters if you ever work for an organization. Remember how long it takes to ask for a vacation or for a benefit or request a certification. Remember how long that it took for you to ask for HR for an HR person. Well, in this solution, we have the amazing opportunity to simplify this kind of programs where people can ask through some self-service solutions and not depend on some people or some Excel or some email or something that is not smart to work better. So the second point is to optimize HR programs. The third one is to increase organizational agility. This means that we can take action faster. So one of the things that happen is that human resources is not aligned with core business of the company. So they don't understand regularly what is the need of being agile. I'm not talking agile in terms of Scrum and Agile and stuff like that, but to be very, very, very fast on how to respond on organizational needs. So human resources really needs a solution that helps them to work even smarter. So, and the last one is discover workflow insights. This means that there are some out-of-the-box solutions that we can use for, there are some out-of-the-box dashboards that we can use, some analytics that are embedded in the solution that you can easily use to understand and to understand what's going on in your company. We're gonna go over that later on, but so far, these are 4 points that I wanted to share with you about what is Dynamics for Human Resources. So, and then we have some of the things that are very important about the solution. It's about a data-driven but people-centric. This means that it goes, it takes a lot of information from the insights, and it helps to take action based on that insights. But those insights are based on people, on things that people, people-centric. That's it. So the second one is highly flexible. So you can extend it if you want to meet some needs that you want. Like, for example, if you want to create a Power App and embed into the solution, you can do that. I have an article written on that. So if you have any doubt, you can go there. You can connect it with partner solutions. So if you need, for example, an ATS, an applicant track solution, you can extend it with that. You can extend with many ISPs that we have over the world. So that is pretty awesome. And then we have some actionable insights, as I already told you, to help you work better and to help you understand what's currently going on in your company. Also, there's also a connected HR part of the solution, because we can help employees with self-service tools. We can help them submit their time off, for example, through Microsoft Teams. That's an out-of-the-box. It's not out of the box, but it's pretty easy to develop. And if you have any doubt, I already have another article written about that, and you can try and play around with this Microsoft Teams integration with Dynamics for Human Resources that I recommend, and it's pretty awesome. And lastly, we have the interconnected HR and ops data. This means that we have cross information about human resources and operational data. That's pretty good. Last one, we have some actionable insights, and you're going to find this a lot, and there's a reason about that. The thing is that in human resources, or at least in the departments that I work so far, we didn't have this kind of solution, this kind of dashboard where you can find such good and rich information about your current situation. I remember making a report, and it took me at least 40 hours to build something that now I see in human resources, and it takes me only 1 or 2 clicks. Of course, it takes a bit to load, but it doesn't take 40 hours. So we're gonna, with this actionable insights, we're gonna have some workforce intelligent dashboards. We can ensure compliance with regulations, and we are helping HR for work better in best practices. So with all this said, and after this introduction, let's go to the first challenge that I had for you. It's about the leaders. So what we want to do with the leaders is to democratize talent management. So if you're part of a team, or if you lead a team, or if you are not in a team, but you had the opportunity to be in one someday, we have something that is pretty common, and leaders are not they're not so owners of their own processes and their own reports. And why is this? Because they don't have tools that support their leadership. So as of today, we have some leaders that they are blaming HR for not being agile, for not having solutions, for not providing information, while they should be the ones leading or managing their own talent. By providing a solution like Dynamics for Human Resources, we are helping them to get rid of these excuses. We're helping them to conquer at least four 4 challenges. So we are providing them a unified management solution where they can see everything about the reports. Now we're gonna go through a demo, so you're gonna be able to see what is going on and how they can do that. The second one is about being owners of the processes and also about the teams. So they are no longer blaming anyone about what is done and what is not done, because they're the ones that they are managing all that. Then we have less pressure for HR, of course, because leaders are managing their talent, and HR is only supporting or guiding in a strategic way, or not in an operational way. Sorry. And then they have the chance to manage not only direct but indirect reports. So what does this mean? This means that if I'm a leader, I'm not only managing my direct reports, my team, but also the teams that report to my report. I know that sounds tricky, but it is my job as a leader to make sure that all the team works aligned and works fine. So it's not only my direct, but also my indirect reports. And with this said, I'm going to go to a demo and I'm going to share my screen. So I hope you find this useful. So I'm going to switch. I'm going to go here. So here you go. Welcome. This is Dynamics 365 for Human Resources. This is a trial environment that you can raise if you want to. Go into trials.dynamics.com. It's very easy to build, and very. It's kind of a nice way if you want to learn a bit more about the solution. For those with a Dynamics background, you know that this looks like a lot of every single solution around Dynamics 365. So yeah, that's it. What I want to show you right now is what the leaders are gonna use for to solve their challenges. So here we find my user is Anna. I'm a marketing executive here in this company. And what you can see here is the manager self-service that works together with employee self-service. That is something that we're going to see in the next slide. So what you're seeing here is the information about my team. As you can see, I have 3 reports, Benjamin, Chris, and Kevin. And I can see a lot of information about them, not only a summary about, a brief description about them, but also I can see position and details related to that position. We can see compensation to compare them. In this case, we can see, for example, Benjamin is the one that works for me the most. It's the oldest employee in terms of, the oldest employee, but it's the lowest with the compensation, with the lowest compensation. Then we can see leave and absence, balances for all employees based on different plans that they are involved in. We can see the performance goals. Where are they? If they're started, not started, if they're on track, if they have any need of improvement. And then we have the reviews and when they're gonna be taking place, but we don't have anyone. What I want to show you now is about the latest point that I mentioned about managing not only direct, because these are my direct reports, but also my indirect reports. So we can see here that we have a very tiny option here that it says View Team. If we go there, we can see also the information, the exact same tiles that we have here. For the people reporting to Benjamin. So I can see not only, for example, everything. I can see the request, I can see the compensation, I can see positions, I can see everything for the people reporting to my team. So that is a pretty awesome solution because it helps us to be aware of what's currently going on in the company. And we're very cognizant about how everything's going. So that's a thing. With all this said, I'm going back to my slide, and I hope you like that. Very, very easy information about leaders. Now we have our second challenge, that is connected with workers. So one of the things that you already saw that I mentioned, and I mentioned several ways, is to improve employee life cycle. And this is part of something bigger, because we are facing a very, very competitive moment where employee life cycle is taking a lot of interest. And I think that companies that are not prioritizing employee life cycle are failing in their strategy. So the idea of the solution of Dynamics HR to support this challenge is to provide a few solutions, very, very, for me, interesting. So we have a self-service platform that we're going to see right away. In this self-service platform, we are able to extend it if we don't like it, hide if we don't use some of the boxes, personalize. It's pretty awesome. So for example, if you had a power app that you want to embed because it makes sense for your processes, you can put it there, and it's pretty easy. As I already told you, there's an integration with Microsoft Teams for employees to submit their requests on time off. And that is pretty awesome, because instead of sending an email and getting a reply back, you can you can chat with the bot and ask for your balances, request some time off, and also that will impact in your balances in the solution. So it's pretty easy and pretty awesome. Also, we have closeness with leaders and HR, and also transparency in the processes, because as of now, we have no transparency. We have no, we're not sure how everything is going, or we ask for a vacation and we don't know if someone review it or not. But with this solution, we are able to do that, and we are able to to provide the transparency that everyone deserves as part of a team. So yes. Then we have the last one, that is quick and easy access to edit information. We can access very easily to our personal information. Sorry, and if, for example, if we have if we change our address, or if we change a personal contact or stuff like that, we are able to change it us instead of HR. So let's go and dive into the demo once again. I'm going to go back to the beginning, but we're going to do kind of the same journey. So here you can see the main page, dashboard. This is something that I customized because I love the Power Company and I love these things. So I use it for my company. I'm going through employee self-service. And instead of going to my team, I'm going to keep it here, and I'm going to show you what is employee self-service. So here we have our dashboard with every single information about myself. So as you can see, I'm going to zoom it. We can have here time off. We can request it from here, but we can also request it from Teams. We also have tasks and also courses if there were any future courses scheduled. We also have certificates, reviews, performance goals, total skills. I'm going to press and show compensation. It's going to load again. It's going to order it differently. And here we can see my compensation. And then we have some titles, some links here, for example, to see my job details. Let's go. I'm not sure what it's going to do this. Okay, so I know that I'm a marketing executive, and here there are all my job description. So that's it. This is employee self-service, and something that is very helpful for people that is not used to work this way. So we are one of the things that I think that adds a lot of value is the opportunity to edit some personal details. So as you can see here, we go to the edit personal details, and there are several of this information that we can edit. The first of this is addresses. So if I want to, for example, edit my home address because I change the states or something like that, we can change it from here, and we can select OK, and the change is done. And that's all we need. And it could save a lot of time or travel in the future. Then we have contact details. This means that we can add, for example, email, cell phone. That's not my phone, just in case. But we can add email or phone or any other contact details that we want. Then we have personal contact. I don't have, but you can have if you want to, and you are a person. Just in case something happens to you, there's a personal contact into the system, and this information is going to be visible for human resources, so they can hold them if something happens to you. Let's pray for that it doesn't happen. Then we have ID numbers, and here you can find, for example, a CCN, a security social number. Once again, this is not mine, but you can add or edit, for example, if you want to have your passport, visa, or whatever suits to your country, you can find it here. Lastly, but not less important, we have my payment method. That here we can select how we wanna be paid. So I think that we have two options: electronic payment, and there's another one. We can select on check. I don't think there's a lot of people now receiving their payment with check, but I don't know. And below you can find the bank information for this employee. And lastly, if you want to change your image, you can do it here. But I do like this one. It's not me, but I do like it. So this is what you can edit or change from an employee perspective. And this is all the things that you can see as an employee. Let me show you this one. Here we have some, well, if it opens, there you go. We have some skills, and these skills are related with the worker, but also with the job that the person is performing. So yeah, we have lots of information, and I should create a session just for employee self-service or manager self-service, but yeah, it's not today. Sorry for my cough. I don't know what's going on. Okay, and lastly, we have the third challenge. That this one is one of my favorites because I suffered from the inside, and now I know how we can solve it very, very easily. So what we're doing with HR is to help them work smarter. They just to give you a glimpse of what it feels to work in HR department. First thing, we don't have any budget to invest in anything. We don't have budget for solutions. We don't have budget for resources. We're a cost area of the company, so corporate expect us to work the best we can with the less they can provide. And that's not something that I made up. It's something that it happens in every single company. At least they're a very, very people-centric company. So we don't have budget. We don't have solutions. And sometimes when we do have a little tiny budget, we build something ad hoc. And that's a challenge because, for example, we start using an ad hoc ATS, and then we have an Excel and to gather information, of course, stored locally. And then we have email to receive all the resumes, and then we have folder stored locally, and I could go on, but that leads us to very, very uncommunicated solutions. So we are working a lot more than we could if we were using a solution. So if for example, an HR analyst is sick and they're not going to work, they're not able to share a file with their coworkers till they get back. So that impacts directly in how we respond to organizational needs. So we are going to help them. Doesn't matter, HR, we're here for you. We're going to help you to work smarter, facing these 4 challenges. We have one single solution for all soft processes. So the idea behind Dynamics for HR is to provide or to have a solution hire to retire. So we can share the employee life cycle in one single solution from the beginning to the ending. Then we have an easy integration, of course, with Power Platform. We can add Power Automate is already part of it, and I'm thinking it's going to be part of it in long term. But for example, you can build your own workflows or flows in the solution. You have like a link there. I'm going to show you. You have a link that says Automate with Power Automate, so you can do that. Power BI is part of out-of-the-box dashboards. We have Power Apps that we can embed that, and then missing one, Power Virtualizations. You can, of course, do something related with that. That's not my strongest points. The fact that we can easily integrate it with Power Platform, it's a fact that we are that companies have no excuses to buy it, and also to improve it. So if you don't like it, one of the first excuses that we find is that I don't like this solution, or I don't like how it looks like, or I don't like this feature. Okay, you don't like it, you can personalize with Power Platform, and you can make it even better. Then we have out-of-the-box dashboards that I already told you a lot about this, but I know that I'm creating some expectative here, but I'm going to show you in a bit how this looks like. And last but not least is HR focusing on strategy. So while now we have people focusing on operations because they need to, for example, create some reports, create dashboards, create information that takes them a lot of time. If we provide them a solution that by default is creating these insights, they do not need 40 hours a week or 40 hours a month to invest in building or crossing Excel information, because they already had that in the solution, and they can focus on a strategy and making people happier, how to improve teams or stuff like that. So let's go to the demo for human resources. I'm going to go back to the main dashboard. Here we are. As you can see, we have several modules, but my favorite to show you with this challenge is personal management. This personal management solution, it's built to show you a picture of what's currently going on in your company. And you have, for example, here some information, how many employees, how many contractors, how many open positions and stuff like that. But I'm not going to focus on that. I'm going to focus on analytics. So this is going to take a bit to load. But the funny thing or the interesting thing about this is that we are able to have some insights around some insights about my company in this dashboard. So here you can see below, you can see we have a lot of titles about all the dashboards that are already existing in the solution. So I can't see a single reason why an HR team will not use it. So here we have, for example, the open positions by department. We can see that operations, retail operation has a lot of open positions. We can also see one of the there's one that I really like. Here we have, for example, location, workers by location.
Hi, Justin, can you hear me?
Yeah. Hello. I'm listening to someone in the back. Okay, there we go. Sorry. I got confused. And one of the ones that I like the most is about workforce demographics, and not because I'm a woman and I see that there are lots of men in this company, but for example, we can see here that in retail operations we have much more men than women and stuff like that. And funny, we have in HR and in finance we have a lot of women. Okay, so we can also see how many languages are spoken by employees. We can see people by department. And one of the things that we can see that are very funny is that employee anniversaries or birthdays. How many times did HR send your birthday in the wrong date or didn't even send it? So here you can filter. You can see, for example, in May in retail operations, we have 24 people with a birthday, and you have the list. So what I wanted to show you with this out-of-the-box solution is that you are able to not think about building insights because they are already built in the solution. So with all this said, and with all this I've talked a lot, if there are any questions, feel free to reach out. I know that I talked a lot, and I know that I made up some words, and I know that maybe you have more doubts than anything. But just let me know if you have any question. I'm always happy to help. And yeah, that's it. If you want to reach out, here you can scan my. There you go. You can scan in this QR. You can scan my webpage, and you're going to see a lot of information around human resources. You can see articles in some sessions that I've made in Spanish and English. So if you want to see any content that is not there so far, please reach out. I'm very happy to create or co-create an article or co-create a session. So feel free to connect. I'm always happy to support. So thank you once again. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for the organizing team for having me. It's been a pleasure. It's been pretty awesome to share this moment with you. So thank you. That's it.
Yeah. Thanks, Anna. Thank you very much for this session. I have one question. Let me just show that question on the screen.
Go ahead.
Okay, so the Yumna Asim is asking about, do we have any connector for D365 HR in Power Platform?
Yeah, I think we have. I don't know. I don't know. Certainly, I don't certainly know where they are, where we can find them. But I'm going to list that down. I'm going to answer that question maybe in a blog.
Yeah, that would be great. Thanks, Anna. And there is one more question, which is, do we need to use on-prem? Do we need to use on-prem data gateway to connect with D365 HR?
Do we need what? Sorry.
Do we need? Let me just show you. Yeah. Do we need to use on-premises data gateway to connect with D365 HR?
I mean, I'm not really sure what this question refers to, but if this person wants to connect with me and I want to make sure I answer it. The thing is that to manage data into HR and to build all the solution, you can do it by connecting through Excel add-in. So that's something that I don't know if it answered the question, but the way to build your organizational data is through an Excel solution that Microsoft provided to connect with Dynamics HR. I don't think I'm answering the question, but anyway.
Okay, that's not a problem. I will ask Yumna to just connect with you.
Okay,
Anna, thank you very much for your time spent at Urdu Hindi Bootcamp 2021, and it was a pleasure to host you. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Have a great day, you all, and keep up with the amazing sessions.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye.
Hey, hello everyone once again. So now we are heading towards to our next session, which will be presented by Kasan. So, hi Kasan, how
Hi,
are you?
Amar. Good, I'm good. How about you?
I'm good. Nice to see you here.
Yeah, and thanks for
So
having me in this as well.
it's our pleasure to host you, mate. So I will not waste your time. I will just give this stage to you, and best of luck for your session.
Thank you, thanks, Amar. So good afternoon, and everyone who's joining from Pakistan and Pakistan User Group. Thanks for having me on this today's session, and also special thanks to Faisal, Amar, and all of the rest of the organizers and the Pakistan User Group as well for having this event and having me as well, and also providing me to speak in this wonderful event. So let's get into the session. So today we will look at the basic and advanced warehouse inventory counting in Dynamics 365 supply chain management. So I will cover on the basic and the advanced warehouse and the differences and why we do need to do the counting. So all these things will be covered. So let's getting into the session. And before that, I'll speak a bit about myself. So I'm Kasum Patirana, and I'm a D365 and Power Platform evangelist. And currently, I'm working at DXC Technology as a consultant. I started my journey in Microsoft Business Applications from Dynamics AX and have experience working with the product for around 9 to 10 years. And I've got experience in working with both ERP and the CRM as well, and also included, I was also involved in the Power Platform implementations as well. I do blogging as well using D365bits. So you can find me d365bits.com, and also in LinkedIn as well using the links I have shown here. And also heavily involved in the community events as well. I also co-organize in the Sri Lanka BSAPS user group as well, and part of the ASEAN's Microsoft user group as well. So a lot of community events I do as well. So, and also I enjoy playing cricket as well, and running and hiking as well. So if you have anything in this interest, so please feel free to chat with me as well on those topics as well. So let's get into the session. So let's look at what's the point of counting, the stock. So let's look at on this. We'll start from here. So what is the point of counting the stock? A stock take is a kind of a mechanism that we use to make sure that stock on hand, registered or recorded in your system is accurate. So you need to make sure that your stock on hand, which is in the system, is accurate. So that's the primary objective of that. And imagine if you have a new stock which is arriving at your docks, and you need to check off those at the point of receipt to make sure that you have actually received everything you've ordered. And also this process increases the stock on your hand, right, of the businesses, and records your purchases as well. So when a sale is made, the stock will be reduced from your stock, right? So the important part is to make sure that your count is correct in the system. And in some cases, in retail businesses, there can be some times like when the actual physical stock on hand will no longer matches with your system. So let's look at why it's not matching with your system. So might be someone is stealing, right? It's a theft. Or maybe someone is forgetting to record the delivery of new stock, or some other various reasons it can be. So you might not have the accurate stock take, right? So there will be inconsistencies of your stock and bring your inventory back in line, right? So that's the problem with that. So because of that, you will have that stock counting, because you need to make sure that your stock in the system is accurate. And also this is also helping in terms of making to make better buying decisions throughout the year. So if you look at your stock and if you identify and understand what your stock levels, then it can help you, getting back, correcting it, and then also making a right decision for your stock. And the next question, do we really need to do a stock take every year, right? So that's another question, right? So usually you have seen most of the stock takes, carrying out once a year. The reason is that you need an accurate stock count, maybe for financial reasons as well. The financial reasons as well. So you need to make sure that you have the accurate stock count every year at the end of the year. So the companies, used to do a yearly stock take, right? So that's what they're usually doing. But there are other ways as well, right? So the other ways are that you need to make sure that the the stock take that you do, you can also do in smaller or more frequent stock counts. So you can do more smaller as well as frequent stock counts. So that's where the counting comes in, or the periodic counting comes in, right? So the periodic counting helps you to, throughout the year, you do the inventory counting throughout the year, make sure that you have a better stock, in your system. So better accurate stock in your system. So for that, you can do smaller, more frequent stock counts throughout the year. So that helps you and make sure that you have the accurate stock count, as well as each directly impacts your profit as well, right? So this is the important part. So now we understand what is the point of the counting stock, and do we really need to do a stock take every year? So we know now what our stands are, right? And let's get into the annual or the periodic counting. So annual counting, as I was telling earlier, so annual counting or annual inventory taking is carried out usually to satisfy an accounting requirement, right? And every item in this process, every item you need to count. So that's the other thing. So every item you need to count. So imagine counting every item in your system will take a long time, and it might disrupt your business, or you might, if it's a bigger business, you might need to stop for a few days when you're doing the inventory counting. So that's a loss of business for the business. And periodic counting inventory taking into the continuous counting of stock to identify discrepancies. So you are continuously counting your stock to identify discrepancies. And you're also getting, because in the annual counting, you will not see any issues until you count at the end of the year. But in the periodic counting, what will happen? If you have any misplaced items, you can detect those soon and without needing for an annual count. So that's really important, right? Because you can do that kind of a count, periodic counting, and then you can identify issues that you have. And if you've done that properly, this will eliminate the need of having a physical inventory count at the end. So maybe initially when you start, you might need to compare with the annual counting as well as the periodic counting and see how the result goes. And then at the end of the day, maybe after a few tries, you can eliminate of having the physical inventory count at the end if you have a proper periodic counting, right? So let's look at the cycle count in detail and understand what are the cycle count, or what are the methodologies as well. We'll go into the methodologies as well later on. So what are the cycle count? So cycle count helps you to discover the discrepancies as soon as they occur, as I was telling earlier. So whenever you do a periodic counting, if there's an issue, you can identify. So identifying that issue will also help you, because you can once you identify, because it's not taken too long, you can find the issue, what was the issue, and maybe you can correct those ones. So if you do it at the end, so what happens, you might not be able to go back and fix it because you don't know what has happened. It might have happened long time back. And not every item has to be counted in this process. So that's another thing. So it's not required to count all the items using this process. Usually, some of the standards, they say you can achieve 95% of accuracy all times, right? So if you have 95%, you're satisfied. But you might need to check this with finance if it's a correct approach, right? And if you're having a mature cycle count, you can eliminate having the annual physical inventory taking process, as I was telling earlier. But when you're trying initially, you might need to do some tries and see how it goes. And there are several methodologies you can use for the cycle counting as well. So I'll talk about those cycle counting methodologies as well in the next step. So these are the cycle count methodologies that we can see: control group, location audit, random selection, diminution population, product categories, ABC analysis. So let me just briefly tell what are the approaches, what are the methodologies these are, you can use. So basically, if you select the best way to perform the cycle counting, if you think about two companies like A and B, they may have the same SKUs or stock keeping units, right? And items released to the or the release products. But items are unitized in company A, and company B, items are counted as 1C and 2Z, like 1 and 2. So you might be having a company that is unitized, right? Or you might be having a company which is counting 1 and 2, counting those items individually. So therefore, if you take a look at A and B, which will be taking more time? So the company B definitely will be spending more time. So when you have that kind of a scenario, you might need to see which strategy or which methodology that you have to use. So depending on the company, so what I want to highlight is, depending on the company, depending on your situation, depending on the warehouses, how it's structured or your operations, you might need to think about the methodology that you use, right? So that's the important part here. So any counting, so let's talk about the control group more. So any counting method that you use to start with small scale counting test, so you can use the control group. So if you are starting with a cycle count, you can start with a control group kind of a method. So the control group can be used to, as a starting point, and this shouldn't be usually a method, right? And then you can use SKU selected using control group, and it should represent the true cross section in the entire population. So that means you can have an expensive item, you can have a non-expensive item, you can have a fast moving item, you can have a slow moving item, and you have a long lead time item. So likewise, you have to have a good cross section as well. And location audit. So you can also find the second method is the location audit. So the location audit, in this approach, you can divide the stock room or your warehouses in some logical method, rooms or racks or bins, and then on each counting day, you can count the SKUs found in those areas. And the random selection. So the random selection is another method that you can use. So probably the easiest form of the cycle counting. You select random items, but it should represent the cross section of your entire population. So that's the other thing that you need to identify, understand. You need to have expensive, as I was telling earlier. If you need to have a true cross section, you need to have expensive items, non-expensive items, fast moving items, slow moving items, as well as long lead items as well, long lead time items as well. And the next one is the diminishing population. So this is another versatile approach that you can use. It can be used as a standalone procedure or used as a part of the product category approach, right? So this is another approach that you can use, and usually the diminishing population technique ensures all the items in the population are counted at least once per cycle, right? So that's what it does. And there's another one is called product category. So the product category is basically by the look of the name as well. So it will look at a characteristic of your SKUs, and then you can use this kind of a product category approach as well. I think ABC analysis is one of the sophisticated method, and you've come across in the system as well in D365 FinOps, ABC classification. So ABC classification can be also used in the cycle counting methodologies as well. So these are the cycle counting methodologies that you can follow. So let's move into the next option, next from the system point of view. So from SCM D365 FinOps system point of view, we have warehouse management options. So there are options that you can use to set up the warehouses, right? So you can have warehouse management WMS enabled warehouses, or you can have WMS not enabled, or the basic warehouses. So that's the whole point that we are discussing, advanced or the basic warehouses. And then we can have we can define the items to be WMS enabled items or WMS not enabled items, right? So these are the combinations that we have, and you need to take that also into the consideration as well. So before we go into the details, so let me quickly run through on these setups. Probably I'll go to the system and go through that. That would be much better. So let's go into the system, and then we can have a quick check on these ones. So let's look at the warehouses. Yeah. So if you look at number 24 is actually advanced warehouse enabled warehouse. So this is how you can identify if it's an enabled for the advanced warehouses. So if you look at number 11, so these were the two warehouses that we will use for the example, and it's not actually enabled for the advanced warehouse. It's a basic warehouse, right? So we'll take these two and go into our next set of exercises. Let's go through those ones. There are a heap of other item related setups as well. Quickly, maybe I'll go through one of them, and then we can actually do some exercises and see how it goes with the demo. So let's go to the release products and see the item setup. So in this scenario, usually we use this A0001. So that's the item I'm going to use. Just go into the item, and I will show you the setups here. So this is the release product detail, and this is the item that we are talking about. And let's look at the storage dimension group. So here you would see that the warehouse management has been enabled. So that's one of the setups for if you want to enable an item for the advanced warehouses. So that's from the item level. And the other one, you can see here the reservation hierarchy, right? So the reservation hierarchy is another option that you need to set up, right? It will define how the sequences basically it'll go through the sequences as reservation hierarchies will have that sequence of reservations, and show how it will be reserved based on the priorities or based on the sequence that you have set up here. So that's another setup that is critical to identify if it's an advanced warehouse. If it's advanced warehouse, you need to be setting up these ones. And let's go to the other one, that is the under the warehouse. Here you would have some other setups as well, like unique sequence group ID and fixed product location. So these ones will be also critical in your setup. So I don't want to go, I'm not going to detail on these ones because I will go into the exercises, but I'm just highlighting for you to identify. And if you're having an item which is set up for the WMS enabled, then these are the critical setups that you need to look at in that sense. So let's go into our usual the counting, or the there's two form of counting. So if you go to the inventory management, there's two form of counting. So one is the counting journal, and then the other one is the tag counting, right? So there are two methods that you can use, and those two methods, the tag counting is actually basically differs from like you need to have a physical tag. If you're using the tag counting, you need to have a physical tag on your item, and During the counting, you need to have that value for the item and also the counted quantity. So that's the tag counting. Usually in the containers kind of stuff, you can use the tag counting, but usually we are using the counting. So most frequently using counting, but the tag counting is special case. So I'm going to go to the counting and then we'll go into the counting form first. So this is what you do when you're taking the inventory stock take, maybe financially end, or if you want to do periodically also you can do it, but that's the basic warehouses. So this is the approach that you use for the basic warehouses basically. So let's create the new counting journal. Let me take the number 24 and I'm enable my warehouse. Click OK. If you want to add an employee, you can do so. And you have a few options, on hand, or you can use the item. So I'm going to use the on hand in this case. And my item, let me go to the item and see. Yeah, item I'm going to filter for the A0001 in this case. And you would also notice that counting group is one of the things that you can see. And there's another setup for the active counting code as well. So let me go back to the release products, go back and show you that the counting group here. So this is the counting group. So you can define a counting group for an item. And in this case, the counting group, and you can see the counting code is period, right? So if you want to get leverage on these setups, you can actually use these filtrations in that when you're creating on-hand counting journal. Because if you're having different set of groups, so you can define in different methods, different ways. So this is for the basic warehouses. You can use the counting group monthly or any other form that you want, you can define here. So let me click OK without considering the activate counting code in this situation. So when I run, so you would see that the on hand actually generated the count here, right? So you can see that count. Probably we'll go to another screen just to duplicate tab and show you the on hand as well, so that we understand what's the on hand as well at the same time. Let me copy the item and let's wait until this comes. Yes, that's fine. Yeah, let's wait until this comes. So just want to before that comes, I just, because I have done accounting for this already, so today, so that's why. But you can you'll get it into the line. But let me run it in another way, just to show you what will happen if I run with the counting code, because the counting code, if you noticed earlier, this is actually considering for the period and the 30 days. Since I have counted today, if I run this, let's see what will be the result. If I'm considering the counting code here, so you wouldn't get anything because I've already counted. So if you enable the counting code, you won't get it. So it's if you enable the counting code for this calculation or this generation, then it will not generate anything. But if I'm disabling the active counting code here, and if I have the counting group, it will come to the journal line. So that's what the two setups. So that you have to be careful when you're running. So if you are running, you should be running with the counting code activated, or you are running without the without that, only for the counting group. So you need to be careful on when you're running it. So let's check the item on hand at the same time. So let's go back and check the on hand to show you what's the count there. Yeah. So if you look at this situation, I have a count. So actually, basically, I'm running for the 24. So you would see. Let me get the 24. Let's filter for the 24 first. So you can see, yeah. So you can see 201. So that's actually correct. But this is without the location. But if I want to specify a location, that will actually give me let's say bulk location, this one. So you can get that. The bulk location is how much? 111 physical inventory. So this is correct. So let's say maybe I counted as 112. You can see that's the difference. So it will be posted back to the inventory with the cost price of 12 coming from the item itself. And let's post it. So that's the usual count. So I'm just getting an example with one item, but usually this is for all the items. So if you're running periodically, you can use that periodic counting as well using this, but then it will be for that specific items depending on the methodologies that you will be following. So that's posted. If I check now, my on hand will be 112. Yeah, that's correct. So that's how we check. So if you notice that this 24 is actually also a advanced warehouse as well, but I've used the counting journal as well. So that's to keep it in your mind so that you can use it for both, right? And let's go to the options that we can use on the periodic methods. That we can use few options to for the cycle count plans. So let's see why is the cycle count plan, right? So if you go to the warehouse management, so let's go move from the standard inventory management. Let's go to the advanced management now, advanced warehouse counting processes, right? So if I go here, we want to follow the is it counting? You can see all the counting related when you do that. So if we go to the cycle count plans here, you can see the counting cycle count plans here. So let's take quickly the cycle count plan. So I have a random. So I was talking about the random earlier. So I have a random actually cycle count plan. Let me also at the same time go to the open cycle count. So whenever you generate that, it actually comes to the open cycle count. So that's what happens. So basically, if I remove these ones, let me cancel all of them first. So I've cancelled it. So no more records here. So I'm going to execute this random plan. And you would notice that I have a cycle, the work template as well, attached as well. And I have defined my product queries here. So you can define the items here if you want. If you don't want, you can let it be like this, these situations, or yeah, depending on how you want to run. And you can also this is actually excluding empty. You can include empty or only empty. So depending on whatever the option that you select, you can do that. But let me quickly do it so that we can go through there. So quickly execute that. So once we execute this, let's see what will happen. So let's see the message. Cycle count work has been created. So that's been created. That's great. So you see that that's been already generated. So let me take, let's go to the so you have mobile device menu items. Maybe I can, let me log into the, this is actually the simulation. So you can use you usually use a mobile warehouse app. But the same functionality, if you want to try with a system admin, right? So you can use this simulation. But other than that, you'll using the definitely using that advanced warehouse mobile for the actual activities. But this is for the demonstration purposes. I'll be using this. So let me log off and let me log in here. I'm actually logging for the 24 warehouse, K24, and I enter the password and come here. Okay, so let's go to the inventory. We have the cycle count guided or cycle count blind and spot counting. So in this case, I'm going to use cycle count guided. Let me take the cycle count guided. So if you see that my item is A0002, let me go back to A0002 and find out how much, because I don't know how many items, but if you are in the warehouse, you would know definitely how much the value. But I want to enter something which is in the range. Let me see. COOP, that is actually how many we have, 10. So let me enter 21. cycles for a specific reason. So I have 11 quantity more, and it shows me count differs from the on-hand quantity. So that's based on how you set up in the mobile device menu item. Probably I can show that. Let's see, menu item. Let's see, cycle count. Cycle counting. So number of items 1. So and also it will display the item number, display the license plate, and it will only attempt one time and tell you that this is not the correct count is differ. So are you sure, right? So I'm gonna repeat it again. 21, I think, correct? Yeah, 21, and say. So I'm adding, actually, I'm just gonna finish this one. So I added 11 quantity, more than that. So this is for the second one. Let me cancel this one for the moment, and we'll go back to this one. This open cycle count works. So let me refresh it. So once I refresh, the one will be disappearing. The other one, if you notice that I didn't go ahead with that one. So 61 is actually will be in the closed cycle count, not in the closed cycle count work. It should be in the closed cycle count work, but it will not be. But it will be in the, I'll come to that. It will be in the cycle count work pending review. So why was that? If you notice that I've logged in as K24 in this, so let me go back to the system to show you the worker, how the work has been set up in this situation. So if you go to the K24, so if you notice that maximum quantity limit is 10, but I've entered 21. So my on hand was 10. I've entered 21. So that's actually more than the maximum quantity limit that I can approve, because I'm not a cycle count supervisor. Only the cycle count supervisor is the Julia. So I'm not a cycle count supervisor, but since I've entered more than that quantity, that needs an approval. So let's go to the cycle counting here, and you will accept that count. You can accept or reject. So once you accept, what will happen? It will go back and post this 0113 journal. Let's go to the journal and check what happened here. Let me take all the posted. Yes. And this is the one I think we posted from the work. So you can see that work number as well, 63. So when I go inside, you would see that the quantity, right? And that's been actually posted into the inventory. So that's actually following the cycle count plan. So that's how we can utilize the cycle counting plan. So if you just to let you know what happened, what has been done. So basically we have executed the cycle count plan and earlier. Let's go to the cycle count plan. That's what we did first, the cycle count plan. Yeah, cycle count plan, that's what we did. So we executed the cycle count plan for the random, that's including A0001 and A0002. And we got one work with A0002, and then we completed that using the mobile device. So once we completed, we actually did more than the specified quantity, and then it required approval because I'm not a cycle count supervisor, and my threshold is also not within the limit as well. So it's more than my limit, so it needs the approval. So the system we must a cycle count supervisor or another person who have the access onto this cycle counting review to go and approve or accept or reject that count. So they accepted, it's correct, and that actually posted the posted the counting journal as well behind the scene. That's what I've shown earlier. So that's the process. So that's one for the cycle counting. And so you can have different kind of cycle counting. So you can have so I was talking about the cycle count plans, but I'll also touch upon quickly on the other options as well, maybe. Yeah, so that we can do so we have open cycle count work, and that's where the cycle count is generating. And then we have a closed cycle count work where once it's been completed, that will be there. And you have cycle count work pending review. So this is the if you have a pending review, that will come here. And so these are the ones that you need to see. So let me just quickly go to the closed one to show you quickly. Sorry, not that one. It's a closed one. Because there's no pending work, I've actually clicked that. So that's the one which we've completed, right? Right. So that's good. We've done that. Let me show you another option, which is actually the spot counting. So the spot counting is where you can actually, the workers, maybe when they're within the warehouse, so they could decide, or maybe we need to do a spot counting for this location. You can have that spot counting and see, or maybe you find out something missing in that item. So when you're doing a pick, we'll probably figure out there's no quantity, and then so what happens is you can do a quick spot counting, right? So that's what you can do. Let me go back to the on hand just to see one of the on hand list, which can help us to do a spot counting, so that we see what we can use here. Maybe 6005. Find one location quickly. Yeah, so that will only have one item, A0002. So yeah, that's fine. So let me take that location. Let's say count. I will say A0002. And need to have a license plate. Okay, this is the license plate. And what's my quantity? 21. So in this situation, I would say it's 21. So no difference. Say finished. So that's been completed. So let's see what has happened here. Let's go to the account. I think there's nothing pending in this situation. So close cycle count work. Let's go here. Yep. So you can see that screen already closed. Let me go to there. Show you what's in that. Yeah, so that's the one which we did using the spot counting. So nothing changed. So that's the one, right? So that's how we can utilize the spot counting and the cycle count lines. There are heaps of other functionalities as well. Probably I'll quickly tell about some of them. One of the other things that you would notice, if you have used the ABC classifications as well, you could be utilizing that. So if you want to use ABC code margin or revenue or code value, so you could actually utilize these ones as well. So can be based on the ABC classification, or it could be maybe you want to go by the zones. So it will depend as well. So what you want. And there's one more thing as well, cycle count threshold as well. Quickly go to the threshold before I'm going to the last part of the session. So if you see the select items here, so you can actually select an item here for your threshold. So what it does is basically it'll if you reach the threshold quantity 0 in this situation, it will actually generate the work as well, cycle counting as well. So there's few options. You can also have a schedule as well, cycle count. So there are a lot of options that you can do. So in these ones, I haven't explained on these days between. So if you want maximum number of counting, cycle counts, how much, 50 in this case, and days between. So you have 90 days in between. So there are various setups in that. So might not have all time today to discuss, but I think I've covered most of the stuff which we'll go in. I'll quickly go into the last part here. So there are some resources as well in here, and thank you for everyone as well. So I'll look for any questions if there's any questions.
So thank you, Kasun. Advanced warehousing is something which is really something interesting for me. And I'm also a consultant of SCM. So it was always a fun, going through your session, and it was really informative. So we have some questions for you. The first one is, can this be can this be done for a specific unit, like only count cartons?
I'm just trying to see on this specific unit. Yeah, you can do it, like only count cartons. Yeah, you can utilize overview. There's different ways of doing it as well. You can definitely there are workarounds. You can do it. So there's filter codes as well. There's various filtrations, filters in the warehouse. If you can possibly achieve it doing one or the other. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Kasun. There is one more question, and the question is, what is the main difference between, or if you could just share a business scenario between a tag counting and a normal counting? So where we usually use tag counting?
Yeah, tag counting is used in the containers as well. Like containers will be one of the examples that you can see, the tag counting. Yeah, that's one example I can come up with. Yeah, and usually you need to have that labels and the tags basically. So you need to have a separate label. So if you search for the tags, you could find several tags. In the probably I'll have in the I'll have as well. Let me show you quickly. I think I have a slide here, so let me show that one. Yeah, this is one of the examples. You can see the inventory counting journal. So you can see that the tag counting. So this kind of tag you will have basically. So you'll have that the quantity, part number, and it will be tagged into the physical. It will be tagged. So that's the thing. Yeah, during the counting, this will be the value for the item ID and the count and quantity, and this has to have a physical tag on each item. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Kasun. We have one more question. So sometime it is observed that once the counting activity happens, the inventory quantity matches with the physical quantity. However, the financial amount mismatches with GL. What is the best way to handle it?
The inventory quantity matches with the physical quantity. However, the financial amount mismatches. Yeah, this would definitely will have a few ways of doing it. There are differences definitely in the GL mismatches, and there will be a few other things that you can do to do that. Yeah, and definitely running on some reports in the GL side as well to see the differences, and then you can. Yeah, it depends on the scenario wise as well, but high level, yes. Yeah.
Thanks, Kasun. We have some appreciation for you as well. Rachit Garg is saying that great session, Kasun, very informative. So I think that's all for today. Thank you very much for part of our Urdu Hindi Bootcamp 2021. And it's a pleasure to host you.
Thank you. Thanks, Amar. And it was a really good, occasion for me to participate. And you guys have done wonderful job as well, organizing this, and it was wonderful. So everyone is really happy, and a lot of information and sessions and sharing back to the community. That's wonderful. Thank you.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Amar. Thanks, Faisal.
Thank you.
And
Bye.
everyone who's involved. Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Okay, assalamu alaikum again. Hello everyone. So मेरे साथ आज मौजूद हैं मोहम्मद शेप सिस्टम्स लिमिटेड से, जो कि आज आपको बताएंगे लैंडेड कॉस्ट के बारे में, जो कि इंतहाई एक बड़ा गैप था माइक्रोसॉफ्ट की प्रोडक्ट में, विच माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ने रिसेंटली लॉन्च किया इस मॉड्यूल को. So हाय शोएब, कैसे हैं आप?
Hi Amar, I'm good. How are you?
गुड गुड. ओके, तो मैं जरा भी टाइम जाया किए बगैर मैं आपको स्टेज देता हूं ताकि आप हमें बता सकें लैंडेड कॉस्ट के बारे में. थैंक यू फॉर जॉइनिंग अस टुडे.
Amar, I think there is some connectivity issue.
I can hear you.
Hello Amar. Hello. Okay, so welcome to all of you, and thank you for joining this session. And I'm very glad that this event has been organized by Urdu Hindi community. This is event is very helpful. और इस तरीके से इवेंट है हमारी जो नॉर्मली गैप था कि हमारी कम्युनिटी में बहुत सारे लोग शेयरिंग अपनी नॉलेज शेयरिंग नहीं कर रहे थे, तो लिहाजा इस कम्युनिटी के थ्रू हमारे पास ऐसे बहुत सारे स्पीकर्स मौजूद हैं जो अपने एक्सपर्ट नॉलेज हमारे साथ शेयर कर रहे हैं. और ये बड़ी हेल्पफुल होती है ये. All right, so without wasting the time, I'm just going to explain what I'm going to cover in today's topic. So today I'm going to cover the Explore Landed Cost module D365 जो कि Microsoft ने recently launch किया है. So आप सबको बहुत बहुत खुशामदीद, वेलकम कि आप लोग ने अपना कीमती वक्त इस सेशन के लिए निकाला और इसको ज्वाइन किया. So before starting the a little bit introduction about myself. My name is Mohammad Shoaib Hussain, and I'm working in System Limited since 2015, and I have around more than 5 years of experience on Dynamics 365. और जो मेरे कोर एरिया हैं यानी कि D365 में मैं जिन कोर एरिया पे काम करता हूँ वो नॉर्मली सप्लाई चेन, प्रोडक्शन प्लानिंग, रिटेल और फाइनेंस के ऊपर मैं नॉर्मली काम कर रहा होता हूँ. अपार्ट फ्रॉम दिस आई आल्सो रहे हैं वो टॉपिक है लैंडेड कॉस्ट मॉड्यूल इन D365, जो कि एक बहुत बड़ा गैप था हमारे डायनामिक्स की एप्लीकेशन पे. या अगर जिन लोगों ने AX 2012 यूज़ किया था या इस मॉड्यूल से पहले D365 को यूज़ कर रहे थे, तो बहुत ज़्यादा हार्ड होता था कि एस्टिमेटेड कॉस्ट को हम कैलकुलेट कर सकें या अपनी आइटम की लैंडेड कॉस्ट को हम क्या कहते हैं प्रॉपर कैलकुलेट कर सकें. So today I'm going to cover के Microsoft ने क्या रिक्वायरमेंट थी, क्या नीड थी, और इस मॉड्यूल से पहले माइक्रोसॉफ्ट की जो प्रोडक्ट थी AX 2012 में या D365 में क्या-क्या गैप था. सो स्टार्ट जो हम करेंगे वो बेसिकली एक लैंडेड कॉस्ट से स्टार्ट करेंगे. पहले हम समझेंगे कि लैंडेड कॉस्ट बेसिकली कहते किसको हैं और लैंडेड कॉस्ट का पर्पस क्या है. उसके बाद इसकी कुछ टर्मिनोलॉजी पे हम बात करेंगे, इनको टर्म्स पे बात करेंगे, और मैंने जो इसके सेटअप्स हैं, ठीक है, मैं इसके सेटअप्स के थोड़े गो थ्रू भी दूंगा आपको कि अगर आप लैंडेड कॉस्ट इम्प्लीमेंट करने जा रहे हैं या लैंडेड से कॉस्टिंग सेटअप्स आपको रिक्वायरमेंट होगी. ठीक है, इसके अलावा हम फिर दो एंड टू एंड डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन सिनेरियो भी देखेंगे कि हमारे पास लैंडेड कॉस्ट किस तरीके से माइक्रोसॉफ्ट कैप्चर करेगा इस मॉड्यूल को इनेबल करने के बाद. सो लेट्स स्टार्ट विद द बेसिक ओवरव्यू ऑफ लैंडेड कॉस्ट. बेसिकली लैंडेड कॉस्ट का पर्पस ये होता है कि आप फॉर एग्जांपल कोई आइटम परचेज करते हैं. ठीक है, आपका कोई वेंडर है, आप जिससे डीलिंग कर रहे होते हैं, तो उसमें क्या हो रहा होता है कि बेसिकली आप एक बात करते हैं कि ठीक है, मैं एक आइटम है, ठीक है, जो कि मुझे इंपोर्ट करना है चाइना से न्यूजीलैंड या चाइना से ऑस्ट्रेलिया। तो जो आपका वेंडर होता है, वो वेंडर आपको एक प्राइस कोट करता है। अब उसमें एक बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ होती है कि वो जो आप डील कर रहे हैं अपने वेंडर के साथ, वो किस टर्म पे डिपेंड करती है, जिसको हम नॉर्मली इनको टर्म्स भी कह रहे होते हैं या एएक्स में इसको डिलीवरी टर्म भी कह रहे होते हैं। तो बेसिकली लैंडेड कॉस्ट है क्या? फॉर एग्जांपल मैंने एक आइटम परचेज़ किया या एक डील करी मैंने अपने वेंडर के साथ। वेंडर ने मुझे उस परचेज़ ने अपनी प्राइस बताई, लेकिन अब मेरे यहाँ पे डिपेंड करता है कि मेरे इसमें कितने अदर चार्जेस हो सकते हैं। लाइक अगर मैं $100 की उससे प्रोक्योरमेंट कर रहा हूँ और उस वो चाइना में मेरा वेंडर बैठा हुआ है और मुझे न्यूजीलैंड, ऑस्ट्रेलिया या पाकिस्तान में उस आइटम को इंपोर्ट करना है, तो डेफिनेटली मुझे कुछ चार्जेस पे करने पड़ते हैं, जिसमें मेरे शिपिंग चार्जेस आ रहे होते हैं, जिसमें मेरे इंश्योरेंस चार्जेस आ रहे होते हैं, कस्टम की ड्यूटीज आ रही होती हैं, टैक्स आ रहे होते हैं। तो उन सब चार्जेस को मिला के वो नॉर्मली क्या होते हैं कि आपकी कॉस्ट का इसमें जो कॉस्ट का पार्ट का फैक्टर है, उसमें 2 चीज़ें होती हैं। पहली तो ये कि आपके पास जो कॉस्ट है, ठीक है? वो कॉस्ट है किस टाइप की कि वो कॉस्ट रिकवरेबल है या उसको रिकवर नहीं कर सकते। फॉर एग्ज़ाम्पल अगर मैंने कोई टैक्स पे किया है अपनी कोई इम्पोर्ट करने के लिए, तो उस कॉस्ट को क्या मैं अपनी लैंडेड कॉस्ट का पार्ट बनाना है या नहीं बनाना है? इसका डिसीज़न ये होता है कि अगर जो थंब रूल है, सिंपल आप ये कह सकते हैं कि अगर जो कॉस्ट आप रिकवर कर सकते हैं, तो वो उस लैंडेड कॉस्ट का पार्ट नहीं वो आप अपनी कॉस्ट का पार्ट बनाते हैं। इसको एक एग्जांपल देके समझते हैं कि हमारे पास एक जो वेंडर था, उस वेंडर ने हमसे जो डील करी वो ₹100 आइटम्स की डील करी, ठीक है? अब उसको लाते-लाते मुझे कुछ इंश्योरेंस पे करना पड़ा, ठीक है? अब इंश्योरेंस जो है वो मैं उस आइटम को लाने के लिए जो इंश्योरेंस फीस पे कर रहा हूँ, सी फीस पे कर रहा हूँ, वो मैं रिकवर नहीं कर सकता, ठीक है? इसके अलावा फिर मैं कुछ डिलीवरी चार्जेस, शिपिंग चार्जेस वो मैं रिकवर नहीं कर सकता। वो मेरे पास से अगर गया है, तो मैं किसी भी टर्म से उसको रिकवर नहीं कर सकता। लेकिन इम्पोर्ट टैक्स जो होता है, तो वो मैं बाद में क्लेम कर सकता हूँ, सही है? तो फॉर एग्ज़ाम्पल अगर मैंने एक आइटम लिया ₹100 का, उसमें मैंने ₹20 की शिपिंग चार्जेस लगाए और ₹30 की या $30 की मैंने क्या कहते हैं इंश्योरेंस चार्जेस लगाए और ₹50 या $50 मैंने उसकी टैक्स पे किया। तो अराउंड मैंने इस इन्वेंटरी को अपने शिपर से लेके अपने मेन वेयरहाउस तक लाने में ऑलमोस्ट 200 रुपए मैंने पे कर दिए, ठीक है? अब जैसे उसने इन्वेंटरी देनी थी और शिपिंग तक पहुँचानी थी, उसके बाद शिपिंग को मुझे अपनी पोर्ट या अपने वेयरहाउस तक लाने में जितनी भी कॉस्ट लगी, वो मैंने पे करी, ठीक है? अब उस कॉस्ट को अब आइदर या तो मैं उसको आइटम का पार्ट बनाऊँगा या फिर मैं उसको आइटम का पार्ट नहीं बनाऊँगा। उसका डिसीज़न कैसे लेना है कि अगर आपने वो कॉस्ट कवरेबल है, तो वो आप क्या कर सकते हैं कि उसको रिकवर कर सकते हैं टैक्स के थ्रू, तो आप उसका पार्ट नहीं बनाते। लेकिन जैसे 150 मैंने बताया कि ₹30 और ₹30 मैंने शिपिंग चार्जेस दिए और ₹20 मैंने इंश्योरेंस चार्जेस दिए, वो मैं रिकवर नहीं कर सकता। उन ₹50 को अपनी कॉस्ट का पार्ट बनाऊँगा और मैं ये बोलूँगा कि मुझे परचेज़ प्राइस ₹100 की पड़ी और ₹50 मेरे पास एक्स्ट्रा चार्जेस आए जो कि रिकवर नहीं कर सकता था। वो भी मैं उसका कॉस्ट का पार्ट बनाऊँगा, लेकिन जो ₹50 मैंने गवर्नमेंट को दिए हैं एज़ अ टैक्स, तो मैं इसको रिकवर कर सकता हूँ, तो मैं उसको बाद में कर लूँगा रिकवर, ठीक है? तो नॉर्मली लैंडेड कॉस्ट की जो नॉर्मल डेफिनिशन है, जिसमें बहुत अच्छी यहाँ पे डायग्राम बताई हुई है कि आपने प्रोक्योर किया $1000 का, आपने इंश्योरेंस पे किए 100 यूरो, फिर आपने कंटेनर की शिपिंग चार्जेस बताई $100 और टैक्स 50 मसला ये होता था कि हम क्या कहते हैं कॉस्टिंग सही नहीं कर पाते थे फॉर द इम्पोर्ट आइटम। उसके रीज़न क्या था, हम लोग चार्जेस लगाते थे, उसकी फिर डिवीज़न नहीं होती थी लाइक कि अगर मैंने 2 आइटम प्रोक्योर किए या इम्पोर्ट किए, वो आइटम इम्पोर्ट करने के बाद मुझे उसकी ब्रेकअप अगर मैंने 2 आइटम प्रोक्योर किए, ₹200 का फिक्स्ड कॉस्ट मैंने दी। अब मैं उसको किस बेस पे डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करूँ, ठीक है? एक तो ये चैलेंज आता था, फिर उसकी एडजस्टमेंट का इश्यू आता था कि चार्जेस थे $200 या ₹200, लेकिन जो मेरे पास एक्चुअल फ्रेट बिल आया वो 300-350 आया, ठीक है। तो उसकी भी एक एडजस्टमेंट का भी एक इशू होता था, जिसकी वजह से आपकी जो कॉस्ट थी, लैंडेड कॉस्ट, वो बड़ी हिलते रहती थी और बड़ा इशू होता था इसको अपनी एप्लीकेशन में मैनेज करना। लेकिन आफ्टर दिस मॉड्यूल आपके पास बहुत अच्छा बेनिफिट होगा और आप अपनी लैंडेड कॉस्ट को बहुत अच्छी तरीके से सिस्टम में मेंटेन कर सकते हैं। अच्छा, इसमें हमारे पास जो बेसिक फीचर माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ने प्रोवाइड किया है वो एक तो ये है कि आप इसमें लैंडेड कॉस्ट बिफोर है, तो उसकी जो चार्जेस है वो किस तरीके से डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करते हैं, तो उसका भी माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ने अब ऑप्शन दे दिया है कि आप अपने डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन रूल भी बना सकते हैं ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ वेट या वॉल्यूम या पीसेस के अगेंस्ट आप अपनी जो कॉस्ट है, फिक्स कॉस्ट को डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कर सकते हैं, जो कि हम अभी आगे सिनेरियो में देखेंगे। इसके अलावा माइक्रोसॉफ्ट जो अपना इन्वेंटरी वैल्यूएशन मॉडल जो सपोर्ट कर रहा है वो फीफो, लीफो, वेटेड एवरेज, मूविंग और मॉड्यूल इनेबल हो सकता है। इसके अलावा माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ये मॉड्यूल ट्रांसफर ऑर्डर के लिए भी सपोर्ट कर रहा है, यानी कि अगर आपकी ट्रांसफर हो रहे हैं एक वेयर हाउस से दूसरे वेयर हाउस, तो आप उस पे भी अपनी कॉस्ट बिल्ड कर सकते हैं, ठीक है। इससे इस मॉड्यूल से पहले क्या होता था, लोग नॉर्मली अगर बहुत अच्छी सप्लाई चेन मैनेज कर रहे होते थे सिस्टम में, तो टीएमएस का मॉड्यूल या ट्रांसपोर्टेशन मैनेजमेंट मॉड्यूल को यूटिलाइज करते थे, लेकिन वो बहुत थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट होता था मैनेज करना। तो इस मॉड्यूल के यूज से आपको क्या हो सकता है कि आप बहुत इजीली अपनी लैंडेड कॉस्ट अच्छे तरीके से सिस्टम में मेंटेन कर सकते हैं। अच्छा, वो चाइना से न्यूजीलैंड जानी है, ठीक है, तो एक लंबा सफर है, ठीक है। तो हम इसको वॉयज को एक डेस्टिनेशन कह सकते हैं, जिसमें आप या एक आप शिप भी कह सकते हैं, लेकिन वो वेजल्स के तौर पे हम नॉर्मली कह रहे होते हैं। शिपिंग कंटेनर क्या होता है कि आपका जो इन्वेंट्री है वो किसी पर्टिकुलर कंटेनर के थ्रू आ रही होती है, या आपका जो आपने इन्वेंट्री मंगवाई है, इंपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, वो किसी कंटेनर का पार्ट होती है, उसके अंदर आ रही होती है। अब उसमें मल्टीपल कंटेनर भी हो सकते हैं और एक कंटेनर भी हो सकता है, ठीक है, ये आपके ऊपर है। इसी तरीके से आपकी शिपिंग कंटेनर टाइप आप बता सकते हैं कि ये जो आपका कंटेनर टाइप है वो कौन सा है। नॉर्मली क्या होता है कि हमारे इंपोर्ट के केस में कंटेनर की टाइप्स हमारे पास फिक्स होती है कि हमारे पास FTL वाला कंटेनर RLTL आ रहा है, या फिर इसकी जो डिफरेंट टाइप्स है उस कंटेनर की टाइप आप मेंटेन कर सकते हैं। अदर देन दिस, इसमें कॉस्ट टाइप बता सकते हैं कि कॉस्ट टाइप कौन कौन सी हो सकती है, जिसमें हम बता सकते हैं इंश्योरेंस टाइप हो सकती है, चार्जेस हो सकते हैं, फ्रेट चार्जेस हो सकते लिंक बना सकते हैं, वेजल आप शिपिंग की इंफॉर्मेशन डाल सकते हैं। गुड्स इन ट्रांजिट, एक नॉर्मली क्या होता है कि हमारे पास जो रिस्क होता है, रिस्क ट्रांसफर हो रहा होता है आपकी बेसिकली क्या कहते हैं, जब आप इन्वेंट्री रिसीव कर लेते हैं, तो उसमें आप क्या कहते हैं, आपने एक्चुअल इन्वेंट्री ली नहीं है, लेकिन आपको वेंडर को इनवॉइस भेजनी होती है, तो उस केस में गुड्स इन ट्रांजिट का भी एक ऑप्शन है। लैग क्या होती है, आपकी मल्टीपल राउट्स हो सकते हैं, यानी कि एक वेजल है वो, सॉरी एक वॉयज है वो पहले एक डेस्टिनेशन है जो कि चाइना से आके न्यूजीलैंड जानी, एक लैग हो गई, फिर दुबई से फिर आपकी न्यूजीलैंड जा रही होगी तो दूसरी लैग हो गई, ठीक है। इसी तरीके से जर्नी टाइम रेट है, जर्नी टाइम रेट में आप बता देंगे कौन कौन सी आपकी लैग कवर अप हो रही होती है। अच्छा, इसकी कुछ इनको टर्म्स पे जो हमारी नॉर्मली इंपोर्ट हो रही होती है वो बेस ऑफ इनको टर्म्स हो रही होती है कि चार्जेस कौन बियर करेगा, जिसमें नॉर्मली FOB, CFR वगैरह यूटिलाइज हो रही होती है। अच्छा, बेसिकली अब इसके जो सेटअप्स होते हैं नॉर्मली हमें सिस्टम में कौन कौन से सेटअप्स करने होते हैं, मैं तो मैं इनेबल करना है, तो सबसे पहले आपने फ्यूचर मैनेजमेंट के मॉड्यूल में जाना है, और फ्यूचर मैनेजमेंट में जाके सबसे पहले आपने लैंडेड कॉस्ट का एक मॉड्यूल है उसको आप इनेबल करेंगे। जस्ट अ सेकंड, इट टेक्स सम कपल ऑफ मिनट। अरे ओके, सो आपने फ्यूचर मैनेजमेंट में जाके सबसे पहले यहाँ पे लैंडेड कॉस्ट इनेबल करना है। लैंडेड कॉस्ट अगर आप लिखेंगे तो ये आपको फीचर मिल जाएगा। इसको आप सबसे पहले इनेबल करेंगे। मैंने ऑलरेडी इसमें एक इनेबल किया हुआ है, तो इसमें डिसेबल का ऑप्शन आ रहा है, अदरवाइज यहाँ पे आप इनेबल कर सकते हैं। अच्छा, दूसरी चीज यहाँ पे आपने जो दूसरे, जैसे आप इसको इनेबल करेंगे, आप यहाँ पे देख रहे हैं कि यहाँ पे एक मॉड्यूल आ जाएगा दैट इज कॉल्ड लैंडेड कॉस्ट, ठीक है। अब इस लैंडेड कॉस्ट का जो मॉड्यूल आ जाएगा, इसमें कुछ बेसिक सेटअप्स होते हैं जिसको हम ओवरऑल देखते हैं कौन कौन से सेटअप करने की नीड होती है। सबसे पहले अगर मैं बात करूं तो इसमें जो रहे होते हैं। उसके बाद यहाँ पे आप जो मेन चीज होती है कॉस्टिंग, कॉस्ट टाइप या कॉस्ट कोड कहलाता है, ठीक है, जिसमें आप बताते हैं कि मेरे पास कितने टाइप की कॉस्ट कैटेगरी है। इट्स जस्ट मोर लेस चार्जेस कोड जिसका सेटअप है वो आप यूज कर सकते हैं। अच्छा, यहाँ पे एक क्लियरिंग अकाउंट का कॉन्सेप्ट है, यहाँ पे माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ने दिया हुआ है, जो कि लैंडेड कॉस्ट करने इनेबल करने के बाद आपके पास आएगा। और जैसे मैंने आपको की कॉस्ट होती है जो कि कुछ पार्ट बनती है आइटम का, कुछ नहीं बनती। अगर वो कॉस्ट आइटम का पार्ट नहीं बनती तो यहाँ पे आपको आइटम के बदले जीएल या वेंडर लेना पड़ेगा। लेकिन अगर आपने इस चार्जेस कोड को आइटम का पार्ट बनाना है तो ये मैंडेटरी है कि आप इसको आइटम लें। इसके अलावा आपको एक और सेटअप जो मैंडेटरी सेटअप्स करना है वो बेसिकली आपका ऑटो कॉस्ट चार्जेस होगा, जो कि डिपेंड करता है कि आपकी कॉस्ट कैसे कैलकुलेट होगी। फॉर एग्जांपल, मैंने ये एक शिपिंग कंपनी है, शिपिंग कंपनी एक एज अ ये मेरा शिपिंग वेंडर है या मेरा फ्रेट फॉरवर्ड है। अब जैसे कि मेरे पास ये शिपिंग कंपनी है, ठीक है, अगर मैं इसके वेंडर पे जाता हूँ, ये यहाँ पे शिपिंग कंपनी में आ क्यों रहा है? ये बेसिकली जब आप वेंडर बनाएंगे और वेंडर को आपने बताना है कि ये मेरा शिपिंग वेंडर है या फ्रेट फॉरवर्डर है, तो आप यहाँ पे जाके मिसलिनियस पे जाके इसकी एक टाइप है शिपिंग टाइप, तो आप यहाँ पे सिलेक्ट करते हैं कि बताएं कि ये मेरा जो वेंडर है वो शिपिंग कंपनी है या कस्टमर ब्रोकर है, एजेंट है। अभी मैंने यहाँ पे शिपिंग कंपनी सिलेक्ट किया हुआ है, इसलिए मैं यहाँ पे इसको एज अ शिपिंग कंपनी सिलेक्ट कर। अगर मेरे पास ये शिपिंग कंपनी नहीं होती उस पे वेंडर पे, तो ये मेरे पास कोई भी वेंडर का डेटा नहीं आ रहा होता। उसके बाद मैंने यहाँ पे कुछ अपने चार्जेस के सेटअप्स बनाए हुए हैं कि मेरे पास कुछ इंश्योरेंस चार्जेस लगेंगे, बीएफ चार्जेस लगेंगे, लोकल फ्रेट, लोकल ट्रांसफर, और इसकी मैंने कुछ कॉस्ट बताई हुई है और कैटेगरी बताई हुई है। इससे बहुत सारे लोग तो फेमिलियर हैं कि फिक्स कॉस्ट, पीसेस, परसेंटेज, ठीक है। लेकिन ये माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ने एक नया कॉलम ऐड किया है या फिर इसकी बेसिस ऐड करी है अपॉर्चमेंट के नाम से। इसमें क्या होता है कि आपको बता रहा है कि ये जैसे 200 की कॉस्ट है, तो ये 200 के वेट मेरे पास 40 था, तो ये 200 जो कॉस्ट होगी वो डिस्ट्रीब्यूट हो जाएगी 60-40 के परसेंटेज पे ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ वेट। इसी तरीके से इसके डिफरेंट क्वांटिटी परसेंटेज के बेसिस बताए हुए हैं। द नेक्स्ट थिंग जो कि हमें सेटअप करने के लिए बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट होता है, वो हमारे पास ट्रैकिंग कंट्रोल सेंटर होता है, जिसके थ्रू आप ये देख रहे होते हैं कि मेरे पास कौन कौन सी इंफॉर्मेशन मुझे अपडेट करवानी है और मैं अच्छा, अब बेसिकली ये आपने दो सेटअप बड़े इंपॉर्टेंट है, वो जो आपने करने पड़ेंगे। आपको अपने लैंडेड कॉस्ट की अगर ट्रैकिंग चाहिए तो आपको ट्रैकिंग कंट्रोल बनाना पड़ेगा, अदरवाइज आप ऑटो चार्जेस के थ्रू भी चला सकते हैं। सो लेट्स गो टू द सिनेरियो। लाइक मैं यहाँ पे दो सिनेरियो अभी कवर करने वाला हूँ, जिसमें क्या होगा कि एक तो गुड्स इन ट्रांजिट का सिनेरियो है और एक विदाउट गुड्स इन ट्रांजिट का सिनेरियो है। गुड्स इन ट्रांजिट का सिनेरियो में क्या होता है नॉर्मली कि आप रिसीव जीआरएन नहीं बनाते हैं, आप डायरेक्ट इनवॉइस करते हैं, तो आपका जो गुड्स है वो आपके गुड्स इन ट्रांजिट का पार्ट बन जाता है। और अगर आप क्या कहते हैं जीआरएन के थ्रू न्यू यहाँ पे एक और जो मेन सेटअप है वो, जैसे आप इसमें लैंडेड कॉस्ट को इनेबल करेंगे तो माइक्रोसॉफ्ट में आपको अब अगर गुड्स इन ट्रांजिट का सिनेरियो है, ठीक है, गुड्स इन ट्रांजिट में आपने एक टाइप माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ने लॉन्च करी है गुड्स इन ट्रांजिट की, ठीक करना पड़ेगा। और एक और माइक्रोसॉफ्ट का क्या कहते हैं पोस्टिंग अकाउंट है जो आइटम ग्रुप का में जाके आपको एक जीएल अकाउंट भी पार्क करना पड़ेगा। फॉर एग्जांपल अभी मैं आपको आइटम ग्रुप भी दिखाता हूँ। अभी मैं फॉर एग्जांपल मैं दो आइटम लिए, मैंने कहा कि आईफोन IP00 है। और एक और मैंने आइटम लिया IP-002। मैंने 100 क्वांटिटी बोली, ठीक है। अच्छा, गुड्स इन ट्रांजिट के लिए एक बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है, वो ये कि आपने एक जीएल अकाउंट भी बताना पड़ता है, जो कि पार्किंग अकाउंट होता है, जहाँ पे जब आप गुड्स इन ट्रांजिट आएगा तो वो हिट होता है। तो माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ने यहाँ पे आइटम ग्रुप के में एक और चार्ट क्या कहते हैं अकाउंट मैपिंग दी है, जो कि आप को डिफाइन करना लाजमी है। आई थिंक देयर इज सम इशू। इसकी जब आप आइटम परचेस ऑर्डर क्रिएट कर लें, तो सेकंड स्टेप इज टू कंफर्म योर पीओ। ओके, अब ये मेरे पास एक पीओ है जो कि मैंने इंपोर्ट करना है एक्मी ऑफिस अप्लाई से, ठीक है। अब इसके अगेंस्ट मैं क्या क्रिएट करूंगा, मैं बेसिकली वॉइस क्रिएट करूंगा। वॉइस बेसिकली क्या है कि मेरा डेस्टिनेशन है, जिसमें मैं बताऊंगा यहाँ पे फॉर एग्जांपल मैंने कोई भी इंफॉर्मेशन दे दी। यहाँ पे मैंने अपना वेजल सेलेक्ट किया, मैंने कहा कि ये वेजल इस तरीके से आ रहा है, और शिपिंग कंपनी बताई कि डीएचएल के थ्रू ये मेरे पास वॉयज आ रहा है, ठीक है। और एक चीज़ मैं यहाँ पे एक और चीज़ बतानी है, जो कि बेसिकली जर्नी टेम्पलेट का पार्ट होता है। लेट मी गो टू अगेन। आईफोन वेसल सेलेक्ट किया मैंने, यहाँ पे अपनी जर्नी टेम्पलेट बताई कि कौन सी जर्नी टेम्पलेट सेलेक्ट करनी है, क्योंकि मेरी जो कॉस्टिंग है, मैं भी आपको जो इससे कॉस्टिंग का सेटअप दिखाऊंगा, वो बेसिकली मेरे एक पोर्ट के ऊपर मैंने फिक्स करवाई हुई है, उसके ऊपर चल रही है ये, ठीक है। तो इसलिए मुझे जर्नी टेम्पलेट सेलेक्ट करना लाजमी है। और फिर मैंने यहाँ पे अपना शिपिंग कंपनी बताई, यहाँ पे मैंने अपना पीओ सेलेक्ट किया कि किस पीओ के अगेंस्ट मैं बना रहा हूँ। इस देन आई गो टू व्यू स्टेजिंग लिस्ट। यहाँ पे मेरे पास दो लाइन आ गई। अब मैं चाह रहा हूँ कि सिर्फ यही दो लाइन मेरे क्या कहते हैं वॉइस का पार्ट बने, इसलिए मैंने दो लिए। अदरवाइज मैं मल्टीपल वेंडर भी एक वॉइस के अगेंस्ट ऐड कर सकता हूँ। देन आई आल्सो क्रिएट अ कंटेनर। अब यहाँ पे कंटेनर जो आप बना रहे हैं, ये आप प्री डिफाइन भी कर सकते हैं, और क्या कहते हैं मैनुअली भी कुछ आप बता सकते हैं। फॉर एग्जाम्पल मैंने यहाँ पे कोई प्री डिफाइन नहीं, अपनी रन टाइम पे मैंने कोई वैल्यू डिफाइन करी, तो यहाँ पे ये कोई वैलिडेशन नहीं है कि आपको प्री डिफाइन करेंगे तो आएगी, अदरवाइज आप यहाँ से भी ले सकते हैं डायरेक्ट वैल्यू पे। मैंने यहाँ पे जर्नी टेम्पलेट अपना शिपिंग कंटेनर लिया, और इसको एक ओके जैसे एक ओके किया, तो एक कंटेनर मेरा क्रिएट हो गया है। अब इसमें क्या है कि मेरे पास एक वॉइस रेडी हो गई है, सही है। अब इसको अगर मैं वॉइस की डिटेल देखूं जाके, आईफोन ये वाला जो मैंने अभी वॉइस बनाई है, इसमें दो चीजें हैं। एक तो ये कि मेरे पास दो आइटम आ गए, ठीक है। अब मुझे इसकी कॉस्ट इंक्वायरी अगर मैं देखूं, तो ये मुझे कॉस्ट इंक्वायरी बता रहा होगा कि कितनी कॉस्ट इसका पार्ट बन रही होगी, और ये भी बता रहा है कि अभी इसमें एक चार्ज की कॉस्ट नहीं, लेकिन इसमें अभी मुझे कोई भी सेग्रीगेशन नहीं मिल रही। और ये जो लोकल ट्रांस है, इस पे भी चार्ज नहीं आया। द रीजन इज कि मैंने मेजरमेंट के ऊपर भी चार्ज लगाया हुआ, जो कि यूटिलाइज नहीं हो रहा। अब मैं यहाँ पे जाके मेजरमेंट के ऊपर एक चार्ज बताता हूँ टोटल के। मैंने कहा कि ये जो कंटेनर है, इसकी जो टोटल लेंथ है वो 20 है, और इसको मैंने डिवाइड करना है 12 12 पोर्शन इसका पार्ट है मेजरमेंट का, और 8 पोर्शन इसका पार्ट है, ठीक है। अब सिस्टम क्या करेगा, कॉस्ट बताई और इसका मेजरमेंट बताया, तो इसमें क्या होगा कि इसके अगेंस्ट इसने चार्जेस कैलकुलेट कर लिए होंगे, ठीक है, 400। अब इसकी बेसिकली चार्जेस कैसे आ रहे हैं, उसको हम जरा थोड़ा सा देख लेते हैं। और हमारे पास एक ट्रैकिंग होते हैं। ट्रैकिंग कैसे बनती है, हमारे पास यहाँ पे एक ट्रैकिंग है। ट्रैकिंग इन्फॉर्मेशन में आप देख रहे हैं कि यहाँ पे कुछ लोड्स वगैरह आ गए हैं। अब इसमें होता क्या है, बेसिकली ट्रैकिंग क्या होती है कि आपके लैग हैं, ठीक है, जैसे कि आपका पहला लैग है लोडिंग का, लोडिंग में कुछ एक्टिविटीज हो रही हैं, ठीक है। इसके बेस पे आप क्या कर सकते हैं, अपनी डिलीवरी इन्फॉर्मेशन अपडेट कर सकते हैं, आप अपने प्लानिंग फैक्टर ये चल कैसे रहे हैं। अभी अगर मैंने यहाँ पे 600 बताए, यहाँ पे यार जो एस्टिमेटेड कॉस्ट 30 आई है, कैलकुलेट किस बेसिस पे हो रही है, ये बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है लैंडेड कॉस्ट के लिए, कि आपको ये कॉन्सेप्ट होना चाहिए कि जो ऑटो कॉस्ट कैलकुलेट हो रही है वो किस बेसिस पे हो रही है। तो अगर मैं आपको सेटअप बताऊं यहाँ पे, तो मैंने ये बताया कि भी कॉज बताइए, आप किसी स्पेसिफिक ग्रुप या एक स्पेसिफिक या क्या कहते हैं ऑल के लिए भी आप अपने बना सकते हैं, ठीक है। यहाँ पे आप कोई मॉडल डिलीवरी भी ले सकते हैं, आप कोई पोर्ट टू पोर्ट अपने चार्जेस बता रहे हैं वो भी बता सकते हैं। फॉर एग्जांपल अभी इस कॉस्ट की बात करें, BAF, ठीक है, BAF जो टाइप है वो मैंने बताई कि 3 रुपए पर पीस लगेगा, ठीक है। अब ये 3 रुपए जो पर पीस लग रहा है, टोटल मैंने क्वांटिटी मंगाई है 200, ठीक है, 100 पहली आइटम के लिए, दूसरे आइटम के लिए 200, तो टोटल क्वांटिटी मेरी 200 है। 200 मल्टीप्लाई बाय 3, तो ये बता क्वांटिटी है, लेकिन ये बता रहा है ये क्वांटिटी तोड़े क्या कहते हैं ब्रेकअप है, लेकिन अप्लाई क्या हो रहा है, 5% अप्लाई हो रहा है, 5% ऑफ टोटल क्या कहते हैं BF के अगेंस्ट, ठीक है। अब BF जो मेरा टोटल चार्ज था वो 600 बना, ठीक है। अब अगर मैं 600 के 5% निकालता हूँ, 600 मल्टीप्लाई बाय 0.05, तो मेरे पास 30 कॉस्ट बन रही है, ठीक है। तो ये एक डिपेंडेंट माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ने दिया हुआ है कि अगर आप परसेंटेज बना रहे हैं तो आप ये भी बता सकते हैं कि ये परसेंटेज किस चार्जेस की डिपेंडेंट है। अगर मेरे पास BF की अमाउंट 1000 आती है तो 5% के हिसाब से मेरे पास 50 रुपये मेरे इसका चार्ज लग सकता है। अच्छा, मजीद इसमें फ्रेट जो है, फ्रेट का चार्जेस 2000, ये भी तकरीबन परसेंटेज पर है, लेकिन ये किसी भी डिपेंडेंट परसेंटेज पे नहीं है। ये ओवरऑल आपकी जो नेट अमाउंट है परचेस ऑर्डर की, उसकी 10% अप्लाई करके इसने कॉस्ट बनाई है। इसी तरीके से फ्यूल है, फ्यूल आई गेस ये फिक्स चार्जेस होगा। फ्यूल तकरीबन पीसेस पर है, तो ये भी तकरीबन 200 पीस मंगाए, तो ये 10 मल्टीप्लाई बाय 200, 2000 कुछ ऐसा मेजरमेंट। इसमें क्या है कि जैसे अभी मैंने यहाँ पे अपने वॉइस के ऊपर ये मैंने बताई टोटल इसका मेजरमेंट क्या था, ठीक है, 20 मैंने टोटल मेजरमेंट बताया। तो इसने क्या किया कि 20 मल्टीप्लाई बाय 20, ठीक है, तो मेजरमेंट इस वैल्यू से मल्टीप्लाई हो गया और रेट मैंने बताया हुआ 20, तो टोटल रेट क्या हो गया मेरा 400 मेरे पास कॉस्ट आई है वॉइस में, सही है। अच्छा, ये मेरी चार्जेस तो बन गई, लेकिन इसकी डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन कैसे हो रही है, अब इस डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करना है, वो बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है कि इसकी डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन किस तरीके से हमारी लैंडेड कॉस्ट सपोर्ट कर रही है। अब जैसे यहाँ पे मैंने बताया कि जो डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन है वो वेट बेस करनी है। वेट बेस कहाँ पे, वेट कहाँ से डिटेक्ट करता है कि आइटम मास्टर के ऊपर, अगर ये मैंने आइटम खोलूं, अगर अब यहाँ पे मैंने फिजिकल डायमेंशन बताई हुई है और इसका वेट बताया हुआ है, तो माइक्रोसॉफ्ट क्या करता है कि इसका ग्रॉस वेट देखेगा और दूसरे आइटम का भी ग्रॉस वेट देखेगा, ठीक है, और दोनों के पोर्शन निकालेगा कि कितना पोर्शन मुझे आपका फॉर एग्जांपल आपका जो टोटल चार्ज था वो 600 था, तो वो जो डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन हो रही है 600 चार्ज की अगेंस्ट ऑफ लाइन, वो उसकी डिपेंड कर रहा है वेट के ऊपर, जो मैंने यहाँ पे बताई हुई है। इसी तरीके से क्वांटिटी इज वेरी सिंपल, कि जितनी क्वांटिटी दोनों की आ रही है उस पर डिवाइड करते हैं। परसेंटेज भी इसमें क्या है कि आपकी सिंपल आपकी लाइन की जो नेट अमाउंट है उस पर अप्लाई हो रहा है, ठीक है। अब जो यहाँ पे मेजरमेंट है, मेजरमेंट आपकी टोटल रेट आपकी उस पे जो डिस्ट्रीब्यूट हो रही है वो हो रही है, जो मैंने लाइन के ऊपर मैंने इसका पोर्शन बताया कि 8 मेजरमेंट इस लाइन से बिलोंग करती है और 12 मेजरमेंट इस लाइन से बिलोंग करती है, तो वो फिर क्या करेगा, जो 200 का जो चार्ज बनाए वो नॉर्मली डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करेगा जो मैंने परसेंटेज यहाँ पे बताई है। तो ये इसकी कुछ सेटअप्स हैं जो बड़े इंपॉर्टेंट्स होते हैं। आप जब वॉइस क्रिएट कर लें, ठीक है, तो वॉइस क्रिएट करने के बाद आपने क्या करना होता है, अगर आप नॉर्मली सिनेरियो चला रहे हैं कि मेरे पास गुड्स इन ट्रांजिट नहीं जाएगा, पहले मेरे पास क्या आएगा कि इन्वेंट्री आएगी, मैं रिसीव करूंगा और क्या कहते हैं फिर मैं
शुएब, हमें आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है। मे बी आपका इंटरनेट इशू है।
हेलो। ओके, सॉरी फॉर कनेक्टिविटी इशू। सो मैं वापस अपने टॉपिक पे आता हूँ। बेसिकली मैं भी क्या किया है कि मैंने एक वॉइस क्रिएट करी, उस वॉइस के अगेंस्ट जीआरएन करी है, ठीक है। जीआरएन करने के ऊपर मेरे पास जो कॉस्ट है, अगर मैं इसकी कॉस्ट को जाके देखूँ वॉइस पे जाके, तो इसमें मुझे क्या मिलेगा कि इसकी कॉस्टिंग मिल जाएगी कि मेरी एस्टिमेटेड कॉस्ट क्या हो चुकी है, ठीक है। अब मैं यहाँ पे आके वॉइस कॉस्ट दिखाऊँ और यहाँ पे मुझे बता रहा है कि एस्टिमेटेड कॉस्ट जो इसकी कैलकुलेट है वो जीआरएन के ऊपर इसने अप्लाई कर दी है। लेकिन बाज़-औक़ात होता क्या है कि जो आपकी कॉस्ट होती है वो आपकी वैरी कर रही होती है जब आपके पास एक्चुअल बिल आता है, ठीक है? अब माइक्रोसॉफ्ट क्या करता है कि ये बड़ा चैलेंज था कि आपकी जब एक्चुअल बिल आता है तो उस एक्चुअल बिल के अगेंस्ट एडजस्टमेंट पार्क कैसे करें? तो माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ने क्या सिंपलाइज़ किया है कि पहले वो एक एडजस्टमेंट जनरल वाउचर गिराता है इन कॉस्टिंग क्लोजिंग फॉर्म में। अब जब आप एक्चुअल इनवॉइस पोस्ट करते हैं, तो वो फिर एक्चुअल इनवॉइस के अगेंस्ट की एडजस्टमेंट भी पार्क करता है। फॉर एग्ज़ाम्पल जैसे यहाँ पे मेरे पास एक आइटम जो मैंने प्रोक्योर किया, इसकी जो मेरे पास अगर मैं कॉस्ट चेक करूँ, कॉस्ट ऑब्जेक्ट, यहाँ पे ये मुझे बता रहा है 127.89, ठीक है? ये ऑन द बेसिस के जो उसने कॉस्ट कैलकुलेट करी, और अगर मैं इसको मज़ीद ट्रांज़ैक्शंस की देखूँ और कॉस्ट एंट्री चेक करूँ, तो ये मुझे बताएगा, डिटेल दे देगा कि मेरे पास कॉस्ट एंट्रीज़ कितनी कैसे आई है ये। वाउचर इसने ये बताया कि यहाँ पे जो आपके पास टोटल कॉस्ट है अलोंग आपकी जो परचेज प्राइस है उसके साथ वो 25230 बन रही है, ठीक है। लेकिन आपकी जो चार्जेस है वो चेंज हो सकते हैं एट द टाइम ऑफ एक्चुअल बिल जो आपको रिसीव होता है। अगेंस्ट अब मैं जैसे मैंने वॉइस बना ली है तो मैं इसकी फिर एक इन्वॉइसिंग भी करता हूँ। पोस्ट इनवॉइस। अच्छा, यहाँ पे मैं वॉइस की स्क्रीन पे ही खड़े होके ये अपने जीआरएन को रिसीव भी कर सकता हूँ, जीआरएन की इनवॉइसिंग भी कर सकता हूँ, ठीक है। तो मैंने यहीं से इसको डायरेक्ट इनवॉइस बना रहा हूँ, अपडेट स्टेटस। ठीक है, मेरे पास ये इन्वेंट्री बता दी मैंने कितनी आ रही है, इसको मैंने पोस्ट कर दी, ठीक है। अब ये जो नॉर्मल सिनेरियो था इसमें क्या किया मैंने, एक कॉस्ट बिल्डअप करी थ्रू लैंडेड कॉस्ट मॉड्यूल। और क्योंकि पहले हम क्या करते थे, ऑटो चार्जेस जो अकाउंट पेबल या प्रोक्योरमेंट के मॉड्यूल में होते थे उसके अगेंस्ट करते थे, लेकिन अब क्या होता है कि लैंडेड कॉस्ट के थ्रू आप अपने चार्जेस बिल्डअप कर सकते हैं। अब जब मेरे पास ये इनवॉइस आ गई तो मेरे पास जो इस आइटम की कॉस्ट है वो कुछ मुझे बता रहा होगा 12 पॉइंट समथिंग, जो कि मेरी एस्टिमेटेड के ऊपर बेस कर रही होगी। लेकिन मेरे पास एक्चुअल बिल जो मैंने बताया कि डिफर आ सकता है, तो उसके बेस में क्या करेगा माइक्रोसॉफ्ट एक क्या कहते हैं एक एडजस्टमेंट जनरल भी पार्क करेगा ताकि उसकी कॉस्ट को उसी वक्त सेटल कर सकें। अभी जैसे यहाँ पे कॉस्ट आ रही है 124.41, ठीक है। ये मैंने जो रिसीविंग की है ये वॉइस रिसीविंग 0015 की है, जिसके अगेंस्ट मैंने जो टोटल कॉस्ट पे करी है वो अराउंड कॉस्ट इंक्वायरी से मैं एक मिनट देख लेता हूँ। ये मैंने टोटल कॉस्ट ब्रेक करी है, ठीक है। इसका मैं लाइन वाइज ब्रेकअप आपको पहले प्रोसेस के बाद मैं समझाता हूँ कि लाइन वाइज ब्रेकअप कैसे हुआ है, ठीक है। जब आपके पास ये कॉस्ट आ जाए, ठीक है, तो आप क्या करते हैं, फिर जो शिपिंग वेंडर है, शिपिंग वेंडर आपको कोई फ्रेट बिल बेचता है जिसके जो कि वेरी कर सकता है। फॉर एग्जांपल आपने कहा कि जो लेबर लगनी थी या ट्रांसपोर्ट फीस लगनी थी एस्टिमेटेड के वक्त 200 लगनी थी, ठीक है, बट एक्चुअल जो बिल आया आपका 300 या 400 आया, ठीक है। तो उसकी एडजस्टमेंट माइक्रोसॉफ्ट एट द टाइम ऑफ इनवॉइस पार्किंग पार्क करता है। अब जैसे मैं यहाँ पे जाता हूँ इनवॉइस जनरल, यहाँ पे मुझे क्या करना पड़ेगा, एक इनवॉइस क्रिएट करनी पड़ेगी अपने जो मेरा वेंडर है, मेरा थर्ड पार्टी वेंडर जो मेरा था डीएचएल, उसके अगेंस्ट। यहाँ पे मैंने अपना वेंडर सेलेक्ट किया, ठीक है। और यहाँ पे मैंने पहले देखा कि टोटल कॉस्ट कितनी है, 600। अगर मैं इसको समराइज कर दूं, टोटल कॉस्ट मैं कहता हूँ कि टोटल कॉस्ट मेरी है, तो चार्जेस मैंने लगाए, टोटल कॉस्ट जो मेरी पड़ी वो 5230 पड़ी। लेकिन जब मेरे पास एक्चुअल बिल आ रहा है वो 5230 के बदले मेरे पास एक्चुअल बिल अराउंड 5500 का आ रहा है, ठीक है, 5500 का अगर मेरे पास बिल आता है। मैं इनवॉइस इनवॉइस नंबर डाल देता हूँ, ठीक है। और मैंने यहाँ पे इसकी कुछ कॉस्ट बता दी कि इसकी कॉस्ट चेंज है, ठीक है। अब जब मैं यहाँ पे बता दी तो ये पूछता है कि ठीक है, अब ये जो आप वॉइस कॉस्ट बना रहे हैं वो किस वॉइस के अगेंस्ट बना रहे हैं, ठीक है। एक वॉइस के अगेंस्ट आप मल्टीपल कॉस्ट भी डाल सकते हैं, ये सेटअप पैरामीटर के थ्रू कंट्रोल होता है। फंक्शन में जाएं, सिलेक्ट वॉइस, और यहाँ पे कॉस्ट एरिया बता सकते हैं कि ये जो कॉस्ट है वो वॉइस के ऊपर बिल्डअप हुई है, शिपिंग कंटेनर के ऊपर बिल्डअप हुई है, फोलियो के ऊपर बिल्डअप हो रही है, परचेज ऑर्डर पे, या आइटम या ट्रांसफर ऑर्डर, ठीक है। अभी फिलहाल मैंने वॉइस के लिए
Sorry, Chip, can you share your screen again? We cannot able to see your screen.
Okay.
Just share your screen one more time.
Is it visible now?
Yes, it's visible now. Now you can share the D365 screen.
So I have already shared. It is visibly.
Yes, it is visible. And can you please just recall all the session, because there was voice breakups. So just stop here, and if it is possible for you, just recall all the previous. Yep. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So basically मैंने सबसे पहले ना इसमें कॉस्ट का ना एक सेटअप बताया, ठीक है। ऑटो कॉस्ट में अब आई एम नॉट श्योर कि कितनी आपने रिकॉर्डिंग मेरी ब्रेक हुई है, आई एम नॉट श्योर, लेकिन मैं थोड़ा सा रिपीट करता हूँ कि जो मेन सेटअप्स में थी हमने इसमें कॉस्टिंग की बात करी, ठीक है, कि ये जो कॉस्ट बिल्डअप हो रही है वो कॉस्ट बिल्डअप हुई है थ्रू माई ऑटो कॉस्ट चार्जेस सेटअप्स के अगेंस्ट, जिसपे मैंने बताया कि कौन कौन से मेरे चार्जेस लगेंगे इस जर्नी के अगेंस्ट। उसकी बेसिस क्या होंगी कि फिक्स कॉस्ट होगी, पीसीस पे होगी, परसेंटेज पे होगी, या परसेंटेज। अगर आप परसेंटेज लेते हैं तो माइक्रोसॉफ्ट आपको ये भी बताता है कि आप अपनी डिपेंडेंट चार्ज बता सकते हैं। फॉर एग्जांपल मैंने यहाँ पे बताया हुआ है बीएफ के अगेंस्ट 5% लगा दो, यानी कि अब जो भी बीएफ के ऊपर कॉस्ट बन रही होगी उसका 5%। Amar, your voice is coming here. Hello, Amar, your voice is coming here. Hello, Amar. हेलो।
यस शुएब, हम आपको सुन सकते हैं। आप
Yeah, I think there's a lot of connectivity issue again.
Yep, I think this is due to the internet. That's fine. अगर
Okay.
आप इस वक्त मेरे ख्याल में बेहतरीन ये होगा कि आप एक लैंडेड कॉस्ट का पूरा सिनेरियो एक रिपीट कर दें, क्योंकि बीच में आपकी वॉइस ब्रेक हुई है शुरू से आखिर तक, तो दैट वुड बी ग्रेट।
ओके, मैं अपनी स्क्रीन फिर से शेयर कर रहा हूँ, अगर आप आए तो बताइएगा, ठीक है?
Yep.
आई थिंक ओके, सो am I right? Is it visible?
Yes, can be
Okay.
visible now.
ओके, आई एम सो सॉरी टू ऑल ऑफ यू कि यहाँ पे थोड़ा इंटरनेट कनेक्टिविटी इशू चल रहा है। आई एम नॉट श्योर कि कितना आप लोगों ने कवर अप किया है इसमें, बट आई एम जस्ट गिविंग यू अ वॉक थ्रू अगेन फ्रॉम द स्टार्ट। लाइक लैंडेड कॉस्ट में हम लोग की जो मेन चीज़ है उसमें हमने 3-4 सेटअप बड़े इंपॉर्टेंट होते हैं, ठीक है? पहला सेटअप जिसमें हमने करना होता है, एक फीचर मैनेजमेंट में जाके लैंडेड कॉस्ट को हम इनेबल करते हैं, ठीक है? उससे क्या होता है, एक लैंडेड कॉस्ट का मॉड्यूल इनेबल हो जाता है, जिसके थ्रू आपके पास 3-4 सेटअप्स और होते हैं। जैसे कि वेंडर के ऊपर आप अगर जाएँ तो वेंडर के ऊपर मिसलेनियस टैब में एक टैब ओपन होता है दैट इज कॉल्ड वेंडर टाइप, जिसको आप सिलेक्ट कर सकते हैं शिपिंग वेंडर या फिर आपका एजेंट है, ठीक है? इसी तरीके से आइटम ग्रुप में एक क्या कहते हैं अकाउंट आता है, जिसमें आप अपना पार्किंग अकाउंट फॉर गुड्स इन ट्रांजिट के लिए देते हैं। और फिर तीसरा जो सेटअप होता है वो नॉर्मली आपको लैंडेड कॉस्ट के अंदर चार्जेस का सेटअप करना पड़ता है। जैसे मैंने अभी एक कॉस्ट बनाई थी, ठीक है, और मैंने इसमें एक सिनेरियो चलाया जिसमें मैंने एक परचेस ऑर्डर बनाया, उस परचेस ऑर्डर को रिसीव किया, ठीक है, और थ्रू वॉइज, ठीक है? वॉइज क्या होता है, बेसिकली एक आपका डेस्टिनेशन है जो कि लॉन्ग डेस्टिनेशन, जो आपकी पोर्ट से निकल के आपकी जो लैंडेड जो आपका वेयर हाउस है वहां तक आता है, ठीक है? एक वॉइज में आपके पास मल्टीपल कंटेनर भी हो सकते हैं, ठीक है, और सिंपल एक कंटेनर भी हो सकता है। ये डिपेंड करता है कि आपका रिक्वायरमेंट क्या है, ठीक है? अच्छा, नेक्स्ट इज कि जब मेरे पास वॉइस क्रिएट कर ली तो मैंने उसमें कुछ कॉस्ट बिल्डअप करी जो कि डिपेंड करती थी मेरे ऑटो कॉस्ट सेटअप्स के ऊपर। अगर मैं आपको स्क्रीन में फिर से दिखाऊं यहाँ पे, तो मेरे पास एक टोटल कॉस्ट इंक्वायरी है जो कि मुझे बता रहा है कि टोटल एस्टिमेटेड कॉस्ट मेरी क्या बन रही है। ये एस्टिमेटेड कॉस्ट क्या होती है कि जब मैं रिसीविंग कर रहा होता हूँ या इनवॉइस कर रहा होता हूँ तो उस वक्त तो मेरे ये आइटम कॉस्ट का पार्ट बन जाती है, लेकिन जब मैं वेंडर की यानी शिपिंग वेंडर की अपनी एक्चुअल इनवॉइस पोस्ट करता हूँ तो ये फिर ऑटो एडजस्टमेंट भी पड़ रही होती है। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, जैसे मैंने अभी यहाँ पे एक परचेस ऑर्डर रिसीव किया, उसके अगेंस्ट कुछ चार्जेस लगे, ठीक है? उस चार्जेस के अगेंस्ट मेरे पास जो जैसे रिसीविंग पे और इनवॉइस के ऊपर मुझे एक कॉस्ट मिल गई 124.41। वो क्यों मिली? क्योंकि मेरे पास उसकी जो अमाउंट थी, एक तो परचेस प्राइस थी और टोटल चार्जेस डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन हो रही थी, और जो टोटल चार्जेस मैंने बताया शिपिंग के अगेंस्ट वो 5230 है। लेकिन एक्चुअल क्या होता है, वो एक्चुअल बिल चेंज भी हो सकता है। वो 6000 डॉलर भी हो सकता है, 6000 क्या कहते हैं रुपीज भी हो सकता है, लेकिन वो जब आपके पास शिपिंग वेंडर आपको एक्चुअल इनवॉइस भेज रहा हो, उसके एडजस्टमेंट के लिए क्या करना पड़ता है, आपने जैसे ही आपने इनवॉइस कर ली, ठीक है, पहले आपने परचेस ऑर्डर बनाया, उसकी वॉइस बनाई, वॉइस के अगेंस्ट या तो आप डायरेक्ट इनवॉइस भी कर सकते हैं या जीआईएन के बाद भी इनवॉइस करते हैं। अगर आपका इन ट्रांजिट का सिनेरियो हो तो आप पहले इनवॉइस करेंगे, उसके बाद आप जीआईएन रिसीव करेंगे, और अगर आपका इन ट्रांजिट का सिनेरियो नहीं है तो आप जीआईएन करके इनवॉइस करें, ठीक है? इनवॉइस करने के बाद क्या कर सकते हैं कि आपके पास शिपिंग जो वेंडर है वो आपको बिल भेजता है, वो एक्चुअल बिल भेजता है जो कि आपकी एस्टिमेटेड चार्जेस से डेफर कर सकता है। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, मेरे पास जो टोटल चार्जेस बने थे वो बने थे 5230, लेकिन जो मैं एक्चुअल बिलिंग बना रहा हूँ वो बना रहा हूँ मैं 6000 की बना रहा हूँ, ठीक है? अब जब मैं इसको बनाने के लिए क्या किया, मैंने इनवॉइस जनरल क्रिएट किया और अपने शिपिंग वेंडर को सिलेक्ट किया, और फिर यहाँ पे फंक्शन पे जाके मैंने वॉइस सिलेक्ट की, तो मुझे बता रहा है कि ये जो आपकी कॉस्ट बिल्डअप हुई है वो किस एरिया से बिलोंग करती है। कॉस्ट एरिया आपका शिपिंग कंटेनर भी हो सकता है, वॉइस भी हो सकता है, फोलियो भी हो सकता है, परचेस ऑर्डर और या आइटम भी हो सकता है। मैंने जैसे अभी वॉइस के अगेंस्ट सिर्फ कॉस्ट बिल्ड की है तो मैं वॉइस ले रहा हूँ, और यहाँ पे अपना वॉइस नंबर सेलेक्ट कर रहा हूँ जो कि 15 था, ठीक है? अब जब मैं यहाँ पे इसकी कॉस्ट का एरिया सेलेक्ट करके वॉइस सेलेक्ट करूंगा तो ये मुझे सारी वो बता देगा कि इसकी एस्टिमेटेड कॉस्ट क्या बनी थी, ठीक है, और इसकी एक्चुअल कॉस्ट क्या डालनी है आपने बताएं। मैंने जैसे कहा कि 6000 मेरे पास एक्चुअल है, तो इसकी डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन किस वे में करनी है, तो मैंने इसमें कहा कि ये 200 चार्ज नहीं था, ये एक्चुअल चार्ज जो मेरा आया है वो समथिंग अराउंड 250 या 300 हो सकता है, तो मैंने इसको 300 कह दिया, ठीक है? अब जैसे मैं इसकी चार्जेस की एलोकेशन करते रहूंगा, आप यहाँ पे नोट करें कि इसकी माइनस होते रहेगा और ये टोटल बता रहा होगा। इसी तरीके से मैंने यहाँ पे इसकी चार्जेस की वैल्यू चेंज करी, और मुझे इसको इक्वल टू करना है, इसकी जीरो रिमेनिंग जीरो होने चाहिए, ठीक है? तो मैं इसको रिमेनिंग जीरो तक इसकी एडजस्टमेंट डाल रहा हूँ। फॉर एग्जाम्पल अभी ये भी तकरीबन 1050, ठीक है, और इसमें कोई मैंने चार्ज नहीं बताई, ठीक है। तो ये सारी चार्ज मेरे एलोकेट हो गए, और इसमें आप देखिए इसमें कुछ चेंज भी कर सकते हैं। फॉर एग्जांपल 1020 तो कर देते हैं, इसको 500 कर देते हैं, और जो इसकी रिमेन चार्ज है इसको 50 कर देते हैं, 500 कर देते हैं, और जो रिमेन रह गया वो 1003 रह गया। तो इसको भी मैं किसी इसका पार्ट बनाना पड़ेगा। फॉर एग्जांपल मैं सारा कॉस्ट का पार्ट इस पे बना देता हूँ, 1530, ठीक है। तो टोटल जो कॉस्ट थी मेरी, वो मैंने इसके एक्चुअल के हिसाब से डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करी। तो सिस्टम क्या करेगा, एक ऑटो जनरेटेड लाइन कर देगा। यहाँ पे जो इसने जीएल अकाउंट निकाला है, यूज किया है, वो बेसिकली कौन सा अकाउंट है, ये मेरा जो चार्जेस के ऊपर मैंने अकाउंट लगाया वो उसके अगेन ऑफसेट कर रहा है। हो क्या रहा है कि आपने जब कॉस्ट ले ली, ठीक है, आपका जो अकाउंट था, जो आपने चार्जेस अकाउंट पार्किंग अकाउंट था, वो क्रेडिट हो गया जब आपने रिसीव किया, ठीक है, या इनवॉइस किया। अब वो क्या हो रहा है, पार्किंग अकाउंट को डेबिट करके उसको जीरो मार्क करेगा, उसकी एक्चुअल कॉस्ट बिल्डअप कर देगा। अब जैसे मैंने यहाँ पे इसकी कॉस्ट बनाई, तो मैं सिंपल इसको मैं पोस्ट करता हूँ, और इसका कॉस्ट इंपैक्ट मैं आपको दिखाता हूँ कि आइटम के ऊपर कैसे आएगा। सॉरी, इनवॉइस, मैं यहाँ पे वेंडर यूजर ले लेता हूँ, उसके बाद इसको पोस्ट कर देते हैं। ठीक है, ये जनरल मेरा पोस्ट हो गया, ठीक है। अच्छा, यहाँ पे जो मेरी कॉस्ट थी वो इस आइटम की 124.41 थी। अब मैं इसको जरा रिफ्रेश करता हूँ तो इसकी कॉस्ट चेंज हो गई एट द टाइम ऑफ इनवॉइस पोस्टिंग, ठीक है। इसने करा किया, माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ने बाय डिफॉल्ट क्लोजिंग और एडजस्टमेंट वाली इंजन को यूज करके इसके अगेंस्ट फॉरन एक एडजस्टमेंट वाउचर गिरा देता है, ठीक है। इसको आप अगर जाते हैं इन्वेंटरी एंड मैनेजमेंट में, यहाँ पे अगर मैं क्लोजिंग की स्क्रीन दिखाऊं आपको, क्लोजिंग एडजस्टमेंट की, इसने दो वाउचर गिराए होंगे, ठीक है। एक तो गिराया कि एडजस्टमेंट वाउचर, ठीक है, जो अभी मैंने आपको एडजस्टमेंट बताई कि इसने एडजस्टमेंट किस तरीके से कर रहा है। और मैं इसकी अगर डिटेल चेक करूं तो इसने मुझे चार्जेस के अगेंस्ट डिटेल बता दी कि कौन सी कॉस्ट क्या क्या चार्ज को सेटल करी। ये 3,300 नहीं था, 325 था। तो इस तरीके से इसने सारी पार्किंग करके एक्चुअल कॉस्ट बना दी, ठीक है। एक तो ये सिनेरियो था जिसमें आपने क्या किया कि रिसीविंग करी, और आपने रिसीविंग के बाद इनवॉइस करी, इनवॉइस के बाद आपने अपनी जो शिपिंग वेंडर थी उसकी एक्चुअल कॉस्ट डाली, जिससे आपके आइटम की कॉस्ट अपडेट हो गई जो आपकी एक्चुअल बिल के मुताबिक थी। दूसरा सिनेरियो क्या होता है, एक गुड्स इन ट्रांजिट का होता है। गुड्स इन ट्रांजिट में क्या होता है कि आप अपनी इन्वेंट्री रिसीव नहीं करते वेयर हाउस में, वो आप इन ट्रांजिट रहती है जब तक तो आप एक्चुअल रिसीव ना कर लें। उसके लिए आपको जब भी आप पीओ बनाएं तो उसके लिए एक मेन सेटअप होता है जिसको हम कहते हैं अपना डिलीवरी टर्म्स, ठीक है। अब फॉर एग्जांपल अगर मुझे एक मैं सिर्फ इन ट्रांजिट का सिनेरियो किस तरीके से चलता है उसका मैं प्रीवियस दिखाता हूँ। मैं एक और एक पीओ बनाता हूँ इन ट्रांजिट के लिए, ठीक है। यहाँ पे जो मैंने वेयर हाउस लिया है वो 11 लिया है, क्योंकि 11 के अगेंस्ट माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ने एक और टाइप बना दी है। पहले नॉर्मली 3 टाइप होती थी, ठीक है, जिसमें आपके पास ऑप्शन होता था कि आपका क्वारंटाइन है, ट्रांजिट है। अब ये नई टाइप माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ने बना दी है, ठीक है, गुड्स इन ट्रांजिट और अंडर, ठीक है। जब आप गुड्स इन ट्रांजिट का सिनेरियो चलाएं तो एक वेयर हाउस लाजमी एसोसिएट होना चाहिए गुड्स इन ट्रांजिट का, जो कि मैंने यहाँ पे 11 GIT को यूटिलाइज किया हुआ है, ठीक है, जो 11 वेयर हाउस से मार्क हुआ हुआ है। अब अगर मैं इसके अगेंस्ट एक आइटम परचेज ऑर्डर क्रिएट करता हूँ, और मैं यहाँ पे लेता हूँ एक आइटम होमो पॉलीमर के नाम से, ठीक है। इसकी कुछ क्वांटिटीज बता देता हूँ, 100 kg मंगा रहा हूँ। अच्छा, आपको गुड्स इन ट्रांजिट के लिए लाजमी है कि आपकी जो डिलीवरी टर्म्स है, ठीक है, डिलीवरी टर्म्स उसके अटैच होनी चाहिए ऑर्डर के साथ, और डिलीवरी टर्म्स में गुड्स इन ट्रांजिट का चेक इनेबल होना चाहिए, जो कि यहाँ पे मेंशन हुआ हुआ है, ठीक है। जैसे मैं CFR को यूज कर रहा हूँ, CFR में मैंने गुड्स इन ट्रांजिट मैनेजमेंट को इनेबल किया हुआ। अगर आपने कोई ऐसा डिलीवरी टर्म यूज किया जिसमें गुड्स इन ट्रांजिट नहीं है, ठीक है, तो वो फिर गुड्स इन ट्रांजिट का सिनेरियो बनेगा नहीं। और दूसरी इंपॉर्टेंट बात कि जब आप गुड्स इन ट्रांजिट का सिनेरियो चला रहे हो तो उसमें 3 वे मैचिंग को क्लोज कर दें, क्योंकि 3 वे मैचिंग गुड्स इन ट्रांजिट को सपोर्ट नहीं करती। तो आपने गुड्स इन ट्रांजिट को अपने पैरामीटर से बंद करना होगा, ठीक है। इसको मैं फिर से कंफर्म करता हूँ। इसके अगेंस्ट में क्या करूंगा, मैं एक और वॉइस बनाऊंगा, उस वॉइस को मैं इनवॉइस करूंगा, रिसीव नहीं करूंगा। वॉइस को इनवॉइस करने पे क्या होगा कि मेरा जो इन्वेंट्री है वो मेरी गुड्स इन ट्रांजिट का पार्ट बनेगी, मेरे क्या कहते हैं उसका एक्चुअल वेयरहाउस का पार्ट नहीं बनेगी। ठीक है, मैं एक और वॉइस क्रिएट कर रहा हूँ।
शुएब, अगर थोड़ा सा टाइम कंस्ट्रेंट है हमारे पास, अगर आप जरा
बिल्कुल।
इसको एक्सप्लेन कर सकें, और हमारे पास 2 या 3 मिनट हैं।
बस मैं 2 या 3 मिनट में खत्म कर दूंगा, ये नो इशू।
चलें,
ठीक है,
थैंक यू सो मच।
ओके। तो ये मैं जैसी इन्वेंट्री बनाई, ठीक है, यहाँ पे मैंने वेंडर सेलेक्ट किया। ओके, सो मैंने यहाँ पे नॉर्मली एक वॉइस क्रिएट करी वेयरहाउस के अगेंस्ट, व्यू लिस्टिंग की, इसको शिपिंग का पार्ट बना दिया। अच्छा, अब यहाँ पे जो लास्ट सिनेरियो मैं करने जा रहा हूँ वो बेसिकली क्या है कि मैं इसको गुड्स इन ट्रांजिट में लेके जाऊंगा, डायरेक्ट मैं इसको रिसीव नहीं कर रहा। तो इसके लिए मैं क्या कर रहा हूँ, मैं डायरेक्ट इनवॉइस करूंगा। उससे पहले मैं यहाँ पे एक चार्ज डिफाइन कर देता हूँ। अच्छा, यहाँ पे जो चार्ज है वो आप वॉइस कॉस्ट में जाके अगर कोई चार्ज आपको लगता है कि एस्टिमेट कॉस्ट का पार्ट नहीं बनना चाहिए, तो वो उसको आप क्या कहते हैं ब्लैंक भी कर सकते हैं, डिलीट भी कर सकते हैं। ठीक है, फॉर एग्जाम्पल मुझे ये चार्जेस में कुछ भी अगर नहीं चाहिए तो मैं डिलीट भी कर सकता हूँ यहाँ से। तो मैं यहाँ पे जल्दी से एक मेजरमेंट वैल्यू बता दूं ताकि ये इनवॉइसिंग हो जाए सही से। अच्छा, अब इसकी मैं क्या कर रहा हूँ, डायरेक्ट आपका इनवॉइस पोस्ट कर रहा हूँ। मैं जीआरएन नहीं बना रहा। जीआरएन क्यों नहीं बना रहा, क्योंकि मुझे इसको गुड्स इन ट्रांजिट के सिनेरियो में लेके आना है। इनवॉइस डेट मैंने बता दी, अपडेट मैच स्टेटस। अच्छा, आपको इसका ख्याल रखना है कि अगर आप गुड्स इन ट्रांजिट चला रहे हैं तो 2 वे मैचिंग या 3 वे मैचिंग को आपको क्लोज करना पड़ेगा। 2 वे मैचिंग पे ही चलेगा ये गुड्स इन ट्रांजिट। ठीक है, अब ये इन्वेंट्री मेरी गुड्स इन ट्रांजिट में आ गई है। अब यहाँ पे अगर मैं आपको इसका इम्पैक्ट दिखाऊं वेयर हाउस लेवल पे क्या हो सकता है, तो आप इस वेयर हाउस पे जाते हैं, आइटम के ऊपर अगर मैं इसकी इंक्वायरी चेक करूं ऑन हैंड की, मैनेज इन्वेंट्री ऑन हैंड, तो ये मेरे पास एक्चुअल वेयर हाउस में रिसीव नहीं हुआ, ये एक्चुअली 11 जीआईटी में चला गया। ठीक है, अब अगर मुझे इसको एक्चुअल वेयर हाउस में रिसीव करना है तो मैं यहाँ पे वॉइस में जाके रिसीव गुड्स इन ट्रांजिट पे जाऊंगा और इधर बताऊंगा कि मुझे कितनी क्वांटिटी एक्चुअल रिसीव करनी है। आप इसको पार्शियल भी कर सकते हैं और अपना क्या कहते हैं ऑल क्वांटिटी एक साथ भी कर सकते हैं। ठीक है, दिस इज कॉल्ड गुड्स इन ट्रांजिट सिनेरियो। ऑलराइट, सो हमारा आई थिंक टाइम बहुत ज्यादा हो गया है सेशन का। तो
नहीं, थैंक यू शुएब, आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। आई थिंक वो थोड़ा सा डिस्कनेक्ट हो रहा था, लेकिन ऑब्वियसली आखिर में आपने बहुत अच्छा इसको एक्सप्लेन किया और पूरा सिनेरियोस को भरपूर तरीके से एक्सप्लेन किया। तो बहुत बहुत आपका शुक्रिया उर्दू हिंदी बूट कैंप 2021 में आने का और ये प्रेजेंट करने का। वी रियली अप्रिशिएट दिस एफर्ट। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू उमर, टेक केयर।
ओके, सो अब हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं राकेश दास, जो कि हमें बताएंगे अ पाथ ऑफ लो कोड एंड नो कोड डेवलपमेंट यूजिंग D365 FinOps इलेक्ट्रॉनिक रिपोर्टिंग। So, hi Rakesh, how are you?
Yeah, hi Amar, I'm fine. How about you?
Good, good. So, टाइम जाया किए बगैर मैं आपको ये स्टेज देता हूं और you can share your screen now.
I hope my screen is already visible, isn't it?
No, you need to share the screen right now here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it visible
Okay,
now?
जी राकेश, अब हम आपकी स्क्रीन दे सकते हैं। ठीक है, now you can continue. Thank you. Over to you.
Okay. Okay. I hope I'm audible to all. Okay. So let's get quickly started. So first of all, thank you all for attending the session at Dynamic 365 Urdu Hindi Bootcamp 2021. I think before I start in a detailed discussions on this path of low code and no code for electronic reporting, and this is one of the key feature in the Dynamic 365 Finance and Operation app. First of all, I would like to thank you very much. I would like to thanks all the participants, speakers, and the organization, and special thanks to Faisal. It is really a great, honor to have the chance to have such kind of and spend some time with the community and try to learn and share our knowledge. When I was preparing a talk for today's discussion, it took me way back when I used to part of developer community back in 2001 and 2005, where I started focusing more on Dynamics 365. Earlier, it was Dynamics AX. I distinctly remember when I used to work with a customer and try to help them to understand from an implementation perspective, and more focus was on a technical area, and one of the key area was reporting aspect. And I still remember during those days we used to spend a lot of time to understand the business requirement, try to fulfill those requirements into the out of the box capability of the reports or capability or for the matter business processes. uh, However, there was one particular aspect where customer wish list was always how can we expedite the path of the development. Okay, and they often saying that okay, if there are a bunch of reports, if I would like to create a report, for example, they do have a citizen developer sitting over there or I'm a business user, how can I do that, right? So I think that is where the notion of a low code and low code platform comes into picture. So without much further delay, I will like to start with the introductions. So who am I? So my name is Rakesh. I have been part of this product more than 20 years now. I started with Dynamics AX 3.0. I've been part of almost all the community across the globe. And recently, I started a dedicated channel, especially for Mumbai in India, mainly focus on Dynamics 365 and Power Platform community. I'm a group leader for that. Currently, I've been associated with TCS, that is Tata Consulting Services in Mumbai. As part of my role, I lead the Center of Excellence unit, and where I try to more focus on innovation. At the same time, I'm also focusing more on the solution and architecting work, especially in the finance and operation act. I lived and worked in UK, US, Europe, and many part of the world, and mainly in the Middle East, especially in Qatar. In terms of my certification, I certified in Finance and Operation app as a solution architect, as well as certified a solution architect in Azure. If you need any queries, or if you have any queries, or if you want more understanding on the platform of Finance and Operation app, you can always reach out to me. Here are the details of my email address, my LinkedIn handle, and my Twitter handle. Okay. Now I'll move on to next slide, where I'll just try to walk you through the agenda today. Um, but before I move on to agenda, I would like to highlight in this 45 minutes, the more focus will be given to the hands-on, and I'll start with a bit of a perspective in terms of what is this electronic reporting and the theory and the notion of low code and no code. Okay. So in terms of agenda today, we will start with the electronic reporting introduction. What is electronic reporting? How can we use that electronic reporting? Then we will also try to touch base what are the other capabilities that are available in the product as part of out of the box capability of finance and operation app. And if at all, if someone wants to, as part of consultancy, if someone wants to map those uh, with the customer scenario or their customer scenario, or maybe client scenario for that matter, user story, I'm just trying to touch base maybe in a 2-3 minutes over there. Then I'll move on and more focus on the use cases and also the architecture overview. What are the key components in the business business document or the electronic reporting? And I'll just try to walk you through the list of business use cases as well. So that will also help you or simplify if when there is a the fit gap analysis is to be required. And towards the end, maybe half of the portion probably will try to more focus on two use cases, two business use cases, and we will start with creating the existing report, or how can we extend the existing report from an Excel template to the Word template without writing a single line of code. We will also try to focus on a second use case, which is the building a report, which is a transaction-based report from the scratch. Okay. So what is electronic reporting? Okay, electronic reporting or a generic electronic reporting. So in my view, electronic reporting is nothing but a configurable tool or an engine that allows business users or citizen developers, for that matter, to create, configure, or define their business rules for their incoming and outgoing documents. When it comes to core capability of this electronic reporting, there are four key pillars in my sense that everyone should able to thoroughly understand and before they go and start applying that use cases for the electronic reporting as a tool. The very first is a configurable format. So what it means, it does allow you to create or configure your report format, whatever whether it's incoming form documents or outgoing document. You can simply go and configure it based on your requirement or a customer requirement. Another aspect when it comes to configurable format, often business user asks these questions: do I need to maintain the repository of this configurable format somewhere outside the scope of finance and operation app? Right. So in that sense, electronic reporting does allow to store all this configuration in the database of Dynamics 365 Finance and Operation app. We will see in detail as we go further in a subsequent slide. Then the second one is the custom logic and extensibility. Though the product is more mature day by day, but still there is a need for some additional fields to be appeared. Could be because of some sort of localized requirement or regulatory requirement. So there is need for, or there is requirement of ability to extend it further. So electronic reports does allow you to extend the existing report. Those are shipped out of the box, or you can also add on top of that your additional capability. So it's very simple to extend further. We will see in few minutes in hands-on. The third aspect is the business logic and rule. So often we have seen in the implementation process where certain key fields to be changed, maybe a value to be changed, or some fields to be hide at a runtime. And I distinctly remember in a previous version, or for that matter, in this version as well, if someone wants to go for SSRS report, you need to go with a lot of permutation and a lot of business logic to be written either at a X++ end or maybe at a SSRS end. So electronic reporting does allow you that flexibility where you can go and define and where you can go and define your business logic and transform that data in a simpler manner. And as it is targeting towards the audience of citizen developer and business users, but obvious they will not be well versed in the X++ language, right? So that is where there's a concept of formula designer, which does allow you to define your own formulas very similar to Excel. Okay. And the fourth one is a support for localization requirements. So there is a bunch of reports that has been shipped out of the box by the product itself for a specific country. However, there is always a need to define or build on top of that, or maybe from a scratch, the additional localized report, right? So that report format could be any specific text as output or maybe XML as output, because of that is how the localized system is allows to process that, right? So if I just try to go back in days of previous version, or maybe the concept of SSRS, a developer used to write a bunch of logic by using ASCII IO classes or text IO classes and define the schema into a, whether it's a container or whether it's a release in the form of X++, and there's to write that business logic on top of that. They need to iterate the the whole query itself to extract the data into CSV or for that matter text, right? But with the help of electronic reporting, without writing any single line of code, you can go and define your own template or own format, and you can also define the rules on top of that. Now I'll move on to next slide, where I'll just try to touch base the out-of-the-box reporting capability. However, in the interest of time and in the interest of today's topic, I'll be speaking more on the electronic reporting. But if you need more information on this, I just try to highlight that there are a bunch of product capabilities available as part of reporting options. So I'll just quickly walk you through when there is a need for the interactive documents, but obviously there is SSRS reporting component is available, right? Where a bunch of development efforts are required when there is a need or design to be published in the SSRS designer, and that must be published, right? And then when there is need of financial reporter, then management reporter concept comes into picture, and there is a management reporter, very good and nice tool where business user can go and do that. In addition to this, there is a bunch of additional capability, for example, Excel add-in, for that matter, workspaces or Power BI. I'm not going to spend much time on this as the topic is more focused on electronic reporting, but I thought let me share that learning as well, that what are the options that are available in the product. Then we'll move on to next slide, where I'll just try to depict the view of based on my understanding of earlier experience and the knowledge of the product implementation, that these are the typical use cases, right, from the business, where business is trying to focus that they need a lot of reports. If there is a financial firm, definitely they would need reports to be generate as and when the auditor comes in, and auditor requires some sort of information to be extracted further. Though there are bunch of options are available where you can export the data, however there's a certain logic to be defined. So that is where one of the business use case where the electronic reporting concept can be leveraged to generate the rapid generation of reports. Okay. At the same time, if you just try to read this slide from your left to right, there is always a need where payment file to be exported or some sort of bank information to be imported or exported for that matter from the finance and operation app. Then we can use electronic reporting again without writing a single line of code. Then there is a need for ad hoc reporting as well. In one of the implementation, I have seen that customer would need some sort of concept where their business users can go and create a report on top of that, or maybe from a scratch. There is a one more critical use case that I have seen where the financial services, or for that matter any sort of industries in the retail, where they need a specific template output or the output to be generated on a specific template. They do have a predefined templates, typically in the Word or Excel, and that is where the power of electronic reporting comes into picture, where you can define your own template in the form of Excel or in the form of Word, and then you can define your business logic and just drag and drop and define this activities that you want to perform, and then the report is up and running. Okay. At the same time, there is also one of the critical use case, that is a regulatory requirements where the data to be electronically exchanged with the government bodies. And that is where electronic reporting, where business users can go and create those reports, and they can export the data which is required for that, the regulatory requirements. Now I'll move on to next slide because that is what I mentioned, right? I'll just try to walk you through a high-level view on the concept and more focus on the practicals or hands-on experience, right? So this is the last slide, and then we'll move on to the live demo. So if you look at the high-level architecture of electronic reporting, or for that matter, business documents, it has three core components. Okay, it starts with model. So model is nothing but some sort of container where you can define your report data fields. So you need X number of data fields to be appeared on the model. It could be a data fields to be part of your report format as part of your layout, or it could be part of your report dialog. Okay, where user can select a date, or for that matter any sort of lookup value, and based on the data to be filtered without writing any single line of code, right? So that is where the first concept of the model comes into picture. There is another component in this electronic reporting, which is nothing but a model mapping. Okay, by name itself is indicating it's a model mapping, right? So whatever the component that has been defined, which is a data fields, that data fields will be automatically connected again through a number of clicks. And then on top of the data field, you can define your own expression. And that is where the concept of calculated fields comes into picture, where you can define your expression, where you can define your rules as part of very similar to Excel type of, the expressions. There is a third component in this electronic reporting engine, which is the format designer. So what it does, it tries to connect all the model mapping, and model mapping has the correlation with the model, rather the data fields that has been part of the model, and it also allows you to define your own template, right? So it does allow you to binding of those data fields that has been initiated from this place to this place, and then it does correlate with each other. So there is a process defined so that business user can also go and define and select their own template, select the respective data fields and bind those data fields with the respective templates. Or if they want to do some sort of, the expression where my condition fulfills, then so and so field should not be visible, or so and so field should be visible, right? So on top of that as well, you can define the expression. However, if you look at all these three components, right from model mapping, and format designer, everything is going to be stored. It is part of your finance and operation apps database. So no need for business users or citizen developer to take a export and maintain it separately or somewhere in the local device. Is not required. It is everything is part of your database. It does also provide multiple versions. We will see in a minute how it maintains a version. So as and when you change anything across all these three components, that is model mapping, and format designer, it does allow you to complete the steps, and it does allow you to maintain the versions automatically. So for some reason, if you want to rebase your format designer or your earlier model mapping with the current or the previous committed versions, you can go and do that with the help of rebase of versions. Okay. So this is what a little bit about the theory and some sort of knowledge on the electronic reporting, and then we'll move on to our next section, which is a live demo. And there I am going to walk you through two business use case. A very first business use case is the Excel template that is currently been part of product, and that has been, there are a couple of reports, electronic reports that has already been part of the report, but one of it invoice, and that is a free text invoice. So we are going to see that how that Excel template is going to be transformed into a predefined Word template. So think about a scenario where organizations are having their own Word templates, and they want to encapsulate that data in such a way, for example, the customer address, customer details, or the repetitive actions of number of lines, which is part of that uh, invoice, right? So we will see how easily we can transform that Excel template of free text invoice to the Word. Another use case where I'm trying to create a report from scratch, and it will be more on the transaction based report, and there we will see customer balance due, right? So think about a scenario where a customer is expecting a report where their expectation is that a report should be predefined value to be entered by the user, for example, date, as on date, and based on that as on date, system should able to list down all the customers and their balance due as on today, right? So if you look at in the X++ word, from a developer perspective, the developer needs to create a lot of artifacts from a SSRS report perspective, for that matter, service class, controller class, or for that matter, DP class or UI builder class, right? But we will try to see maybe close to 10-15 minutes. Within 10-15 minutes, you can create a report from scratch. Okay. Now I'll quickly move on to my demo screen now. So I log on to application. I have purposefully opened two instances so that it will be easy for you to understand where I'm trying to navigating to individual screen. So now the very first is a free text invoice. So what I have done, I have already set up the free text invoice out of the box electronic reports, and that you can find in the organization and admin in the workspace called electronic reporting. In the electronic reporting, there is a tile called reporting configuration. Once you click on that, you can download all the reports directly from the from the LCS. But again, for the purpose of today's demo, I have focused more on the free text invoice. So as you can see here, this is an invoice model for free text invoice. This is the format or a design where the Excel template has been used. And third is the model mapping, which is if you just go back and try to correlate with the previous slide, you can see the three components. This is invoice model, invoice mapping, and the designer. Okay. So I'll just quickly, before I make any changes, I'll just quickly walk you through the standard report, how it look like in the form of Excel. I'm not going to post any invoice. I'm just going to focus more on the pro forma invoices sort of scenario. So as soon as click on this, it will allow you to select, the list of options, whether you want an email to be sent or you want that the particular invoice to be archived, or maybe you want that to be part of, file or screen. So I'll just select a file or screen, and then I'll click on OK. As soon as I click on OK, probably you would see here, system will start processing the invoice, and that invoice information will be appeared in the PDF format, which is completely defined on Excel, right? So how I'm going to do that? If I want to change the word template, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to just quickly navigate to the organization admin module, electronic reporting, reporting configuration. I'm going to select the model, okay, because I want to change the model, right? Because I want to change the design. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to select the capability, which is our option derived from invoice model. So I'll just select FT, free text invoice, invoice model, one. So what it does, it creates the derived configuration, and the base configuration will be always and always the standard which has been part of the product. Then I'm going to create the derived model mapping. And here I'm going to select my target model, which I have already created, ft underscore invoice underscore model underscore one. Sometimes it takes 2 or 3 minutes because the standard model has a lot of model mapping inside to address the sales invoice scenario, project invoice scenario. Okay. So it is done. And the third step is to this Excel template. So what I can do, you can just again select this Excel template. So if I just go and select, so FT underscore word underscore file. Here I'm going to select my data model, this model one. I haven't committed yet, right? So it means what? Before I do any changes, my model should be connected to that particular, definition. So I'm going to create a configuration over here. So I have performed 3 steps. I have duplicated using the derived model capability, that is model, designer, as well as the mapping. Now I'm going to complete the status because I want to execute that. So I'll go here, I'll change the status to complete. Then I'm also going to change the status of model mapping as well. As I mentioned earlier, it has a lot of model mapping. For example, project invoice and vendor invoices and package slip as well. So sometimes it takes time to confirm the changes. Okay, there you go. So now third step. In the third step, whatever the design that we have duplicated from the standard one, that is the Excel one, right? So if I just quickly go into the design, you will see in the designer window the bunch of Excel cells defined. If you go to the attachment, you will see the standard attachment that has been shipped with the product. You just quickly, you can see this is the Excel templates. But in our case, our use case, that we don't want to use this standard template, right? We want to use a Word template. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to type the standard word. I'm just going to take the standard template, like this template. I'm going to generate this template. Okay, so this is standard template. Okay, I do not want this table, so I'll just delete this table. I will delete this as well. It's not required. And I'm going to add a new table over here as per my
हेलो
हेलो
जी अस्सलाम वालेकुम।
जी हेलो, आवाज आ रही है आपको?
जी आपको आ रही मेरी आवाज?
आपकी आवाज मुझे नहीं आ रही है, एक मिनट।
ओके,
आप चेक करें आपको।
काम करता हूँ तो बंद कर देता हूँ।
Okay, so
Hello?
what I was trying to highlight, as you can see
Say hello.
here in my
हेलो कॉम माइक सेटिंग ऑडियो में जाके माइक्रोफोन बोलिए अगर आप
okay, so as you can see here in my Word template, I do have additional developer tag that I have added from here, because that is where we need to use the XML mapping over here. Okay, so I have added a table. Okay, and what I'm going to do, as you can see here in the XML mapping tab, as I have not attached this template to the ER designer for that FreeText invoice, you are just seeing the standard schemas over here, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to share this. I'm going to first save this on my document, which is ft underscore invoice underscore one. Okay, and then I'm going to close this, and I'm going to delete this existing Excel one.
Hello.
This will give me ability to select the one that I have created. I'm going to save this. I'll close this. As soon as I save this, it is allowing me to attach a template for the designer that we have created, or that we have copied from the derived model. I'm going to save this. As soon as I save this, whatever the XML tags or the Excel cells that you are able to see here, right, will be automatically part of that Excel, automatically part of that Word document. So I'm going to again go back to the attachment that I have already attached. I'm going to open this Word document over here, and as you can see here in the developer tab, if I just go to the XML tab, you'll find the additional XML part that has been added, which is reports. Okay, and you can see all the XML headings and the details. If I just try to compare over here in the context of our discussion, you can see here. Okay, So it means what? Now the Word document is having all the XML mapping, right? So what is next? So next is start map the required fields that we want to be appeared on this particular Word template. So what I'll do, I'll just quickly select this one, which is my invoice number. I'm going to select the invoice number from the document detail one. This is the invoice number. Right click and map to selected content control. Then I'm going to select invoice date as well, which is my document date value. I'm going to also select my company name. I already using USMF, so company information, company name over here. Then the company address, which is the company's address value. Then ship to, so the customer name, again map to select field and the address of customer. Okay, so now we have done with the header sections, which is the single value to be appeared on all the invoice header. Next one is the repeated control, right? So this is what a table that we added. So we just quickly go back and see the invoice line sections over here, which we want to be automatically repeated, as part of this Word template. So we want to map 4 fields, right? Descriptions, quantity, unit price, and amount. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to select this as a table, and I'm going to select this. I'm going to insert a control for repeating, because I want all the invoice lines to be automatically repeated here. So I'm done with this. Then I'm going to select the first control using a rich text box. And then I'm going to apply the mapping over here. And these 2 steps I need to repeat for the remaining 3 columns as well. So I'll just quickly do it. The quantity one, mapping of quantity, then the unit price, mapping of unit price, then the amount, and then the mapping of invoice. That's it. Okay, that's it. You can save that particular the Word template, ft underscore invoice underscore 1 bracket 1. Then I'm going to close this, and I'm also going to close this particular thing. Now next step, again you need to go back here in attachment, delete the first one, and upload the new one that you have created, right? So I'm going to upload this so that my FTI electronic report, that is free text invoice report, can start using this new template that I have just modified and also done the mapping for each and every required field. I'm going to attach here, and I'm going to save this. So now I'm done with the format designer activity, and I'm going to change the status to maintain the versions. It is very important to keep a note that each and every activity, whether it's a model changes, whether it's a model mapping changes, or any sort of designer changes, all the activity to be changed to be, click here as a complete. Otherwise, your report won't work. Okay, so I'll just quickly double check. This is completed. The model that we created, that is also completed, and the model mapping that we have created, right? This one, this is also completed. Now, next step is to attach this template to the specific area so that our free text invoice can start looking into it. So for that, you can navigate to accounts and receivable module, forms. Underneath the forms, we have a form set. Underneath the form, in the general section, we have print management. Select the free text invoice, and here you can see all the report formats, right? The current report format that we have created, FT Word. I'm going to select this, just double check, yes, it is saved. And then I'm going to go back and check the free text invoice. I'm going to select this free text invoice just to check the pro forma of this. Okay, as you can see here, the Word document is currently being downloaded, and you can see all the value that we map, invoice date, invoice. This is a pro forma invoice. That is where the value is like this. Otherwise, you would have see a correct number sequence based value. Then the customer Contoso Retail San Diego, and then the address. You can also see a repeated of invoice line. And let me just close this and open the invoice. You can see all the invoice lines that were there at particular that invoice which we process. Now, what if a customer is expecting that this particular report, instead of downloading, they need an additional capability where that report to be automatically sent to their customer, based on the customer contact email address. So how can we do that? So in the electronic reporting, again, I'll go back to organization admin module. In the section of electronic reporting, you can see a couple of options. Again, in the interest of our today's topic, I'm going to select the electronic reporting destination, where you can see a place where define a destination. Okay, I'll just quickly select my report, electronic reporting reference. In our case, it's FT_1_1. I'm going to select a file destination over here, any name based on your maybe one. I'm going to select the file component here, which is my free text invoice. And then I'm going to select the convert to PDF. Just a small note here, this capability gets enabled based on the feature management. So there is a feature management capability available, and then only this additional PDF conversion comes into picture. So you need to look out for feature management workspace, and in that workspace there are a bunch of additional features are there, and one of the features convert to PDF for electronic reporting. Okay, then if you go to the settings over here, you would see a bunch of options that we have seen in the initial stage of the discussion, right? So if I want to just send an email over here, I can select enable. In the two, either I can go for a specific configuration of email, or I can just specifically go for printing of email. I can go for either a customer or prospect, whatever, as I mentioned. But this time I just wanted to specify the value of my email address so that we can quickly check and see the readers. Right? So when you do that, I also want, while sending email, I want to be appear on the screen as well. Now I'm going to save this. I'll close the screens and I'll go back to accounts receivable and free text invoices again. And this time, when I select the invoice to be previewed, automatically system has started giving additional dialog where as a user I'm getting ability to select or archive or screen on a page. I'm going to select as it is, that is email and screen. If I just quickly do that, so while it is processing, you can also define your own template as well. So this is a PDF created, and I'll go back to my email, as you can see here. So the email is also received, right? A similar one, correct? So this is how we have ended up with our first use case. I can see we are already on top of the hour.
Rakesh, we are having very less time. How much time you need more?
Maybe I'll just quickly touch base with the second use case with the scenario that I have already created.
Okay, sure. Because our next speaker is line up. Thank you.
Okay. So second scenario, as I mentioned, right, that there is a requirement from a business where they wanted to have a customer balance report to be appeared. So I have created a customer balance model over here. I'll just quickly walk you through. I'm so sorry, in the interest of time, we will not be able to go in a detail hands-on. I would love to do that, but again, maybe next time we will try to see that. So I have created a one model over here. I'll just quickly walk you through the designer. In the model, I have created the model mapping as a container. Inside that, I have created the record list type. You can see here a bunch of data types are available. One of the data type is record list over here. I have selected that. Underneath of that, I have created balance as a variable and attached to a real, because I want balance value to be appeared as part of that customer reports, and the string value, as well as the due date. And this due date is required because we want that dialogue to be appeared whenever the report is trying to, run the reports from the interface perspective or from a UI perspective. I have also created a designer over here, the way we have created in our previous use case, which is having the attachment, a very simple attachment, as you can see here. Now I can go back and I can quickly walk you through. If I want to run this report, I'll just quickly select my designer, click on run, and then select the whatever date. I'll enter today's date, and I'll enter maybe a criteria for the customer group 10 or 20. I'll just quickly okay on this. So what it does, whatever the logic that has been added, it automatically releases on all the customer records and their balances, and at the same time it will also send that same information through email. But what if customer is expecting that my business users they will not be able to the electronic reporting access, right? So how can we add the menu item over here in the menu pan itself only, right? So I have already added the menu item. I'll just quickly walk you through. This is a custom menu item that is added, and for that you need some sort of low code approach here. You need to create a contract class, controller class, and DP class. You need to bind those values that particular DP class and service class, as you can see here. And this is pretty much standard one. Nothing has been changed apart from the value of or text that has been used for. But as soon as I add it, you can also see I have also added an extension for account receivable menu and the dedicated menu item. If I just go back to the property of this, you can see the controller class that has been already associated with that menu item. And if I want to just quickly run through this, from the menu pan itself only, you'll get the ability to select your format configuration. In my case, this model invoice, I can go and select it. I can, whether if I want to put it in a batch, I can do that, and I can simply execute this, right? And then I can put a filter. As soon as I click on filter, it will give a similar experience, right? The customer balance report. I think that's all from my end. Thank you very much for watching me, and thank you all.
Thank you, Rakesh. It was quite a clear and deep dive of electronic reporting. It's lovely to have you here and how expert you are in electronic reporting. Thank you for part of this year Bootcamp 2021, and see you next time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amar. Thank you so much.
Now I will hand over to Faisal.
Thank you, Amar. Thank you so much for your time. So without any further ado, I'll just quickly add my next speaker, Fahad Ahmed, all the way from the other part of the world, from USA. It's a very early morning there, and it's a late night here in Australia. How are you? How are you, Fahad?
I'm great. Thank you. Yeah, it's early morning, but not that early. It's 7:45 in the morning. But yeah, it's Saturday, so it's a little early.
Yeah, Saturday. Yeah. No, thank you, mate, for joining us today and giving us your family time, especially. So over to you, Fahad. I'll add your screen here. So let's get started.
Okay, ठीक है. So my session will be in Urdu, and obviously, I would like to be a little bit interactive. So I see the comment section, so you can ask questions and I can stop and answer the question. Is there any other protocol, Faisal, that I need to follow, or is that okay?
No, that's all. Like, if there will be any question, definitely what I'll be doing, I'll be putting those questions on screen for you, or I can read those questions to you if you like, maybe in between the sessions.
Yes.
Or if you like, maybe at the end of the session. As you said, you want to keep it interactive. So at the moment, I'll see some questions, I'll read back to you.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on the time as well. I would see if it's going above. I think I have like less than 40 minutes remaining. But I'll keep yeah. So खुश आमदेद, welcome. मेरा नाम फहद अहमद है और I live in Chicago. मेरा ज़्यादातर वक्त जो है वो कस्टमर्स के साथ उनकी प्रॉब्लम्स को समझने में, उनको सॉल्यूशन देने में गुजरता है. primary interest, is always technical. I started as a developer back in 2006. I think me and Faisal started together at the same time in the same company. So you know, over the period of time, I got, interest in, okay, वैसे तो उर्दू में, लेकिन कहीं कहीं इंग्लिश आएगी क्योंकि ज़ाहिर है, we are technology folks and we cannot avoid using English. So ज़्यादातर, मेरा इंटरेस्ट जो रहता है recently is technical designs, architecture, integrations, बिग डेटा एंड एनालिटिक्स, और इसके साथ साथ मैंने रिसेंटली जो है वो डिफरेंट क्लाउड प्लेटफॉर्म्स को भी एक्सप्लोर करना शुरू किया है, नॉट जस्ट एज्योर बट समटाइम्स आई go and poke around and look into Azure, AWS, read about Google, what they are doing, Power Platform. So these are my interests. Basically, I would like to go whenever I get time to do some outdoor work. Anything outdoor, like any hiking, biking, whatever you name it. This is some of the contact information. I do blog at dynamicsonline.org, and I have a LinkedIn. I'm very active on LinkedIn as well. So topic is data from FNO to data lake. अच्छा, इसमें क्या है ना कि let's just get straight to the agenda. I would start with data lake. Data lake है क्या? इसकी जरूरत क्यों पेश आती है? क्या जरूरत थी जब सब डेटाबेसेस थे, और फिर ऑब्जेक्ट ओरिएंटेड डेटाबेसेस आ गए, फिर उसके बाद डॉक्यूमेंट डेटाबेसेस आ गए, सब कुछ ऑप्टिमाइज होता चला जा रहा था प्रोसेसिंग के हिसाब से, स्टोरेज के हिसाब से, तो क्या जरूरत थी कि एक नई चीज आ गई मार्केट में। उस पर थोड़ी सी बात करेंगे। एफएनओ का सिंक पे नजर डालेंगे कि कैसे कॉन्फ़िगर होता है। हो सकता है उस पार्ट को मैं थोड़ा क्विकली स्किप कर दूं क्योंकि वो स्टेप्स आर ऑल ऑनलाइन. But I will just talk about some gotchas there, if someone wants to do it, so they would know कि भाई किन चीजों को avoid करना. और आखिर में synapse analytics पे बात करेंगे. अच्छा, synapse analytics is a big topic, right? The only reason I put synapse is because I wanted to make sure कि हम कुछ जब data lake में आ जाए ना, तो उसको visualize कैसे करें, ठीक है, उसको किसी tabular शक्ल में कैसे लाएं कि हम उसको query कर सकें. So Synapse is, one of the ways, obviously, but there are certain other options available in Azure as well. We'll talk about those. And finally, if we get time, we'll go into the Q&A. But you feel free to ask question in the comment section. अच्छा, गोल क्या है आज? गोल ये है कि जैसे मैंने कहा ना कि पहले तो डेटा लेक को समझ लेते हैं, उसके बाद डायरेक्ट जाते हैं एफएनओ में और देखते हैं यार एफएनओ से कुछ 2-4 टेबल पकड़ के सिंक करते हैं डेटा लेक में, देखते जाके कि वहाँ क्या फाइल्स बनती हैं, और फिर उस डेटा को लोड करते हैं एक सीक्वल पूल में जो कि एजोर में रन हो रहा होगा. और वहाँ पे हम ये देखेंगे कि उसको लोड कैसे करना है. तो उसकी कुछ स्क्रिप्ट वगैरह लिखी हुई है, बेसिकली डेटा इंजेक्शन जिसे आप कह लें. And finally we'll query it. It's not a very, I haven't created any very funky or very, kind of Power BI UI. You just visualize the thing, but it's, you can query it. You can see, okay, the data that you got, the data आपको मिला है FNO से, वो नजर कैसे आ रहा है उसको, क्योंकि सब developers हैं mostly architects, तो उनको जरा data को query करके उनको समझ आता है. फिर you can make sense of it and you can do whatever you want, right? And by the way, ADLS is not just, the data lake is not just for querying. If अगर यही करना था तो फिर हम Azure SQL पे भी रख सकते थे. तो उस पे हम पहले थोड़ा सा अपनी फाउंडेशन बनाएंगे. तो डेटा लेक है क्या? इन जनरल टर्म्स में अगर आप बात करें ना, तो इट्स जस्ट अ रेपोजिटरी, कंटेनर जिसके अंदर आप फाइल्स स्टोर कर सकते हैं, स्ट्रक्चर डायरेक्टरी स्ट्रक्चर बना के. डेटा किसी भी फॉर्मेट में हो सकता है. डेटाबेस की क्या लिमिटेशंस होती थी कि आपको रिलेशनल डेटाबेस लेके आना है, आपको कुछ सर्टेन प्रोटोकॉल्स फॉलो करनी है, यानी कि अगर डेटा को क्वेरी करना है, या पहले तो आप नॉर्मलाइजेशन कर लें, पुराना कॉन्सेप्ट जो हम हमेशा से पढ़ते आए हैं और यूज करते आए हैं. तो पहले तो आप नॉर्मलाइज कर लें डेटा को, सेकंड नॉर्मल फॉर्म, थर्ड नॉर्मल फॉर्म, फॉरेन कीज डिफाइन करें, प्राइमरी कीज डिफाइन करें, नेचुरल कीज देखें, बहुत सारा काम किया हमने उस पर. और डेटा को फिर आपको इस तरह से रखना है। अब वो रहेगा स्ट्रक्चर्ड फॉर्म में। फिर हम थोड़ा सा और हमने उसको जब देखा, when we go towards very enterprise level applications, or the applications that has abnormal amount of data. I use this term because I don't have a very good term to use. Abnormal means कि जैसे अगर फर्स्ट करें कोई एग्जांपल लेते हैं, फेसबुक के ऊपर जो ट्रैफिक आ रहा है, इट्स लाइक abnormal. इट्स लाइक यू कांट इमेजिन कितना डेटा आ रहा है, कितना ट्रैफिक। जब इस किस्म की यूज केसेस आने लगे ना, तो फिर डेटाबेस टेक्नोलॉजी इवॉल्व हुई, रिलेशनल चल ही नहीं सकती थी वहां पे। तो फिर हम चाहे अच्छा चलो यार सेमी स्ट्रक्चर्ड कर लेते हैं, फिर हमने कहा नहीं डीनॉर्मलाइज कर लेते हैं, फिर हमने कहा अच्छा काम करते हैं फाइल्स में रख लेते हैं। रहा वो स्ट्रक्चर्ड ही टू सम एक्सटेंट। फिर एक यूज केस आया कि यार डेटा तो सिर्फ इसी तरह थोड़ी होता है कि आपने बस उसको CSV में रख लिया, राइट, या एक टेबल बना लिया, या उसको कह दिया सेमी स्ट्रक्चर्ड है। सेमी स्ट्रक्चर्ड मीन्स के हम एक स्ट्रक्चर डिफाइन करेंगे, लेकिन हम उसको थोड़ा सा लूज रखेंगे कि आप उसको ना और भी फील्ड ऐड कर सके ना जब आपको जरूरत हो, आपको डेटाबेस एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर या डेवलपर के पास ना जाना पड़े। तो जब और किस्म के डेटा आए ना मार्केट में कि यार क्लिक स्ट्रीम डेटा आ गया। जैसे क्लिक स्ट्रीम एक टाइप है, आप इंटरनेट पे जब आप क्लिक करते हैं किसी भी वेबसाइट पे, खास करके ई-कॉमर्स वेबसाइट पे, तो यू आर बीइंग ट्रैक्ड। Although we know that in today's world we are being watched and tracked and listened through our devices, but I'm talking about like a very basic use case कि आप इंटरनेट पे कोई चीज शॉप करते हैं, तो your data, where you are clicking, it's all being tracked. अगर आपने कोई चीज खरीदी, नहीं खरीदी, it doesn't matter. If you are on their website or any big website and you are doing it, you are being tracked. So it's a different kind. फिर IoT sensors आ गया, ठीक है, जिसमें एनालॉग डेटा होता है, वो फिर कन्वर्ट होकर डिजिटल में आता है और मैसिव अमाउंट ऑफ डेटा होता है। फिर हम बात कर लेते हैं कि यार चलो वीडियो डेटा इतना ज्यादा क्रिएट होता है, ऑडियो डेटा, इमेजेस क्रिएट होती हैं, ठीक है। तो अब इतने सारे फॉर्मेट के डेटा को कैसे रखा जाए, तो उन्होंने फिर उसको थोड़ा सा लूज बना दिया कि भाई आप किसी भी किस्म का डेटा, आप अगर इसको थोड़ा सा बेसिक जहन में जाके सोचें आपके कि यार इसमें ऐसे क्या रॉकेट साइंस है, ये तो एक एक फाइल सिस्टम में भी रख सकते हैं। एक फाइल सिस्टम जैसे होता है किसी भी कंप्यूटर में, आप डायरेक्टरी स्ट्रक्चर बनाएं, एक फोल्डर के अंदर आप चाहे तो CSV फाइल रखें, चाहे तो JSON रखें, चाहे तो इमेजेस रखें। So it's exactly fundamentally the same thing. The technology is different, right? The scalability is different. It is on cloud, so it's scalable. It's basically, you don't have to actually buy the storage. It's scalable on your need. You don't have to actually, define the tiers actually. Although you need to buy some tiers, but it auto scale if your requirement goes up. ठीक है। तो अब ये थोड़ा सा मैंने कॉन्सेप्ट का यहाँ पे ना एक डिफरेंस डाल दिया है कि भाई व्हाट वाज डेटा वेयरहाउस और व्हाट इज डेटा वेयरहाउस इज स्टिल अराउंड, एंड व्हाट इज डेटा लेक। सो इट्स द आइडिया ऑफ डेटा वेयरहाउस इज द डेटा वेयरहाउस वाज स्टिल रिलेशनल, ठीक है। आप डेटा को अपना कहीं से थोड़ा सा प्रोसेस करके ले आते थे और एनालिसिस के लिए उसको रख लेते थे ताकि एनालिसिस आसान हो जाए। डेटा लेक जो है वो उसका बिल्कुल उलट है, वो कहना नहीं रिलेशनल नहीं, कुछ भी नहीं, बस ये स्ट्रक्चर, ये फोल्डर स्ट्रक्चर आप कंटेनर्स बनाएं और डेटा आप किसी भी फॉर्मेट में रख लें। स्कीमा की कोई लिमिटेशन नहीं है वहाँ पे। परफॉर्मेंस बहुत बेहतर है, डेटा रीड बहुत सिंपल है वहाँ पे, बहुत इजी है। और फिर सबसे बड़ी बात ये कि जो डेटा वेयर हाउसेस थे वो बेसिकली उनका जो यूज केस था मेन जब हमने स्टार्ट किया था, तो वो डेटा एनालिटिक्स था, ठीक है। वी वांटेड टू एनालाइज कि भाई कितनी सेल्स हो रही है, किस रीजन में कितनी सेल हो रही है। हमारे पास बहुत इस तरह के, मैंने बहुत सिंपल सा आपको यूज केस बता दिया, ये वो बहुत ज्यादा कॉम्प्लेक्स सिनेरियो नहीं बता। इसमें मशीन लर्निंग का कॉन्सेप्ट नहीं था, ठीक है। अभी तक हम मशीन लर्निंग या आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की तरफ नहीं आए थे। इसके अंदर ये चीज मौजूद नहीं थी कि अगर डेटा बहुत ज्यादा हो या बहुत डिफरेंट फॉर्मेट्स में हो तो हम क्या करें। जाहिर है अगर आपको इमेज डेटा प्रोसेस करना, यू कांट जस्ट क्वेरी इट, you need a different tool set to process that and get the digital result out of it. It's a binary data, but you need to get still 1-0 type of result कि भाई इसका रिजल्ट क्या निकला। आपने दो इमेजेस कंपेयर की, हम जस्ट गिविंग एन एग्जांपल, तो क्या फायदा हुआ। अब वो ये AI बेस्ड थोड़ी सी एप्लीकेशंस हैं, इसमें आप इमेज सर्च कर सकते हैं। लेकिन मैं एक आइडिया दे रहा हूँ कि भाई डिफरेंट किस्म के यूज केसेस डेटा वेयर हाउसेस के अंदर जो रिलेशनल डेटाबेसेस होते हैं उसमें नहीं हो सकते। तो डेटा लेक ने आगे कहा कि भाई डेटा किसी भी फॉर्म में डाल दो, टूल हम आपको टूल आपको अलग लेना होगा. टूल पे फिर हम भी आएंगे कि व्हाट इज द टूल, व्हाट आई मीन बाय टूल. ये कुछ वेंडर्स हैं जो डेटा लेक टेक्नोलॉजी पे काम कर रहे हैं, जिन्होंने अपनी डेटा लेक्स बना के क्लाउड बेस्ड दे दी है. इस पे ऑब्वियसली सबसे बड़ा कॉम्पिटिटर हमारा AWS है. क्विकली चलते हैं एज़्योर डेटा लेक पे. ज्यादा इस पे बात नहीं करूंगा, उसकी वजह यह है कि फाउंडेशन जो हमने भी एक जनरल डेटा लेक के बारे में बात की है, exactly the same thing. However, some changes are there, or some, I should say, enhancement or addition that I would like to touch on briefly. One is that it's built on blob storage. Or Gen 2 की अगर मैं बात करूं, Generation 1 was on file system. So if you connect the dot, what I said earlier, they initially started with the very basic idea कि यार क्लाउड पे स्टोरेज दे देते हैं, वहां पे जाके हम फाइल्स लोगों को रखने की इजाजत देंगे और उसको हम वो बहुत चीप होता है. If I just compare it, I don't have the right, like very, I should say, कि कोई मेरे पास एग्जैक्ट माइक्रोसॉफ्ट की तरफ से तो नंबर नहीं है, बट बेस्ड ऑन माय एनालिसिस सो फार आई कैन easily say कि it's minimum 10% cheaper, 10 times cheaper, sorry. यानी अगर आप डेटाबेस में टेबल में डेटा रख रहे हैं और इसमें रख रहे हैं CSV फाइल्स में लाके, तो इट्स वेरी वेरी चीप. दूसरा जो है कि इट्स डिजाइन फॉर एंटरप्राइज बिग डेटा एनालिटिक्स. तो इन्होंने डेटा लेक बनाते खुद कुछ भी नहीं है, उसमें तो सिर्फ डेटा स्टोर हो रहा है, लेकिन माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ने उसके साथ एक ऐसा इकोसिस्टम बिल्ड किया है कि आपको हर चीज एज़्योर के अंदर ही या उसी के इकोसिस्टम में मिल जाएगी. यानी अगर आपको एनालिटिक्स करनी है, बिग डेटा एनालिटिक्स, अच्छा, बिग डेटा का वर्ड आपको शायद याद होगा, बहुत बहुत इस्तेमाल हुआ है 2009-10 के बाद, अभी भी होता है. लेकिन जब से ये क्लाउड बेस्ड सर्विसेज आ गई हैं, तो अब लोग जो है ना, ये इस तरह की, जैसे डेटा लेक एक चीज है, उसके अंदर फिर जितनी भी बिग डेटा की जितनी भी प्रोसेसिंग होती थी ना, जो पहले हम हडूप का एक इन्वायरमेंट या क्लस्टर सेटअप करते थे सिर्फ डेटा प्रोसेस करने के लिए, वो सारा काम ना अब हुआ मिल जाता है क्लाउड पे. डेटाब्रिक्स का नाम आपने सुना होगा, ये कुछ आगे चीजें लिखी हुई हैं. HD इनसाइट, बेसिकली HD इनसाइट जो है ना, वो हडूप का एक फ्लेवर था, अभी भी है, अभी भी है, जो माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ने बनाया. क्योंकि हडूप एक ओपन सोर्स टेक्नोलॉजी थी, गूगल ने बनाई थी, जिसमें आप क्लस्टर्स बना के डेटा को डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड लेवल पे प्रोसेस कर सकते थे. क्योंकि बिग डेटा का इशू क्या था कि बहुत मैसिव डेटा है आपके पास और वो फाइल सिस्टम्स में ही स्टोर है. तो जनाब उसमें अब उसको प्रोसेस करना है, अगर आप उसको प्रोसेस करने बैठ जाए तो महीनों लग जाएंगे. तो उन्होंने कहा कि भाई, डिपेंडिंग ऑन हाउ बिग योर डेटा इज, you could have different clusters of computers or nodes, as they used to say, and that nodes can work together to process it. So that was Hadoop. उसके भी बहुत सारे फ्लेवर्स बने, माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ने भी बनाया, क्लाउडेरा ने बनाया, काफी लोगों ने बनाया उसके. तो अब क्या हो रहा है कि जब हम क्लाउड की तरफ आते हैं ना, तो हम देखते हैं कि वो सारी चीजें जो है ना, वो क्लाउड के अंदर आके जो है ना, उन्होंने उसकी एक ऑफरिंग दे दी है. ठीक है, अब आपको डेटाब्रिक्स यूज करना है, आपको इनसाइड यूज करना है, आपको कहीं ना कहीं उसकी कोई ना कोई फ्लेवर मिल जाएगा. यू जस्ट नीड टू बाय इट बेस्ड ऑन योर नीड, सब्सक्राइब टू इट एंड देन स्टार्ट प्रोसेसिंग योर डेटा. तो बिग डेटा प्लेटफॉर्म जितने भी हैं ओपन सोर्स बड़े जो है, वो सपोर्टेड हैं इसके अंदर. यू डोंट नीड टू गो टू अनदर पार्टी एंड डू द लाइसेंसिंग एंड ऑल दैट. एंड ऑब्वियसली इट्स वेरी इजी एंड परफॉर्मेंट. तो इस पर अगर आप देखेंगे तो डेटा लेक के अंदर अगर हम थोड़ा सा फाउंडेशन को आगे लेके बढ़े, तो डेटा डिफरेंट टाइप्स का आ रहा है, जिसमें लेफ्ट हैंड साइड पे टाइप्स हैं डेटा की, और ऊपर हमने कुछ टूल्स बता दिए कि जो आप यूज कर सकते हैं टू प्रोसेस इट. Now moving forward, if we try to make more sense of our scenarios or our ERP scenarios, I'm moving towards FNO. तो उसमें डेटा लेक का क्या यूज हो सकता है ना, जब हम क्लाइंट्स के पास जाते हैं, हम कस्टमर्स के पास जाते हैं, तो उसमें क्या है. तो ये एक माइक्रोसॉफ्ट के डॉक से ही मैंने पिक्चर ली है. इट्स वेरी इजी. तो आप देख सकते हैं कि हम FNO से जो डेटा आ रहा है ना, इन्होंने डेटा एंटिटीज लिखा हुआ है, BYOD लिखा हुआ है, बट आई फील लाइक दिस इज प्रोबेबली लिटिल बिट डिफरेंट देन व्हाट आई वाज एक्सपेक्टिंग. क्योंकि BYOD से जहन में आता है कि एज़्योर SQL में डेटा जाएगा ना, राइट. लेकिन बहरहाल यहाँ पे इनका मकसद है कि डेटा एंटिटीज से आप डेटा एक्सपोर्ट कर सकते हैं. टेबल्स इज अ वेरी बिग रिक्वायरमेंट, स्पेशली अगर आप किसी ऐसे कस्टमर के पास इम्प्लीमेंटेशन करें जिनके पास AX 2012 चल रहा है पिछले 8-10 साल से, तो वो जो है ना, वो कहते हैं यार हमें तो इतना फायदा था वहां पे, हम तो SQL का एक्सेस था, हम तो जो चाहते थे कर लेते थे, SSIS के थ्रू अपना डेटा को कहीं भी मूव कर लेते थे, प्रोडक्शन का एक्सेस था हमारे पास, डेटा का एक्सेस था। यहाँ पे तो कुछ भी नहीं है। तो वो एक एक थोड़ी सी रेजिस्टेंस आती है जब वो ये चीज देखते हैं। तो उसको हम जब BYOD ने काफी हद तक वो चीज सॉल्व की, हमने डेटा उनको एंटिटीज फॉर्म में, नॉर्मलाइज फॉर्म में देते रहे एक अर्से तक, लेकिन वो भी ज़ाहिर है ना, उसमें 2 इश्यूज थे। तो वो रियल टाइम सिंक नहीं था, उसके लिए आपको बैच जॉब चाहिए। खैर रियल टाइम तो ये भी नहीं है, बट एटलीस्ट उसको आपको चलाने के लिए FNO पे एक्स्ट्रा लोड नहीं डालना। भी थोड़ी सी आर्किटेक्चर पे बात करते हैं आगे चल के। और फिर ये कि वो टेबल्स के फॉर्म में नहीं था, यानी अगर उन्होंने फर्ज करें एक अपने स्टोर्ड प्रोसीजर्स लिखे हुए हैं जस्ट टू मसाज सम डेटा एंड देन गिव इट टू सम स्मॉल टीम जिनके पास 2-3 यूजर्स हैं, उनको एक्सेल पे कुछ अपनी एनालिसिस करनी होती है, राइट। तो वो नहीं चाहते कि उस पर इतनी बड़ी इन्वेस्टमेंट करें, वो नहीं चाहते कि उसके लिए ना शुरू से हम FNO में कोई एक्सटेंशन ऐड करें या कोई अलग एक सोल्यूशन बनाए। वो ये चाहते हैं कि भाई वो अगर एक्सेल शीट से अगर डेटा उठाते थे ना, तो उनकी एक्सेल शीट वैसे ही रहे, ठीक है, और डेटा उनको उसी फॉर्म में मिल जाए। तो अब यहाँ पे जो किरदार हम लोगों का होता था, तो हम फिर सोचते थे कि क्या करें, क्योंकि टेबल की फॉर्म में तो डेटा हम एक्सपोर्ट कर ही नहीं सकते थे। हमारे पास BYOD वाला ऑप्शन होता था, या हम कुछ अपना लिखें, किसी तरीके से उसको बनाए। अच्छा, इसमें क्या है कि आप टेबल सिंक कर लें, आपको अगर जो भी टेबल्स चाहिए, कस्ट टेबल, जस्ट टू गिव यू अ वेरी सिंपल एग्जांपल, कस्टमर ग्रुप्स चाहिए, आपको ट्रांजैक्शंस चाहिए, आप डेटा को इनेबल करें और आप सिंक कर लें। उसके बाद की कहानी फिर हम आगे देखेंगे कैसे। तो आप देख सकते हैं कि इस पे आइडिया यही है कि आप डेटा ले आए इस पे डिफरेंट सोर्सेज से, हिस्टोरिकल डेटा भी ला सकते हैं, बल्कि हम अभी एक कस्टमर पे काम कर रहे हैं, तो एग्जैक्टली ये सिनेरियो है, X 2012 से वो आ रहे हैं FNO पे, तो उनको अपना हिस्टोरिकल डेटा भी चाहिए। तो हमने उनसे कहा कि भाई rather दो या 2 options, either you just keep your database with the SQL server on-prem, or you just move your data what you need in data lake, which will be very cheap, by the way. You don't have to do any licensing, it's just a storage cost. And since we are already building Power BI analytics on top of the data lake, you could have another एक रिपोर्ट आप उस पर बना सकते हो क्वेरी करके कि भाई अच्छा, अगर फर्स्ट करो किसी को आज से 2 साल पहले का कोई कस्टमर का क्रेडिट चेक करना था, तो वो उतना डेटा हमने आपको दे दिया, and now you can just go into your Power BI, do the filtering, and then see that data. So that turned out very well. From an architectural standpoint, we didn't have to convince them. They were very happy. Yeah, chalo, aisa bhi hai. And the other thing is, most organization wants to go towards cloud, right? If they are going for FNO, they don't want to keep things on-prem. And this is like third time I'm hearing कि customers को अगर हम ये कोई option दे भी ना कि on-prem में ऐसे हो सकता है, for example, ऐसे तो हम देते नहीं है, we want them to move to cloud, तो वो थोड़ी देर बाद वो खुद ही समझ जाते हैं, कहते हैं नहीं यार क्लाउड पे ही चलते हैं। तो आप कुछ ऐसे ही सेटअप बना दें कि डेटा सारा हमारा क्लाउड पे आ जाए, एंड देन ऑल अदर सोर्सेज का भी जो डेटा है ना, हम उनको भी एक जगह लेके आए। It's working out very well. And I think you see on the right hand side, Spark is Apache Spark basically is another Hadoop के ऊपर प्रोसेसिंग इंजन बनाया था, बाद में Apache ने acquire किया था, तो it's also available there. So all these things on top, you can see Databricks, machine learning, all those things can be can be integrated. It's already there with data lake, and you can do all what you want with that data. And then later on, it's not, उसके बाद फिर जाहिर है जब आपने प्रोसेस कर लेना है ना डेटा को, तो उसके बाद आपकी रिक्वायरमेंट यही होगी कि उसको विजुअलाइज करना या उससे कुछ सेंस निकालना। तो वो फिर आप रिपोर्टिंग इसके ऊपर आ सकती है कि आप पावर BI की रिपोर्ट्स बना लें, या जो भी आप रिपोर्टिंग टूल यूज करना है, you could just move the data there. So I think enough about this foundation. टाइम को मैं चेक कर रहा हूँ, टाइम बल्कि काम करते हैं कि चलते रहते हैं, थोड़ा सा FNO पे भी बात कर लेते हैं, and then I will go into the demo part. Just looking at it, if there is any question, I don't see any. Just keep going. अच्छा, FNO के साथ सिंक, इस पे थोड़ी सी बात कर लेते हैं। BYOD या Bring Your Own Database जो है वो एक चीज थी जो हम काफी अर्से यूज करते रहे, अभी भी करते हैं, कभी कोई ऐसा सिनेरियो आ जाए, लेकिन ज्यादातर अब हम मूव हो रहे हैं डेटा लेक की तरफ. गो के ये फीचर अभी पब्लिक प्रीव्यू में है, but we are hoping that it will be available for production very soon. So, but just a comparison, अगर आप इसको कंपेयर करके देखें ना साइड बाय साइड, तो डिफरेंस ये है कि डेटा लेक में हमें एक जॉब सेटअप करनी पड़ती थी विद और उसमें हमने कुछ इश्यूज देखे. अगर डेटा ज्यादा होना और आपकी जॉब लेट्स से एवरी 15 मिनट्स रन करनी है आपको, दिस अ बिजनेस रिक्वायरमेंट, इट टेक्स बिकम्स वेरी स्लो to the extent that sometimes we need to restart services or get into the batch server or assign a different batch server completely. तो काफी प्रोडक्शन में इश्यूज देखे हैं वहां पे हमने इस वजह से, क्योंकि ज्यादा जो बल्क ऑफ द वर्क था ना वो FNO के ऊपर था. इसके अंदर ऐसा नहीं है, इसमें माइक्रो सर्विस बेस्ड आपकी सिंक्रोनाइजेशन है, मींस देयर इज अ एडिशनल सर्विस रनिंग आउटसाइड ऑफ FNO to sync data between the two systems. Or it's automatically refreshed. You don't have to do anything. You just need to. अगर आपने बता दिया ये 2 टेबल चाहिए मुझे, वो वही टेबल्स सिंक होते रहेंगे. और फिर जाहिर है जो टेबल्स के फायदे हैं जिसमें मैंने बात की है कि अगर आप बहुत ज्यादा, वैसे तो अगर आप थ्योरेटिकली देखें तो वर्ल्ड इज मूविंग टुवर्ड्स already moved towards denormalized structures, means data entities. We talk about FNO. लेकिन स्टिल अगर कोई कस्टमर, और हम दोनों सिनेरियोस की तरफ जाते हैं, आई जस्ट लुक एट इट कि अच्छा भाई आपकी रिक्वायरमेंट क्या है, आपकी रिक्वायरमेंट क्या हम आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स डेटा एंटिटीज फुलफिल कर सकते हैं. ओके दैट्स ग्रेट, लेट्स जस्ट डू इट. अगर बहुत ज्यादा कुछ होता है तो यार अच्छा चलो ठीक है, टेबल्स पे आ जाते हैं, रिलेशंस और ऑल ऑफ दैट, बिकॉज वी नो प्रोसेसिंग इज SQL सर्वर के मुकाबले में यहाँ पे प्रोसेसिंग इज मच फास्टर. SQL के अंदर आप एक क्वेरी लिखें जिसमें आप 8 टेबल्स को ज्वाइन करें और वर्सेस आप उसको सिनैप्स पे लेके आए और फिर उसको प्रोसेस करें, इट्स वे फास्टर. सो दैट्स व्हाई आई लाइक इट. आई से ओके चलो यार सही है हम इसको टेबल्स को यूज कर सकते हैं और वी सी लाइक वेरी गुड परफॉर्मेंस देयर एज वेल. पब्लिक प्रीव्यू हो चुका है इन रीजन्स में जो सामने लिखे हुए हैं. Expected है कि it will be generally available, means you can install on production or enable it on production in fall of 2021. It's only available for tier 2 plus environments, right? Dev environments पे नहीं है, लेकिन I recently मैंने देखा है कि एक मैं डॉक्स पे था तो मैंने ये कमेंट वहां से उठाया है कि किसी ने कोई गिटहब पे कोई टूल्स प्रोवाइड किए हैं जिसके जरिए आप टीयर 1 पे भी इसको कर सकते हैं. मैंने इस पे काम नहीं किया अभी तक, मैंने सिर्फ टीयर 2 के साथ किया. तो सिंस आई रिसेंटली सॉ इट, इफ आई हैड टाइम, अगर मैं पहले देख लेता तो शायद मैं उसको सेटअप करने की कोशिश करता, क्योंकि वो एक बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट चीज होती है हमारे लिए इन टर्म्स ऑफ डेवलपमेंट्स. हमें बहुत ईजी रहता है और बहुत, क्योंकि हर बंदे के पास अपनी पर्सनल सब्सक्रिप्शन होती है जिस पर आपको कुछ क्रेडिट मिलता है, तो उस पे हम फिर इसको काफी अच्छा टेस्ट कर सकते थे, अपने कंपनी की डेव मशीन्स पे कर सकते थे. लेकिन अभी चूंकि टियर 2 पे होता है तो हमें फिर क्लाइंट के एनवायरनमेंट्स पे इसको इनेबल करना पड़ता है और टेस्ट करना होता है. अच्छा, एक मैं डिस्क्लेमर दे देता हूँ यहाँ पे कि चूंकि मेरे पास जितनी भी डेटा लेक सेटअप हुई है वो क्लाइंट्स एनवायरनमेंट पे हैं, तो मैं वो क्लाइंट एनवायरनमेंट्स आपको शो नहीं कर सकता. ऑब्वियसली इट्स अ डेटा प्राइवेसी इशू. हाउएवर, what I've done is I've created the similar structure in my own subscription. जब आप डेटा सिंक करते हैं तो कैसा स्ट्रक्चर बनता है डेटा लेक में, मैंने वैसा ही अपने उसमें बना लिया और वहां से फिर मैंने अपना Azure Synapse और SQL pool स्पिन अप करके उसको हम वहां उसको समझ लेंगे. अच्छा, ये कॉन्फ़िगरेशन स्टेप्स हैं, ये आपको नेट से भी मिल जाएंगे, आखिर में रेफरेंसेस में भी मौजूद हैं. इसको जरा क्विकली आगे बढ़ जाते हैं. और जो इसमें बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है ना वो ये है. अच्छा, एक चीज और जो ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है वो ये कि आप किसी भी एक्टिव डायरेक्टरी में एजोर टेनेंट में बेसिकली आप अगर इसको करेंगे ना सेटअप, तो आपको एजोर एडमिन का एक्सेस चाहिए, सुपर एडमिन का, यानी जो पूरे टेनेंट का एडमिन होता है. और ये सबसे टाइम कंज्यूमिंग स्टेप हो जाता है, क्योंकि अगर आपके पास एक्सेस ना हो तो आपको you need to get, especially if you're working with a client, you need to talk to the client IT admin and let them know why you need it. So you need to work in collaboration with that person. तो उसमें ये माइक्रोसॉफ्ट की ERP सर्विस है जो कि आपको ऐड करनी होगी अपने टेनेंट में. ये वही सर्विस है जिसका मैंने जिक्र किया कि एक माइक्रो सर्विस है that runs behind the scene on Azure to sync the data between two systems. फिर आप एक एक्टिव डायरेक्टरी एप्लीकेशन बनाएंगे. इट्स वेरी सिंपल. रजिस्टर करेंगे. हर इंटीग्रेशन सिनेरियो में हमें ये करना पड़ता है, चाहे आप पावर BI इनेबल करने जाएं, चाहे आप रेगुलर Azure बेस्ड लॉजिक ऐप बेस्ड इंटीग्रेशन करने जाएं, चाहे आप जस्ट ऑडिट एक्सपोज करने जाएं. दिस इज वेरी कॉमन. एवरीबडी नोज यू जस्ट नीड टू क्रिएट एप्लीकेशन, client ID and secret to actually call your OData services. तो वही चीज यहाँ पे होगी. फिर उसके बाद एक डेटा लेक का अकाउंट आप बना लें. बेसिकली क्या होता है इसमें कि आपको डेटा लेक स्टोरेज बनानी है. कि कोई अलग से आपको चीज नहीं मिलेगी. जिस तरह आप रेगुलर Azure स्टोरेज बनाते हैं आप वही बनाएंगे. इसमें बस कुछ छोटे छोटे डिफरेंसेस होंगे, वो स्टेप्स में लिखे हुए हैं. उसके बाद आपको ना यहाँ पे जब ये स्टोरेज अकाउंट है, बेसिकली आप देख रहे हैं ये स्टोरेज अकाउंट है, तो यहाँ पे आपको डेटा लेक इनेबल्ड मिलेगा इसमें ना. तो सारी चीजें आपको उसकी मिल जाएंगी. अच्छा, ये कुछ सिक्योरिटी रिलेटेड चीजें. प्रिटी नॉर्मल कीवर्ड बनाना, उसके अंदर सीक्रेट्स रखना, ये सारी चीजें इंटरनेट पर मौजूद है. इसमें भी कोई इशू नहीं आता. बहुत इजीली आप इसको सेटअप कर सकते हैं. सिर्फ ऑथराइजेशन के वक्त अगेन आपको एडमिन की हेल्प चाहिए. अच्छा, फाइनली जब ये सारी चीजें हो जाती हैं तो आपका जो एनवायरनमेंट होगा ना, LCS का जो पेज है, यहाँ पे आपको आना है और यहाँ पे ऐड करना है. तो अगर वो रीजन आपके रीजन में इनेबल है, आपके क्लाइंट पे, आपके जो भी जिस पे भी आप काम कर रहे हैं, अगर वो इनेबल है यानी डेटा लेक की फीचर इनेबल है, तो आप जब आपने इंस्टॉल करेंगे ना, अभी मैंने वो स्क्रीनशॉट डाला नहीं है, when you click on it, you'll see कि आपको ऑप्शंस मिलेंगे. Then you can select the data lake option, and once it's installed, you will see it available like this in the preview. So you will see that preview as well. और आफ्टरवर्ड्स जब आप FNO में आएंगे तो आपको वहां पे एक एक्सपोर्ट टू डेटा लेक या एक्सपोर्ट डेटा लेक, मैंने शायद इसको गलत टाइप कर दिया, एक्सपोर्ट टू Azure डेटा लेक का एक फॉर्म मिलेगा सेटअप के अंदर, जिसके अंदर आपको सारे टेबल नजर आ रहे होंगे, चाहे आपके अपने हो या कस्टम टेबल हो. आई मीन माइक्रोसॉफ्ट के FNO के टेबल हो या आपके अपने कस्टम टेबल हो. तो आप उन टेबल्स को सिलेक्ट करके एक्टिवेट कर सकते हैं. ठीक है, आप ये एक्टिवेट हो जाएगा. उसके बाद जब आप इसको पहले तो आप ऐड करेंगे, देन यू एक्टिवेट. देयर आर लाइक टू ऑप्शंस. फर्स्ट you add and then you activate. So after activation, you will see that the status initially it will be initializing and after that it will be running. Means कि अब ये sync start हो चुका है. तो अच्छा, जब sync start हो चुका होगा और फिर आपका डेटा sync होना शुरू हो जाएगा. अब हम थोड़ा सा इसको डेमो पर्सपेक्टिव से देख लेते हैं. अच्छा, ये तो हमारा SQL टूल है, इसके बाद में आते हैं. ये सिनेप्स है. अच्छा, ये मेरी अपनी सब्सक्रिप्शन है जिस पे मैंने ये स्टोरेज अकाउंट बनाया, जिसमें डेटा लेक इनेबल थी. आपको फिर कंटेनर्स में जाना है. अच्छा, ये रिगार्डलेस ऑफ डेटा लेक, द स्ट्रक्चर इज सेम. अगर आप स्टोरेज अकाउंट में इट्स बेसिकली ब्लॉब. तो जो Gen 2 जो है हमारा नया वर्जन जो मार्केट में आया डेटा लेक का, एक तो Gen 1 था जो फाइल सिस्टम था. ये जो है ये ब्लॉब स्टोरेज है. मीन्स इट्स मच बेटर. यानी ब्लॉब की फॉर्मेट में हर चीज सेव हो रही होती है और इसके अंदर ना रीड राइट बहुत आसान है फ्रॉम Azure स्टैंड पॉइंट एज वेल, नॉट जस्ट अस. ऑब्वियसली हम अगर किसी थर्ड पार्टी एप्लीकेशन से रीड राइट करेंगे वो तो फास्टर है ही थ्रू APIs, but because of that block technology within the Azure infrastructure, it's also very easy to like manage the files regardless of what type of file is. तो क्या होता है कि यहाँ आपका एक कंटेनर बन गया. उस कंटेनर के अंदर ना डिपेंडिंग ऑन जो आपका एनवायरनमेंट का नाम है, एक फिक्टिशियस नाम मैंने रख लिया, उस नाम के अंदर आके ना इस तरह से स्ट्रक्चर बन जाता है जब आप सिंक करना शुरू करते हैं. फर्स्ट कीजिए आपने कस्टमर ग्रुप शायद मैंने सिंक किया था, लेट मी सी. तो फाइनेंस का फोल्डर बन जाएगा. फाइनेंस के अंदर आएंगे अकाउंट रिसीवेबल ग्रुप और यहाँ पे कस्टमर ग्रुप की फाइल बन जाएगी. जरा फाइल को देख लेते हैं. CSV फाइल होती है. डेटा किस तरह नजर आता है। तो ये आप देख रहे हैं कि ये डेटा जो है यहाँ पे फाइल में नजर आ रहा है। अब देखेंगे इसमें हेडर नहीं है, तो हेडर की इंफॉर्मेशन जो होती है ना हमको वो आप देखेंगे हर उसका ना एक फोल्डर बना होता है हर टेबल का। तो जैसे कस्ट ग्रुप डॉट CDM जिसका कॉमन डेटा मॉडल है, और यहाँ पे ना इसका इस जेसन के अंदर उस CSV फाइल का स्ट्रक्चर डिफाइन होता है। तो आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ से फिर जो भी आप टूल्स होंगे ना, आपके जो मैं बात कर रहा था, जितने भी टूल्स होंगे, जब आप उनको कनेक्ट करेंगे ना डेटा को यहाँ से रीड करने के लिए, तो दे वुड अंडरस्टैंड दिस इज लाइक अ वेरी स्टैंडर्ड फॉर्मेट टू रीड थ्रू एंड टू एक्सेस दिस इंफॉर्मेशन। अच्छा, अब वापस चलते हैं। मैं टाइम पे नजर रखा हुआ हूँ, हमारे पास सिर्फ 5 मिनट रह गए। तो इस तरह से यहाँ डेटा मैंने आपको एक एग्जांपल दे दी फाइनेंस की। इसी तरह अगर आप सप्लाई चेन के टेबल करेंगे तो सप्लाई चेन में वो सिंक हो जाएंगे। अच्छा, लास्ट टॉपिक है हमारा सिनैप्स का। तो सिनैप्स पे जल्दी से नजर डाल के इसकी भी एक डेमो देख लेते हैं कि डेटा जो हमने सिंक किया था, अगर आप अपने जहन में कनेक्शन बनाए, तो हमने FNO से कस्टमर ग्रुप और मैंने शायद एक और कोई टेबल है सिंक किया हुआ, मुझे याद नहीं आ रहा, वो हमने सिंक किए हुए हैं। वो फाइल्स जैसे आप डेटा अगर आप डेटा अपडेट भी करते हैं तो विद इन फ्यू मिनट्स, दिस नॉट अ डिफाइंड टाइम येट, एटलीस्ट आई एम नॉट अवेयर ऑफ, बट विद इन फ्यू मिनट्स, कल मैंने टेस्ट किया था तो 2 मिनट के अंदर ही मुझे वो फाइल अपडेटेड मिल गई थी। यानी वो आपने फर्स्ट नया कस्टमर ग्रुप ऐड करा, वो डेटा सिंक हो गया, एजोर में आ गया। अब हमें उस डेटा को फाइल की फॉर्मेट में अब हमें उसको रीड करना है, ठीक है। उसके लिए हम क्या करेंगे, पहले हम थोड़ा सा एजोर सिनैप्स पे क्विकली नजर डाल लेते हैं। Azure Synapse is basically a serverless technology, obviously just like any cloud, and it's a limitless uh, platform. Means that it allows you to load data at massive levels. Like it's massive storage का जो data जो हम data lake में ले आते हैं, तो ये उसको process करने में basically like big data processing platform जिसका मैंने शुरू में जिक्र किया। अच्छा, इसके अंदर और छोटी छोटी चीजें हमें और मिल जाती हैं कि डेटा इंजेक्शन के कुछ टूल्स मिल जाते हैं, फिर बिग डेटा एनालिटिक्स की जो मैंने बात की थी उससे रिलेटेड कुछ आपको स्पार्क के इंजन आप बना सकते हैं और प्रोसेसिंग कर सकते हैं। उसकी जो स्पार्क की अपनी लैंग्वेज होती है वो आप यूज करके क्या कहते हैं, जो बिग डेटा की एनालिसिस है वो कर सकते हैं। और ऑब्वियसली इट्स आल्सो डेटा वेयरहाउसिंग, मींस कि आप फाइल्स में तो डेटा आ गया, डेटा वेयरहाउस, इफ यू रिमेंबर व्हाट आई मेड द कमेंट अर्लियर, it's still the relational database. So it's a big word. I'm just using it to load the data and query it. I could have done it using, like a data factory job, like SSIS job. Just मैं files read करके Azure SQL में भी डाल सकता था और मैं वहां से भी read कर सकता था. It's exactly the same thing. But here is basically, I just wanted to show the tool and the scalability of it. और फिर जो बातें हमने की थी ना, जो यूज केसेस थे मशीन लर्निंग के, एनालिटिक्स के, वो सारे हम यहाँ पे कर सकते हैं। जैसे मैंने कहा कि इसके लिए एक अलग सेशन चाहिए, तो अगर कभी फ्यूचर में मौका मिला तो दोबारा इस पे एक सेशन रख लेंगे। बट बेसिकली व्हाट यू नीड टू डू इज, अगर आपकी प्राइवेट सब्सक्रिप्शन में और आप थोड़ा सा समझना चाहते हैं तो आपको बस एक Azure Synapse का इंस्टेंस बनाना है, उसके बाद एक SQL पूल बनाना है। SQL पूल इज बेसिक नथिंग बट जस्ट द ओल्ड SQL DW थिंग व्हिच इज कॉल्ड डेटा वेयरहाउस। और आपको फिर डेटा को लोड करके रीड करना है। तो उसका क्विकली डेमो कर लेते हैं। तो हमने 2-3 टेबल जैसे मैंने कहा सिंक किए हुए थे, और ये हमारा SQL पूल है। पहले मैंने Azure Synapse का एक इंस्टेंस बनाया, वहां भी ऑप्शन होता है जब आप बना लेते हैं ना शुरू में, तो आप अगर यहाँ जाएंगे तो आपके पास SQL पूल बनाने का यहाँ भी ऑप्शन होता है। सॉरी, यहाँ पे ठीक है, आप यहाँ भी बना सकते हैं और आप अलग से भी बना सकते हैं, बट यू जस्ट नीड टू लिंक इट। बेसिकली SQL पूल क्या होता है, इट्स डेटाबेस रनिंग ऑन क्लाउड, SQL डेटाबेस रनिंग ऑन क्लाउड। अच्छा, जो अभी इसके टूल्स मौजूद हैं, मेरे पास फिलहाल नहीं है, मुझे बताया गया है, मैं अपने कल एक आर्किटेक्ट से डिस्कस कर रहा था कि यार इसके कोई टूल्स होने चाहिए। इसके टूल्स मौजूद हैं लेकिन मुझे उनका इल्म नहीं है। वो ये कि अभी तो मैं देखें टेबल खुद बना रहा हूँ क्वेरी लिख के, लेकिन इसके टूल्स होते हैं जो आप अगर वहां से कनेक्ट करेंगे कि यार ये जेसन फाइल है या ये हमारे कस्ट टेबल है, customer group है, तो it creates the same structure as a table in SQL pool. और उसके बाद आप जो है वो जब टेबल पे डेटा लोड हो जाता है तो आपको अब टेबल क्रिएट हो जाता है, then you need to load the data through some commands. So I use copy command. It's not exactly SQL, it's another version of SQL. And you provide the, आप अपनी फाइल का पाथ बताते हैं, तो ये आपकी जो है वो डेटा, जो आपकी डेटा लेक स्टोरेज का जो URL है ये वो है, और फिर उसके अंदर जैसे आपने देखा होगा हमने कंटेनर्स बनाए थे यहाँ पे, बेसिकली कंटेनर तो बनता है, उसके अंदर एक फोल्डर स्ट्रक्चर बनाया था, तो उस फोल्डर स्ट्रक्चर पे आपको फाइल का नाम देना। तो अभी आपको ये लग रहा होगा यार ये तो बहुत लंबा काम है, क्योंकि इसको तो हमें सारा काम खुद लिखना पड़ जाएगा, लेकिन इसकी टूल्स मौजूद हैं। आप और कुछ लिखना भी पड़ेगा आपको ऑब्वियसली, बट वो क्या होगा कि वो आप उसको एज़्योर डेटा फैक्ट्री के अंदर उसकी जॉब्स बना सकते हैं, जो आपको जैसे ही आपको फाइल्स अपडेट हों वो ट्रिगर हों और वो डेटा आपकी SQL पूल में लोड कर दें। अच्छा, उसके बाद आप जब डेटा लोड हो जाए तो आप क्वेरी कर सकते हैं। जैसे क्लासिफिकेशन ग्रुप मैंने किया था, एक कस्टमर ग्रुप किया था, तो हम इसको यहाँ पे आके आप डेटा को क्वेरी कर सकते हैं और ये डेटा यहाँ पे आपको इस तरह से नजर आएगा, बिल्कुल जिस तरह से रिलेशनल। तो आपका डेटा यूँ समझ लेंगे, पहले फाइल फॉर्मेट में गया डेटा लेक में, और फिर वो यहाँ पे, और फिर जाहिर है चूंकि इस और एज आई सेड, मुझे नहीं याद आ रहा मैंने हॉट टियर और कोल्ड टियर की बात की है, लेकिन बेसिकली जब डेटा की जरूरत होती है, व्हेन यू नीड दैट डेटा, डिपेंडिंग ऑन योर टियर, व्हिच टियर यू हैव सब्सक्राइब फॉर, योर डेटा बिकम्स अवेलेबल वेरी क्विकली। सो अभी तो मैं बिल्कुल बहुत ही small scale पे इसको चला रहा हूँ, तो it takes a little bit time to load. But let's say if you have a very real time requirement and you can't wait, at least you can't wait to just load it and start processing it, you could go with a hot tier. Means your bulk of your data is always available for you whenever you want to read it. So from that perspective, this is one thing about querying. अच्छा, यही चीज आप यहाँ भी कर सकते हैं। खाली हमारा टाइम अप हो गया है, बट आई विल जस्ट फिनिशिंग क्विकली। एज़्योर सॉरी, ये आपका जो SQL सर्वर मैनेजमेंट स्टूडियो है, तो वहां पे आप इसको कनेक्ट कर सकते हैं, और बिल्कुल इस तरह जैसे आप किसी भी SQL को क्वेरी करते हैं, आप यहाँ पे बिल्कुल उसी तरह इसको क्वेरी कर सकते हैं। एक मैं इंपॉर्टेंट बात बता दूं बिफोर आई जस्ट क्लोज इट, कि जो SQL पूल होता है ना, वैसे तो इसमें जो देखें डेटा लेक आप अपना बनाएंगे, स्टोर करेंगे, छोटी छोटी फाइलें, कोई कॉस्ट नहीं लगेगी आपकी ना। मैं इसलिए बता रहा हूँ कि मोस्ट ऑफ अस आर डेवलपर्स, वी हैव आवर ओन $150 क्रेडिट और व्हाटएवर क्रेडिट डिपेंडिंग ऑन वेयर यू लिव। वो हम ऑब्वियसली वो बहुत थोड़ा थोड़ा खर्च करना चाहते हैं ताकि हम पूरा महीना उसमें गुजार लें अपनी एक्सप्लोरेशन के लिए। तो अगर आप इसको बनाएं अपने पास, तो जब काम खत्म हो जाए ना, तो ये पूल जो होगा ना, इसको आपको पॉज कर देना। अगर इसको आपने पॉज नहीं किया तो इसका जो लोएस्ट टीयर है ना, जो मैंने अभी सेटअप किया हुआ है, वो डेली का $30 बर्न करता है। तो यू कैन डू द मैथ, लाइक इन 5 days यू विल बी ओवर विद लाइक $150. So you always have to pause it. So this is because I'm using a dedicated pool. Obviously, there may be other ways to do that. I personally prefer dedicated pool for customers, so that's why I just did that. But I always pause it. If I don't, next day I get a warning that bhai aapne itne paise kharch kar diye. So that's important. So let me see if there's anything remaining. We talked about it. There are some references. There is a Yammer group also, which is private, so you need to just search for it if you're on Microsoft Yammer, and you can request access. I think that's all I have.
Excellent. Thank you, Fahad.
Yeah.
Due to the time limitations, I'll just have to say.
Yeah. I tried my best. Yeah. Thank you.
बहुत अच्छा था, जबरदस्त था, और सबसे अच्छी बात ये हुई कि बहुत सारे कॉन्सेप्ट जो आपको अपनी लैंग्वेज में समझने को सुनने को मिलते हैं, तो वो ज़्यादा अच्छे तरीके से समझ में आते हैं, क्योंकि ये एक ह्यूमन नेचर है। आई कीप इट वेरी शॉर्ट बिकॉज कैली इज ऑलरेडी हियर। सो होता ये है कि हमें मे बी 20 years और 15 years हो जाए बाहर रहते हुए, लेकिन जब तक हम अपनी ज़बान में कोई चीज़ समझ लेते हैं तो वो हमें ज़्यादा हमेशा अच्छी तरीके से याद रहती है। And like you have done a fantastic job here. Like this is a very critical process, or it's a talk of nowadays everywhere, like Azure Data Lake, Azure Data Lake. So डेफिनेटली मैं ज़रूर चाहूँगा कि इसके ऊपर डिटेल के ऊपर हम एक और सेशन भी रखें आपके साथ डिटेल में, और तब तक जो है ना वो आप गिटहब को एक्सप्लोर करके आएँ और फिर हमारे साथ जो है ना वो टीयर 1 को जो है वो आप हमें बताएंगे.
चलें, गुड. Thank you, Faisal.
Thank you so much, Fahad.
Okay, bye.
Hi, Faisal.
Hey, Carrie, how are you?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. It's been a long time, like we talking to each other on Twitter, but never spoke on LinkedIn.
I know. And now here I am.
Yeah, that's really pleasure to have you here, Kelly.
I am
Thank you so
so
much.
happy to be here.
Thank you, and thank you for joining us today. It's your Saturday morning, I think so.
It is. Yes, it's 9:30 in the morning for me.
Okay, I won't keep you long. I'll let you start then, and then you can enjoy your rest of the day.
Yeah, I'm so happy everybody's sticking around for me, the late sessions. So
Yeah. Everyone, like so many people were asking me, like, oh, when is the Kelly session is going to start? So we were always waiting for you.
I'm here.
Yeah, so Kelly is here. So I'll let you start sharing your screen, please.
Okay, I'm gonna, let's see, I'm pulling up there it is. Wow, so it's like the same thing on top of the same thing. I'll move to the next slide. How does that sound?
Excellent. The floor is set for you. Thank you.
Yep, that's me. All right. Thank you, everyone. Welcome. I am so glad that you could join me today. I am so happy to be here, and I'm so happy that you stuck around all day to wait for me. Hopefully, you just waited for me, or hopefully, maybe you're waiting for the session after me. It's going to be a great one. But regardless, here we are in the F&O track, and I just want to say welcome and thank you everyone for having me at the session today. All right, so a little bit about me. I am an engagement manager at Alpha Variance Solutions, which is based out of New York City in the United States. I actually live, though, in Louisville, Kentucky. And if you see here that we are home of KFC, so if you are familiar with Kentucky Fried Chicken, that is from where I am from, and also the Kentucky Derby, which is a very famous horse race. So that's just a little bit about me personally and where I'm from, so you kind of have some perspective. I've been working in Dynamics AX and D365 for over 10 years. So I've got quite a bit of experience there. I used to work in manufacturing, and that's why I feel so strongly about servicing assets, equipment, maintenance, and that's why I am here today to talk to you about this topic, because it comes up a lot. People say, what should I use? Should I use asset management? Should I use field service? What are my options? And that's what I'm going to get into today with you. All right, let's get back over here. Okay, so a little bit about my company, Alpha Variance Solutions. We are a Dynamics 365 implementation company, and we also implement other modern workplace pieces. So if you want to implement Office 365, Teams, anything Azure, we are your company for that. We are a woman-owned company, and we are a Microsoft Gold partner. So just a little bit about us there. And of course, I am there, and I love working there, and my boss is phenomenal. And we have a presence in India with the Alpha Variance Solutions Strategic Stack group. So just wanted to let you know that we are a worldwide company, and very excited to be part of that team. All right, now let's get into this. Asset management versus field service. So when you say that and you see versus, you think they're like fighting, you know, like you got two people like, who's going to be the best? Who's going to come out on top? And ultimately, I think these are both great. They are both great. They both have their pros. They both have their cons. And so that's what we're going to get into today. We're going to look a little bit at What does asset management offer? What does field service offer? We've got a little bit of both, so I want to make sure that we cover everything that we can in 45 minutes, and we've got some different topics that we're going to cover as they relate to asset management and field service. All right, so on our agenda today, you can see I've got like four icons here. This is a very exciting PowerPoint. It has a lot of animations built into it. One thing that we are going to discuss is licensing. What are the licensing pieces that are available? The different things that I'm showing today are going to be in USD, so keep that in mind. It's different everywhere, but the licensing options, the way that the licensing works in the background is the same. So I do want to keep that, make sure that that's clear. Next, we're going to talk about systems that you've already implemented. What are you currently using? What do you have? Do you use CE? Do you use F&O? Will this make the transition a little bit easier or not? Talk a little bit about scheduling. How does scheduling work in this system? Can we create a work order, and how does it get dispatched out to a technician or a maintenance worker? And finally, we're going to talk a little bit about some integration scenarios that are available for you in the asset management and field service space. You may be surprised to know that they may connect. We'll find out. All right, so on my next slide. So when you start talking about your equipment, you might call it many different things. So one thing that I'm going to do right now is talk a little bit about that. So you have assets, hardware, equipment, instruments, and machinery. So you've got these different words for basically all the same thing. And that's what confuses people a lot, is they see the word asset and they think, oh, this is fixed assets. No, it's not. This is different. This is basically, you've got your hardware, your equipment, your instruments, your machinery, something that requires maintenance. So this is what this is all about. This is about maintaining your equipment. It's not about fixed assets. Fixed assets is totally different, though you can tie to fixed assets, and we'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. All right, so here are the two options that we are talking about today. So we are talking about asset management, which is built into F&O, which means this is basically your maintenance of your internal assets, your internal equipment. If you are a machine shop or if you are a manufacturer, you're going to have equipment, and that equipment will need to be maintained. And that maintenance costs money, right? So it costs money to maintain equipment. Plus, you have to consider that there's downtime associated with that maintenance. A lot of times, sometimes not. If you can schedule it a certain way, with something else running over here on this piece of equipment. But you need to make sure that you are understanding what needs to happen with your assets or your equipment. You can do preventive and reactive maintenance, and there's also a tie to fixed assets within asset management. So you can tie your asset to a fixed asset, but it does not really do anything except show the accounting team how much we're spending based on the parameters that we've put into the system. So for every work order that you put in, for every fault that you create, for all of these different things that are happening within asset management, when you service your equipment, you are creating a record against that asset. That doesn't mean anything for the depreciation books. The depreciation books, they run completely separate from that. However, there is an asset tab on your fixed asset where you can go look at your asset management work orders and how much things have cost to run. In field service is part of the CE or the customer engagement ecosystem. So that is out there in the Power Platform, Power Apps, and all that. Maintenance of customer assets. So if you are a service industry and you need to go out and you need to service your customer's equipment, then field service is more likely what you're going to be using. So you can tie an asset to a customer, so therefore it is getting, you can pull up that customer's account, you can pull up their list of assets, and you can perform that maintenance against that asset. You can schedule service agreements. So you may have a service agreement with a customer to say every 3 months we're going to come out and perform preventive maintenance, which might include changing oil, adding, lubrication to the machinery, just doing a check of it, making sure that everything is working properly. And you can work and schedule that on a recurring basis. So similar to how preventive maintenance is scheduled in asset management. And finally, assets are tied to the customer assets or the customer accounts. Remember, that can't happen in asset management. You cannot have that in F&O. So that is like one thing that is a really big differentiator. So I want to make sure that everybody understands that. All right, so let's go to our next slide here. All right, so we're going to talk a little bit about licensing. Got this very exciting slide here. I put a microscope here because it seems like you have to have a microscope to really dig deep into how licensing works in general. I think everybody knows that. I think everybody feels that pain just a little bit. All right, so just jumping right into it. Asset management is part of supply chain management. So if you own supply chain management, you have asset management. And that right there is $180 a month. So that is per user per month. And that is something that is going to also give you all of the supply chain functionality. So sales orders, purchase orders, inventory, you're going to have everything that you need there to handle your supply chain. Now, one other thing that you can add on within supply chain management is D365 guides. And this is something that you can build in. And I've got a link in this presentation a little bit later that will, and I'll share this presentation with everybody. This link shows you how to implement guides into supply chain management to work with your assets. And if you don't know, guides is something that allows you to kind of map out a process. You can use HoloLens and you can see your process flow using guides. So that is $65 per user per month if you were to add that on. Now, there are additional costs that you need to be aware of with asset management. First and foremost is, and this is straight from the D365 licensing guide, July 1, 2021. So this is new. It's been within the last 30 days. This is not new though. This has been forever, but this is from the most current licensing guide that is out there. Make sure that you are aware of this when implementing asset management, but you can only implement 100 assets before you have to pay for more. Now, that amount, they don't put that out there. That's something that you have to talk to Microsoft about. I've heard something like it's $100 per 100 assets. So if you were to have 1,500 assets, be aware that you would need 14 additional asset capacity licenses to meet that requirement of having all of these assets for your tenants. So basically, you just need to keep that in mind. The more assets you have, the more you're going to pay. You get 100 assets with your license included for your supply chain management. Hope that makes sense. When I first found that out, I was a little miffed. I was a little confused. Why? Why? But I guess that's how they pay for it. I don't know. An additional thing that you can pay for, and I know this is so tiny, so I'll kind of dig into that with you, is basically sensor data intelligence add-in. It helps shop floor workers manage machine failures. So basically, anytime something is going to go down, it can send a notification back to the system to generate a work order. So it used to be IoT intelligence scenarios. So it was basically you had something on your system connected to the internet to let you know when there was a failure with the machine or your equipment. And then it would generate a work order, let somebody know that, hey, we need a technician to fix this piece of equipment. So this is additional. You can get certain, so there's special licensing for this. You can get one scenario with 10 machines per tenant per month. You can get 10 machines per tenant per month with sensor data intelligence additional machines. So again, this is extra. This is something you would have to pay for additionally, and it would be based on the number of machines that you are going to be including in your asset management system. So just keep that in mind. The more assets you have, the more expensive it's going to be. The more IoT sensors you'll be using, again, that is going to add additional cost as well. All right, now field service is a little more straightforward. So field service can be bought as an additional app to CE. Where you can see here, it's a subsequent qualifying D365 app. This is additional here, $20 per user per month if you have bought something else. So if you have bought customer service, if you have bought sales, if you have bought one of the other CE apps, you can use that. If you are buying it as just field service and you're just running field service all by itself, again, this is in USD, so I do recognize that there are other countries here, but this information is available out on Microsoft's website. You can see here it is $95 per user per month. If you were to get remote assist, which is a lot like guides, but it is something that you can download an app and tie into field service, allows you to connect to somebody else to show them the problem, and they can say, oh yeah, see that screw over there? And they can draw on your screen and point you in the right direction. Then that right there will cost additional $20 per user per month, but you can get that as a standalone app as well for $65 per month. Now, you may think, well, what if I get Remote Assist as my first app and then Field Service as my second app? Microsoft is not going to let you do that because you see how it's cheaper here, and then you can add the second one on. You know, I know people are thinking, right? People say that's smart. We're going to make it cheaper. They're not going to let you do that. They're always going to take the most expensive and then add on from there. So just keep that in mind. You are going to always pay for the most expensive and then do the add-ons from there. All right, so let's talk about our systems that are already implemented. And we've talked a little bit about this already. So we've talked a little bit about, and I'm sure you probably have a pretty good idea of where this is going. So we will keep this part quick. All right. F&O. All right, so if you already have F&O implemented and you are looking something for your internal maintenance, that's great. It's going to be asset management. Period. As long as you have supply chain management license, that's where you should go. That's what you should be doing. If you need something for customer service of assets equipment and the out-of-the-box service module isn't cutting it, yes, I did say the out-of-the-box service module, and I know that some people might be like, well, what about the out-of-the-box service module? I'm not here to talk about that today. It's not my favorite. Honestly, like I like asset management, I like field service. The F&O service module is pretty basic, but it can work if you have a very basic scenario. So keep that in mind. There is that out of the box F&O, and if that is not cutting it, then you probably need field service. All right, so let's look at our additional scenarios. So here it is CE, if you have CE implemented, or if you don't even have CE. If you have CE and you are looking for a maintenance system for your internal equipment and you have no plans for implementing F&O, go to field service. You can use field service on your internal assets. You just create work orders and you dispatch it to your internal technicians. Easy, you can do that. That's not an issue. You can use it for internal, you can use it for external. The idea is that you can attach customers to your assets, but you don't need to do that. You can be your own internal customer. You don't even have to have a customer attached to it, and it will work. So just FYI, this could be a way to keep track of your maintenance and to handle all of your scheduling within your own internal maintenance department. And honestly, it's a good solution for that as well. And if you have CE and plan to service or repair your customers' equipment, this is a no-brainer. It's going to be field service. I mean, just add that on as an additional app to your CE ecosystem, and yes, then you get field service and you have that. So I know I've talked a lot about field service here, but honestly, asset management is great for one thing, and that is your internal equipment. You're not going to use it to service your customers' equipment. You're just not, and you're not going to buy it standalone, whereas you can buy field service standalone. All right, so there's another line there. So that was pretty quick, like I said. Now we're going to get into scheduling. What does scheduling look like in the system? And this is where things get exciting. This is where I am going to hop into a field service environment. I'm going to hop into an asset management environment, and we are going to look at those scenarios. All right, so in asset management, how does this work? In asset management, you have the power to allow maintenance requests. Those are optional. But let's say you have your production floor and you have your production workers, and they work on a specific machine. They know that machine. The maintenance technicians, they work everywhere. They're not on that machine all day. So they may not know when there's a problem. So your maintenance request is for your production employees or your supervisors. Somebody may say, hey, wow, this machine is really loud today, or this fan broke on this machine. So we need to put in a maintenance request. So what they'll do is they'll go to a computer or an app, and we'll talk a little bit about the app in a couple minutes. But what they'll do is they'll put in a request. Once that request is received by the maintenance department, somebody in the maintenance department will create a work order from that request. They will, well, first of all, they will approve that request. Then they'll create a work order. They'll assign that work order. The technician will get that work order. And a lot of times there might be some verbal communication in there as well. You're going to have an app. You're going to have different ways to communicate this out. But you may say, hey, Bob, we need you to go look at this piece of equipment. That happens, right? So the technician will go, they'll perform the work, and then they'll go in to asset management, to the work order, and they will actually mark it complete. They will put how much time they spent on it, any inventory that they may have used. They might have used screws, they might have used a certain tool or something to make that machine work. They might have pulled a fan out of inventory to replace the fan that was broken. And so we need to make sure that we count for that. And that's all handled through project management. So you have projects and you have sub-projects tied to asset management. And that's what it will do is your technician will put in their hours. They will put in any items they used, any expenses that they use, and that will be tied to a project that is in the background of your asset management asset. All right, in field service, you have a couple of options as well for scheduling work orders. So initially, you can receive an opportunity. Your opportunity is going to be like this is where you can create a work order. You can't go to a quote. You can't do it from anywhere else. Kind of makes me crazy. I get why they do it, because they want to keep it separate from how CE works. But you can get an opportunity. On that opportunity, you can add a quote. So basically, you can tell somebody, yeah, this work is going to cost you this much money. Once that customer or that potential customer says, yeah, okay, that seems like something that I want to do. I'm willing to pay this money. You can then convert that work order or convert that opportunity into a work order. Now, these two steps are optional. You don't have to do that. You can go in there, you can just create a new work order on the fly. Let's say somebody calls in, they say, I'm really having trouble. Can you send a technician out? Yeah, sure, we got this. They'll create a new work order and they'll schedule it to the next person that's available or to maybe somebody who is associated with that account. They might have a couple of different technicians who they're very familiar with. They might say, hey, I want Kelly to come and perform that work. Cool. Kelly will go perform that work. Kelly will go fix that piece of equipment. The technician will perform their work and then they'll mark it complete in the system, which will then feed back to field service. All right, so other options for creating work orders in the system. In asset management, you have maintenance plans, which is your preventive maintenance by asset. So if you want to run a maintenance plan on a specific asset or specific group of assets, you can create those work orders in the background just to say, all right, for all of these types of assets, maybe it's our forklifts, we want to do maintenance every month. So you'll say every month we need to do this set of tasks for our forklifts. And then that's how you perform that. Maintenance rounds are preventive maintenance by location. So you may have a specific area in your manufacturing facility that you want to make sure all the maintenance gets done on the last day of the month. Maybe there's a shutdown and you know that that area is always going to be available on the last day of the month for preventive maintenance. So you schedule all of these different preventive maintenance tasks. And what you do is you hit a button and it will schedule all of those work orders by that location. Now in field service, you have the option of service agreements. We talked a little bit about that earlier, where you set something up with your customer. Perhaps they have a piece of equipment and you're talking about every 3 months you want to make sure that it is getting lubricated, getting new oil, making sure that all the screws are screwed in tight, just doing a once over, making sure there's no damage to it. You can set that up and you can have that generating work orders as well. All right, so mobile, and I'm gonna show you guys the mobile app too. It's pretty cool. Field Service has its own mobile application. It is like Field Service Mini. It is great. It is beautiful. Asset Management uses a workspace on the Finance and Operations app. So let's show you what that looks like. Well, okay, so I knew that was going to happen. That always happens, doesn't it? All right, so here I am. I'm in a Contoso demo environment. You know that up here under settings, you have the option for mobile app. And in case you were ever wondering what that is from that last screen I showed you, that Finance and Operations app in the system. So I'm going to go to mobile app and you can see all of the different mobile workspaces that are available to you on this app. For example, let's just say inventory on hand right here. I'm going to publish that. The only reason I am publishing that is because my asset management one right here has already been published. So I want to make sure that everybody understands, you know, that's just how you do it. That's how you get that to show up in your app. Now, give me just a second here to get my app ready. I'm going to mirror to my screen here. All right, so let me drag this over to my screen that I'm presenting on. Woo-woo. Here you go. You are looking at my phone live right now. I am looking at this phone. Watch, scroll back and forth. That's it. You are watching me on my mobile device. So you can see here that I have a Finance and Operations app. That is where I'm going to go. All right, so you see I'm in the Asset Management app. You see it is tied to me, my user. That's me. If I exit out of that, you'll see I have the asset management workspace. If I pull down to refresh, what it's going to do is it is going to log me in and it is going to refresh my screen. You can see now that I have my inventory on hand app that is published within here. It's pretty cool, right? So what this is just mobile workspaces within the system that you can use. So if I go back to my asset management, you can see that I've got my active functional locations. You can see I have my active maintenance assets. These are things that are specifically tied to me as a worker. Now, I'm going to scroll down a little bit and I'm going to go to my work order jobs calendar. And you see, I don't have anything scheduled for today, but I think I have something scheduled for Monday. I do. You can see here that I have a work order scheduled on my calendar. I can go to my work order jobs list. So let me see, I'll go back just so I could show you where I was at since you don't really see. So it's my work order jobs list and there was my work order jobs calendar that I went to. So I'm going to go to this one right here because you don't see me pressing that with my finger. And you can see here that I have a work order that I need to go into and work from. So you see I have the option here to have attachments. I can add attachments. I can look at attachments. For example, if somebody attached something when they submitted the work order or that work request, I can have checklists. I don't think I have a checklist on this one. But if I did, basically it would go through one by one, step by step, what do I need to do in order to maintain this item? For example, one thing that you're doing when you want to work on an item, and this is very important from a safety aspect, is you want to turn off the power before you start working on a piece of equipment. Almost always, there are very few exceptions that you will want something running while you are actively working on it because that is dangerous and you will hurt yourself. So you may have something in there that says, I have turned off the power, and you would click yes. So therefore, somebody can come back later if you did not turn off the power and say, it says here you said you turned off the power. Did you not? Did you tell the truth? Did you lie? Anyway. So you can see here the different asset that you're working on, what location it is in, what trade, when we're expected to start. So it looks like I'm starting that at 3 in the morning, who it's scheduled to, if there are any required tools, etc. So I love, 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 love the asset management workspace. I think it's great. I like that my picture shows up on it. I think that it's a pretty cool tool. All right, so I'm closing that. That was the Finance and Operations Workspace app. It only has like 2 stars in the App Store. Just ignore that. I don't know why people hate it so much, but I don't think it's a bad thing. So ignore the fact that it has 2 stars. All right. Next, we have our field service app. Now, I'm going to go out here. I'm not going to talk anymore about that at the moment. I'm going to actually minimize that. I'm going to go back in here, talk a little bit more about asset management before we jump into field service and what that looks like. All right, so asset management is here as a module. And you can see that, as always, with a module, you have all of your different sections. You have everything where you can expand, you can collapse and get into those. There are some workspaces as well, such as the work order management workspace, where you can see all of the work orders that are out there pending, scheduled, who they're scheduled to, etc. You can see all of your tiles on the side, any analytics that might be tied to that. I don't have that on, so we're not going to show that. You also have a maintenance request management workspace that is tied. So this is for those maintenance requests that I was talking about. This is a great workspace for your end users to be able to submit a request. So basically they're saying, hey, I've got a problem. I need to create a maintenance request. So based on their permission level, they'll see that plus sign there, and they can do it from a mobile device. They can do it from a PC. They can go in and they can say, hey, I need to create this work request, right? And they'll go through, they'll fill it out, and then it will show up in this list. A maintenance manager will turn it into a work order, and then they'll schedule that work order. So what that looks like to schedule a work order is you have a couple of different options. You have up here, you can go to an item, for example, this one. I have the option to schedule it using basically a smart system in the background. You have the option to set different parameters based on your workers, their skill levels, how long you expect something to take, and I mean, just all these different things. And you can go in and say, okay, I want to schedule this based on all those different parameters I put, pick the best worker for me and schedule it for them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run this and we're going to see who it schedules. Hopefully it's me. It will run, you'll see, there we go, schedule work orders. Oh, did not get anything because, oh no, it does say it's scheduled. I thought it said it didn't. Okay, yeah, look, it scheduled it to me. Great, that's exactly what I expected. Good, I like it when it works. If I were to go into the app, I would see that I have 2 orders now scheduled. This one will be about an hour after my other one. So it will be, because you see this one based on time zones, I guess this is a little bit different here in my demo data, but you'll see this one's scheduled at 7, this one's scheduled at 8. So if I were to go back into my mobile device here, click on that, go look at my work order jobs list, refresh it, then you'll see I now have 2 orders scheduled for me. So it's pretty slick. You can also, if you need to schedule something much quicker and you know exactly who you want it to go to, you can click this dispatch button. Oops, I can't do that one because it's already scheduled. Yeah, that makes sense. I can schedule this. I can put in a certain amount of hours. I can say 3 hours. I can choose to ignore their work schedule. I can pick the worker. So for this, I'm picking me. And I'm going to click OK. And you'll see that that also is an effective way to manually schedule work. So you can say, hey, Kelly, I know this is urgent. I need you to work on this now. So then that's a good way to schedule it. Okay, let's go jump over to field service. You see, we're in field service now. This is what field service looks like in case you've never seen field service. The field service dashboard allows you to see what type of incidents that you've got scheduled this month. So what kind of work orders are out there? You can see I've got one called Install IoT, another one called Replace Broken Part, another one called Replace Core Part. Now, if I go out to my work orders, you'll see that I have 3 work orders. You'll see here that these are the service accounts tied to them. So I've got a winery, a school, and a pharma fabrication location. You can see the work order type is install or replace. You can see I've got install IoT, replace core part, or replace broken part. I can replace or create a new one on the fly here. I'm just going to do that. I'm going to click this plus button. And I'm going to go down to work order. And you'll see that it pops up a new screen on the side. So very similar to how F&O works. I'll type in my work order summary, which is basically just a text field, a free text field of what I want to do. Fix the part. Now this is where you can find your service account. Easy peasy, you just hit enter and it will pull up your list of customers. I'm going to go to the ski house. You'll see that it pulls up the billing account as well. I can pick an incident type. An incident type is a template. It will have specific parts and specific times associated to it to say, this is how long we expect this to work. So you might say, okay, power fluctuation, it's going to take 2 hours. It's a diagnosis and repair work type, and it's unscheduled. So I'm going to click Save and Close, and that is going to add to my list out here. All right, so it's saving. You'll see I now have the ski house. It is listed as open unscheduled. I can go to my schedule board. And I know I'm running really tight on time. I'm going to show this part really quick. And then I am going to jump over to the last piece and just kind of run through that so that way you guys understand everything that's happening. All right, so I'm going to search for my resources. I'm going to search for me, Kelly, There I am. You can see here that I'm listed as traveling on this one. So booking status traveling, I need to probably change that status. I'm going to change it to in progress because I'm working on this right now. And you can see it changed to green. This blue one, the next one, 2.5 hours, is scheduled. Then you see I've got this blue line out here. What that's telling me is that I have to schedule that much time to get to this work order. It's saying I need 17 hours. What it's recognizing is that I am in Kentucky and that is in Washington. So it is giving me time to travel there to say, okay, you are too far from that one. You need to get that scheduled or you need to get that done. Now I'm going to go down here at the bottom and you'll see I have something called unscheduled work orders. I can actually take this Alpine ski house and I can drag and drop it up here and it will put it on my calendar. It will change the status of my work order. Uh-oh, that one wants me to travel as well. It looks like, oh my goodness, I've got a lot of stuff going on there. But it's going to put it where I have some open time. So if I go back out to the work orders, you'll see that it is now listed as open scheduled. And you should be able to see that it's tied to me. But what we're going to do is pull my mobile device back up and I'm going to show you how the app works. All right, so I stopped sharing. So we need to get back into that. Oops, can't do it anymore. I guess I only get like, I only get 10 minutes per hour. It's free or something like that. So I guess I wasted my 10 minutes on that already. But basically, the mobile app looks just like this, okay? It is like this in mini version. You have this little hamburger bar on the side, which pulls all of this up. It will show you your active bookings, which are everything you're scheduled to. And you can go into those bookings and you can mark, I'm traveling. This is in progress. This is complete, just like I did from the schedule board. So you can do all of that within the mobile app as well. So I apologize that I wasn't able to show you that mobile app. It is pretty slick. It is very nice. I guess I left the thing on too long because I only get so many minutes per hour. So let's hop back into my presentation. Let's talk about our integration scenarios real quick. Oh, and I know I have a picture here too. So this is what the field service app looks like. And there's your asset management app. So if you want to see the two, that's what they look like. I am going to, hi Faisal, I must be behind. Oh, he was there, now he's not. So he's checking on me, he's checking where I'm at. I must be behind. I need a couple more minutes.
No problem.
Okay. I'm close, I'm so close. All right, so we're talking about the field service app and the asset management app. Now we're going to talk a little bit about integration scenarios. All right. So something to consider. There is a path for dual write between asset management and field service. And in the presentation, I have a link down here and it shows that it's there. See how it's like kind of lighting up? I don't know why it's not showing. It's not showing when I present, but it is there. So when I share the slide deck, you can get a link to see that there is dual write between asset management and field service. Now, we're going to talk a little bit about the pros and the cons of integrating your F&O asset management to field service. And so I've done this before. It's there are positives, there are negatives. So let's talk a little bit through those. So the pros. So first we'll go with the positives because I always like the positives. Positives make me happy and I'm a happy person. So all of our pros, you can maintain all of your assets in one location and sync the data seamlessly. So you can create an asset always in one system and have it flow through to the other system. You can have it created in both systems. You can have it updating both systems. So keep that in mind. If you want to have maintain one as the primary and the other one as the secondary, then you can have it flow one way through dual write, or you can have it working both ways. Same thing with your functional locations. You can maintain those in two systems, or you can just maintain them in one. I think it's a little easier personally to maintain them in one system And a lot of times that might be F&O. Now, if you're maintaining it at a customer level, you'll have to do it in field service. You can manage your internal and external assets in one location using Dataverse to pass through to the other system. You can maintain consistent asset lifecycle models between the systems, so you don't allow somebody to just create one off the fly and say, yeah, we're going to disable this piece of equipment and call it disabled. No, you're not going to do that. And you can provide manufacturer, model, and warranty data between the systems as well. And that is all maintained on the asset level. So your cons, you cannot tie an asset in F&O to a customer. So that's kind of what we've been talking about all along, is that's where field service is strong and that's where F&O is weak. So maintaining this data will always have to occur in field service. Kind of stinks. Functional locations are not as robust in field service, except tying to the customer. But when you try to create them, there is something in the background in F&O that will always throw an error. If you do not have it set up properly, it will throw an error in field service if you do not have it set up properly in the first place in F&O, which is basic parameter setup of when I'm creating an asset or a functional location, it has to be of the active state. If you do not have that turned on, everything will blow up every time. Keep that in mind. Work orders, they aren't passed between the system as work orders. And honestly, there's nothing in dual right for work orders at this point in time. You have to use data integrator, which is my next one. But those work orders will pass through to F&O as sales orders that you can then invoice to your customers, which is kind of cool. I like that. I like that a lot. And you can tie a product to an asset in field service, but you can't tie it to an asset in F&O. So if something were tied to a product, like if you said this product is tied to this asset, you can do that in field service. It's great. You've got all of that information there. You can tie it together, but you cannot do that in F&O asset management. So unless you create something in the background or create a link to a product somehow. So those are your pros and your cons. Here's a little bit about how the data integrator works. You can see between field service and finance and operations, you do have data going back and forth. Now, this is different from dual right. So you have to keep in mind this is a separate system where you can have information flowing between the two systems. So you can see that your work orders become sales orders that you can then invoice. Your invoice can then go back to field service as an invoice. You can create service agreement invoices as well that will come through to F&O as a free text invoice. So that's really cool. This is straight from Microsoft Docs. If you ever need to find it, it's out there. Also using data integrator, we have those agreement invoices we talked about, inventory transfers, inventory adjustments, inventory on hand. So you can pass information from F&O to field service, products with inventory unit, and warehouse information. Also projects. There's a lot going on with projects right now using the project operations. I don't know how that ties into field service just yet. Still have to do a little bit of work on that, understanding it. I've been busy transitioning jobs, doing a lot of different things in my life the past couple months, so I haven't really paid a whole lot of attention to that. But we do have data integrator for projects that we can use, and I know that there's some stuff coming down the pipe with project operations. I know they can use the same scheduling board, that same scheduling resource piece. So there's options. There are options out there. Additional integration scenarios. Oh, let's go back. One more. Oh, I clicked too soon. You have guides that we talked a little bit about before, and you have report assist. You can also put guides into field service. So here are some links that will be in this presentation that you can access once I share this out with the Pakistan user group. All right. And so just in summary, I'll just show this screen. Let's let it kind of populate here. There's our summary. Asset management's built into F&O, field service is built into CE, talk a little bit about licensing. They have their mobile apps. So there you go. That's it. That's all I've got for you today. So thank you. I appreciate you coming to my session. I know I ran over a little bit, but I don't think I ran over too long. So hopefully we still have a little bit of time for the next people to get in, which I think are my friends Adria and Juan from Spain. So you'll have to talk to them about, what is it, Git for Finance and Operation Apps. Why can't we be friends? Definitely sit in on that session. It's going to be entertaining.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm still waiting for them. So thank you so much for your time, Kelly. It was great to have you. So insightful session. So again, it's pleasure to have you. So with this one, I'll quickly hand over to the next speakers. Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you. Were there any questions?
No, I don't see any questions in a chat window.
Okay, cool.
But there is lots of appreciations, lots of love for you, and
great.
Yeah, lots of kind words for you. Well explained. So many people have learned about asset management and field services today. So it's a great topic. I know it's a very big topic to cover in a very short time.
Yeah.
But yeah. So but it's really good. It's a lots of love from Pakistan for you and lots of good words. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You guys have been great. Thank you so much for having me. This is a very well organized event, and I really appreciate everything that you've done. It's been awesome.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you, Faisal.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye.
Hello, guys.
Hi, Faisal. How are you?
Hey, Johan. Hey, Adria. Adria, you are on mute.
Yeah.
Now you are on mute. Unmute. It's very, very pleasure to see you guys.
Same. It's a pleasure to be here with you at the Pakistan user group. So thank you so much for inviting us.
Thank you. I'm very excited to see your session, guys. This is going to be. I was thinking like you are going to wear something different today.
No.
Well, it's what we try sometimes or at our sessions, but because it's in English,
it's quite difficult for us to have the session in English.
It's more difficult, yeah.
And today I'm a little bit sick and I have nose.
Okay. Then I wish you a good health soon.
Yeah.
And good luck with your session, guys. I'm just quickly adding your screen there.
Well, okay. First of all, thank you so much to the Faisal for inviting us to be a speaker here at the Urdu Hindi Bootcamp. Thank you so much to the Pakistan user group, to the team that is organizing this awesome event. And thank you, of course,
to the sponsors too.
Yeah, to the sponsors for doing it possible. Okay, today, well, first of all,
we need to present ourselves.
My name is Juan Antonio Tomás. I'm Microsoft Business Applications MVP since October from last year. Well, I have a blog, jatomas.com, in which I used to write some technical post about finance and operations because I'm Dynamics 365 Finance and Operations Technical Architect at Accenture. And you can follow me at Twitter in Juanan169 and nothing else.
Well, I'm Adri Ariste. I'm also I work at Accenture too as Juanan. And you can read my blog at ariste.info and find me on Twitter at Adria_Ariste. And well, I'm also a business applications MVP since October, the same as Juanan.
Yeah.
And if you know Spanish,
yeah, we have a
you
podcast.
can listen to our podcast on xpp.dev.
We used to have a monthly podcast talking about the news, about Dynamics 365 finance and operations, but the technical side of Dynamics, the XPP side. So if you understand something in Spanish, you can follow and hear us.
Okay, so what are we going to talk about today? So Git.
Yeah.
Git and Dynamics 365 finance and operations.
If there's somebody that don't know what's Git, could be, Git is a version control system that allows us to have different versions of our code, of our objects, the objects we are creating in the AOT, the classes, and every technical part of the system. We can have several versions. So if in one moment somebody breaks something down, we can go back to the last version that was working and start working again with the right version. So it's basically as TFVC is the one we used to use in Dynamics 365 F&O. So first of all, we are going to see more or less the differences between TFVC and Git. The first one and the most important, I think, is that TFVC is a centralized VCS, version control system, and Git is a distributed VCS. What does mean? That means that to work with TFVC, we need to have a server. It could be online or on-premise or local, but we need to have a server to put our repository. The repository is the place where all the versions of our code is. So we need to have a online or on-premise repository in order to work against it. In the other side, we have Git. Git is a distributed VCS, and we can have the repository locally. So the first difference is that we should need internet to work with TFVC, but we can work locally with Git. Well,
we need the internet still because of the virtual machines to work with financial operations. We don't have the local development yet. So
as soon as Microsoft gives us a local development tools, we can work and do everything locally, but we will need as well an online or a central repository just to back up our code and to cooperate with our partners and colleagues. TFVC is more friendly to work with X++ because, as you know, we used to put different folders inside of the repository. And working with Git, we need to put just one folder with everything inside of it. So if we have the local package directory, I don't remember the name.
Packages local directory.
Package local directory. You know that we have there a lot of code, the standard code, and as well our customizations. And we just want to control in our repository the code we are creating, not the standard one. And if we want to put as well, as we will see later, our Visual Studio projects inside of our repository, we cannot use the standard folder that Visual Studio use to put the project. So it's kind of tricky to configure, and that's what we are going to see later. Continue.
Yeah. Then another difference are how branches work. I mean, they are the same concept, but as you know, when we map a branch to our virtual development virtual machine, it's very it needs some time. If you need to map a different branch, for example, you're working on the main branch and need to map the virtual machine to the release branch, for example, then you need to build all the code again, or at least you need to unmap the original branch, map the new one, get the latest version. Then if you want to use it, you need, I mean, it's not like you're double clicking something and it changes the branch. What this does is that once you've mapped a branch to your VM, you usually work only with that branch. Git allows us to change branches very easily, and that makes us easier to work in a, let's say, a branch per feature or branch per development way. So you need to correct a bug or develop a new feature, you can create a new branch, just switch to that branch and continue working without having to unmap the old branch, map the new one, and so on. That's a good thing.
The first time you do that is like, oh, magic. Everything has changed without doing nothing.
Then another thing is that TFVC is quite easy to learn, or at least it serves the purpose to X++ developers very well, because you just need to check in and then you merge, and you don't need to learn a lot of things. You can start working quite fast. And Git is a more complex system because you can break a lot of things if you don't know what you are doing. It's hard. Maybe it's hard to lose your work, but it can happen. So,
and one thing
you need to learn something about Git first.
One thing we have not put here is that TFVC is officially supported by Microsoft. So more or less, if you have some problem, you can ask them what's happening, and Git not. But this is a thing that does not make sense because it's just a BCS, and you have to be free to use the best tool for you. But as we as X++ developers used to use always the tools that are supported by Microsoft. So, and that I think that's the reason, because a lot of people and a lot of customers don't want to use Git. It's just because if you break something because you don't know how Git works, you are alone, more or less.
Yeah. Another good thing it has is, we have code reviews on TFVC, but you do the code review after checking in the codes, right?
Yeah.
And the merge concept in Git, we will see it later, is different. And you use something called pull request, and where you ask the original repository to pull your changes into it. And the pull request allows to add approvals and code checks and things like that. It's pretty cool. It's something we don't have on TFVC. And also, well, as you see, the last point, it's less rules for TFVC and more rule options on Git. It's more or less what I was saying before with the approvals and pull request. Git has more options for adding conditions. Otherwise, if you don't follow this set of rules we have added, you cannot check in the code or create a pull request. So
with TFVC you have the comments, the associated work item, and a little bit more. But Git in that thing is more powerful. And I think that the point that makes the difference between Git and TFVC is the branch. The branch strategy. You can do a lot more than TFVC. So that's why we would love to use more Git instead of TFVC.
Yeah. Okay. Then we have some resources, helpful links.
Yeah.
We've used some of them. For example, from the Nathan Klaus's blog. Nathan has a session about Git also tomorrow, so don't miss it. Also, the Paul Heisterkamp's blog has more information about Git.
Here you can see the differences in the naming. For example, in TFVC you do a check-in to save your code. In Git you do a commit and that kind of things. It's quite useful if you are new in the Git world. So yeah.
And then there's this site, robscode.onl. I don't know the name of the author because I couldn't find it on the site, but he has I think it's a he. He has some interesting resources about Git and other things about Dynamics 365.
If somebody knows Rob's code, please say thank to him or her.
And finally, there's this site which is called oh shit. I think we missed an H here. It should be oh shit Git, which is a helpful resource in case you break something on your repo, and it has a lot of hints. And I have done this. How can I solve it? And probably it's there.
Then they have also a more polite version of the offset Git without the shit thing.
Odem Git, maybe.
I don't remember.
Okay, and after this we can start the
Now we're going to start the
better
thing.
part.
Yeah.
Okay, so
what people want to see.
I'm inside a Dynamics 365 Finance and Operations Development VM. This is a regular VM. You can see here Visual Studio, it's still not connected to Azure DevOps. And the first thing we will do is create a new project, as we have done for regular projects, same as TFVC. And which name can we give it? I'm not very good at naming things.
Adri, by the way, I think we have 20 minutes, okay? Because Kelly has stolen us time.
Let's call it Urdu Hindi Bootcamp. I'm not very original. And as you see, here is the advanced tab. And on the version control, we usually change it to TFVC. But for once, we will use Git. We create the project.
One thing I like about Git in Azure DevOps is that with Git, you can have a lot of repos inside of the same project. But with TFVC, you just can have one repo in TFVC, then you can have more Git repos. So if you are working in a really big project with customer engagement, with Power Platform, with F&O, and with .NET, you can have the same project, and inside of that project, every repo for every technology or part of the project.
Yeah, it's as you can see, the look of the project is the same as one with TFVC, except this part, which has something different, right? I mean, we don't have the files changed, and I don't remember if there was a third option. There is
I don't remember.
As you see here, files, commits, pushes, branches, pull requests. We will see something later. Now I will copy. No, I won't copy this. Okay. We have our project created, and now we can go back to Visual Studio. We connect the same as we do for TFVC. Connect to a project. I hope it won't ask for a lot of credentials.
As always.
I logged in earlier.
People who know how Git works, all this stuff with the command line, but we are newbies in Git, so we prefer to use the Visual Studio util to work with Git. It's easier.
And it's not that it's easier, it's that maybe we are more used to it, and if we need to change it's better. And as you can see, there's a clone button here, and the path is the default repos for Visual Studio. Same place where the projects go. I click clone.
That's the git clone command.
Yeah, it's like the get latest, right? It's not exactly like that.
Yeah, it's
but
more the mapping, more or less. But yeah, it's different.
And let me see if I can find the folder. Repos, and here it is. Okay, here we can see that it has created a .git and .bs folders, and but this is not enough for us because we need to map, as Juanan explained earlier, the packages local directory folder. So what should we do? Okay, so we are going to hack the system. Not really. Okay, so what we do
a hat
is
and sunglasses, just to not be recognized.
What we do is move the files I've showed, these ones, into the packages local directory folders, using, for example, the move item command from PowerShell. Move item path, and it should be users admin source repos. Don't remember the. I'm terrible at remembering
Bootcamp,
the names.
yeah.
.git and destination. It will be our service packages local directory, and with a force.
If something doesn't work, just force it.
Okay. Now we see the .git folder here. The next thing we need to do...
Doing that, we are trying to put the packages local directory as our repo folder.
This is our root folder right now, instead of the one I showed earlier. And doing this, we can add our models to the source control. Otherwise, it's impossible. This is the only bad part of Git, and it's the only setup it needs. And as you can see, it's not that bad. I said I'm going to hack the system, but there's no hacking here. Okay, then we need to open the Git bash. So maybe this doesn't come installed on the Dynamics PMs. So you need to download it and install it. Usually, after you select a Git folder on Visual Studio, it will ask for, do you want to install the Git tools? Otherwise, you can go to Git. I don't remember the website. Just Google it.
scm.com, I think.
Yeah, I don't remember them. And download the tools, install them, and you will find the bash. The Git bash is Git bash. And you run it as an admin, and then you need to go to the packages local directory folder, which is my current folder. And you need to run this command. And it's done. This, let's say that it's refreshing some files that are inside the .git folder to make it aware that we have moved it to another location. And another thing we need to do, back to the PowerShell shell, is grant permissions to the Git folder because it needs to have the same permissions that all the other folders have. So I did it earlier, so I'm just repeating. And as you can see, we get the permissions from the packages local directory folder and then pipe them to the and set to the .git folder. And done. Okay. We should be ready to start working. So the next step would be create a new model. I will give it.
Have you changed the folder, the default folder for the BS projects?
No, I think it's not needed.
Okay.
Or
just to not have to select every time you create a. Well.
Yeah. I didn't understand what you were.
Okay. My English is so bad.
No. We just had lunch, and we are not very ready. Okay, we'll create a new model or packets, and I create a new project. No, I won't create a new project because of what Juanan said. What Juanan was suggesting is going to the options, and I don't know if I will remember where this is in project and solutions. Okay, here it is. Oh, it's already changed because
we have tried. Okay.
Yeah.
Here the default folder used to be the C user, name of the user, repo, source, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. If
And
you
we have
change it
changed
to this
one.
You don't need to fight with the interface each time you move the
that
project.
Is because what we have said, we need to put every object we are going to source control inside of the same folder. In our case, is inside of packages local directory folder.
Okay, so I'm creating a new project, and as you can see, it will be saved under the BS projects inside packages local directory. Okay, and I will now add a new item, a runnable class. I'm not very original, sorry. We're doing the bootcamp. I love how fast the development VMs are. Somebody has to say it.
I think a lot of people have said already.
And while this loads, you can see here at the bottom there are something. This is different than when using TFVC. We can see where our repo is and the branch we are using. Okay, I have a class now.
Thank you, Kamar.
And if I swear I'm writing something, I think it will appear here right now. Oh, okay, thank you, Visual Studio. And okay, now we have our code and it's ready to check in. So this is something that's different as in TFVC, because as you see here, we are seeing that's like a minus sign, and if we go to pending changes, oh, I'm sorry, TFVC, we see nothing here. I think I'm missing the Git screen. I don't know if... Oh, no, it's the Team Explorer. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, if we go to changes, we see there's nothing. Except a git ignore file that we created earlier. The git ignore file is pretty important because it defines what is included each time we make changes and what is not. So what we do is the following. Because our git root folder is the packages local directory folder, if we don't specify anything, all of the packages and models that are under the folder will be included.
And that's a lot.
And we don't need the application suite or any of the standard packages. So what
sure?
we do is ignore everything. That's a star. Pop, like this. We ignore everything. And then we tell to the git ignore file, don't ignore what's inside our model folder. But ignore the bin folder, the resources, the XPP metadata, etc. We just need what's inside the folder, the descriptor, which I always forgot to check in UN using TFVC, and the folder inside this one. Now, if I save the git ignore file and refresh this, I should be able to add the solution to source control. We know. Something is not good. This is one of the other bad things of Git when using it with Dynamics 365. I don't know if maybe I have IXE, UH, Bootcamp.
Copy and paste.
No, I think it's fine, right? Yeah, it's the same. I don't know if I need to rebuild. So once you have fixed the .gitignore file and the mapping thing, or the moving the folder with it in the first step, everything is done and you shouldn't have any other issues with it.
Maybe it's because of that. Our solution has projects that are located outside of the solution folder.
Yeah, like the...
where is the solution and where is the project?
No, what I just did is I added this file, or I told him, I told Git to add the ignore file to source control, which is ignoring me.
But open the solution folder.
No, look now.
Okay.
Okay. Now you see that there are some changes here. The stage, Juan knew this better than me. The stage changes are the ones that are ready to be checked in, right?
We have in Git four status. We have the untracked, is you can create a lot of files, and if they are untracked, Git knows nothing about them. Then if we want to track and to commit our changes, we have to put in the stage status, after that, we can continue doing things, and just in the moment that we want to make a copy of our code, like when we did do a checking, we do a commit. So we go to the committed stage. Then if we modify that file is tracked already. So it's going to pass to the modified status. So it's untracked, stage, committed, modified, committed, modified, committed, deleted. That goes to untracked. and so on.
It's a lot of
more or less.
It's more complicated than TFVC. And as you see, I have committed the changes. And if I go to Azure DevOps, we don't see it here.
Yeah. What happened?
That's
Adrian?
because it's as we explained earlier, it's a distributed BCS.
Yeah.
And what you need to do is first you commit the changes to your local. This is a local branch which is on the virtual machine. I'm pointing to the screen. Sorry, it's on this virtual machine. And what I need to do now is I need to push it to the server.
Yeah.
So I push it, and if I go to Azure DevOps, I should see it here.
In Visual Studio, we have the option sync, and that sync part do a pull. I mean, get all the changes that are in the server and we don't have, and then a push is like, pull and push. So everything is synced. If you work with command line, you have to do a pull first and then a push. What happened?
And as you can see, I haven't checked in the
descriptor.
The descriptor. I'm always missing it. We can ignore that because
because we don't have time.
It's not the real code. And what we will show now is the branch things really quick.
Yeah.
We can create a new branch, local branch, and call it dev. Dev, it's a branch created from master. And now we are on the dev branch. We have checked it out, and we are on the dev branch. If I say hello everybody, sorry for my imagination, I'm working now on the dev branch. I need to think about it. I will just check it in. I will commit dev branch, and I will push it to the server. Or maybe we don't even need that, right?
No, you can do it in local.
Now, this is what we love about Git.
The magic.
I'm on the dev branch, but if I want to change to the master branch, I just need to double click on master, and
everything.
We have the old code from the master branch.
Yeah. So if you have to test something that you have just in the release branch or in main branch or in the branch, you can change. Well, you have to compile everything and sync the database, but it's quite faster to do that. Otherwise, we should have another VM just to test that kind of things.
And as you can see, I have pushed the branch and is now on the Azure DevOps server, which has a different code. It's on the hello everybody. And what if we want to promote the changes from the dev branch to the main branch? We need to create a pull request. And as you can see, if you create a new pull request from Visual Studio, it will lead you to Azure DevOps.
Yeah.
You need to do the pull request on Azure DevOps. And you must choose the source branch and the target branch. And say, well, dev branch, I want to say hi to everybody. Not just hello. And here we could add reviewers. I say, Juanan, please tell me my code is fine. And we can create it as a draft and save it for later, or just create the pull request. Because it has a reviewer, it needs to be approved. And depending on the rules you set, it also needs to be approved. So here is where you need to set all your rules and checks and even test. And because Juanan trusts me a lot, he will just approve it and complete the merge. And if we go back quickly to Visual Studio,
here is the mail of the approval I've received.
I will change to the main or master branch, and we still see it's a hello because we need to pull the changes from the server. Okay, so first we pull the changes to get the changes from the server. We can also do a sync, which first pulls and then pushes, but we just need the pull one. And well, now we see on our main branch, it's got the changes we have introduced in the dev branch. And I think this is more or less what we wanted to show.
Yeah,
I
we
don't know if we
wanted
are
to
on
show
time.
something else, but I think we are on time and there's no time for more.
And okay, this session wasn't intended to be a Git course because we are
don't
not
know
Git
Git
experts,
as good.
but a way of showing that we can use Git. And as you've seen, there are some not difficult, but you need to be sure what you are doing, like mapping the right folders or moving the folder and creating the git ignore file. But other than that, it's a powerful BCS, and we like it.
Yeah, I think it's the most powerful VCS, and at least more powerful than TFVC.
Hmm.
Yeah. So that's all.
That's awesome, guys. Thank you. So, quick
Thank you.
question. Yeah, I seems like it's require a lot of manual steps here, like command lines. As you did mention, it's not a user friendly. So, why Microsoft is pushing so hard on using the Git then?
It's because of the folder structure we have in FNO. It's just that. Because when you are working, for example, with .NET, you have a project, a Visual Studio project, and everything is inside of that project. So your repo have everything. We don't. We have all this standard code. We have then our customizations, and we don't want to source control everything inside of FNO because it's too much.
Yes.
Yeah. That's the problem, I think. So the tricky part is the part that Adria has made is the initial setup. Once that is working, everything's okay.
Oh, that's good. So it's a one-time setup because, and also I think so. Branching, you have more capabilities, you have more power using Git over VSTS because VSTS it's getting messy and messy over and over time.
Yeah,
but it's really good. Thank you so much for your insightful session as always, guys, and pleasure having you, guys.
No, thanks for having us.
A really pleasure to be here with you. Next time, if you want, you have to send us some typical Pakistan clothes or something, and we will wear it.
Absolutely, absolutely. We are planning a next event and in person. Then we will invite you back in Pakistan. So that's gonna be a more amazing event then. Otherwise, I'm happy to send you some clothes. This is a good idea. Well noted. Thank you. Your session is always a fun and always a knowledgeable. So keep rocking, guys. Thank you.
Thank you for that event.
Bye. All right. So we got Sukrat. How are you?
I'm good. How are you, Faisal?
I'm very well, thank you. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Oh, no problem. You know, these things happens.
Yeah.
Some things are always, you know, sometimes they get over in a exact time. Sometimes they get over. Sometimes, and that's fine.
Absolutely, absolutely. How are you doing? All good? It must be a morning time at your end, right?
Yes, it's 8 a.m. in the morning now. 8 to be precise.
8 a.m. 8. Yeah, absolutely. So okay, I'll not keep you hold long, and then I'll let you please share your screen and then start showing your magic, please.
Sure, definitely. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, let me know if it is moving or not. Okay, Faisal. Function. Okay, all right. All right, I'll start with the introduction. And first of all, I'll just give introduction in English, okay, and then I'll start in Hindi the session. So first of all, thank you, Faisal and Pakistan User Group for giving me this opportunity to, share my knowledge with the configurable business documents. Most of you may know me. My name is Sukrut Parab. I'm a Microsoft Business Application MVP and Solution Architect. Currently, I live in Los Angeles. Been living here since last 10 years. And my entire experience is mostly on, AX and last 5 to 6 years on Dynamics 365 for finance and operations. With that, let's get started. On today's, अभी मैं हिंदी में start करूँगा. Because the session is in Hindi. पहले हम the session configurable business document के बारे में है. But configurable business document का जो base है वो है electronic reporting. जो configurable business documents जो Microsoft ने डेवलप किए हैं वो सारे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक रिपोर्टिंग के बेसिस पे है. तो सबसे पहले हमें जानना है कि इलेक्ट्रॉनिक रिपोर्टिंग क्या है. तो उसका बेसिक से हम स्टार्ट करेंगे. उसके कंपोनेंट्स देखेंगे, फिर मैं एप्लीकेशन में जाके आपको दिखाऊंगा कि वो कंपोनेंट्स क्या है, उनका पर्पस क्या है. वो एक बार अंडरस्टैंड होने के बाद हम जाएंगे कॉन्फ़िगरेबल बिजनेस डॉक्यूमेंट पे और देखेंगे कि कॉन्फ़िगरेबल बिजनेस डॉक्यूमेंट हम कैसे बिल्ड कर सकते हैं और स्क्रैच से कैसे बिल्ड कर सकते हैं विद अ ब्लैंक टेम्पलेट. एंड दिस ये जो मैं बता रहा हूँ, ये मैंने जब पहली बार मे बी 1 साल पहले या 1.5 साल पहले जब बिल्ड किया था मेरा पहला कॉन्फ़िगरेबल बिजनेस डॉक्यूमेंट, तो मैंने जो चैलेंजेस फेस किए थे और कैसे स्टार्ट किया था, तभी इनफ डॉक्यूमेंटेशन भी नहीं था. तो उस बेसिस पे मैं सेशन मेरा बिल्ड करूंगा कि पहले बेसिक बताऊंगा और उसके बाद में कैसे जा सकते हैं. क्योंकि हम जब इलेक्ट्रॉनिक रिपोर्टिंग बोलते हैं, इट्स अ वेरी पावरफुल टूल, बहुत पावरफुल टूल है, जिसमें बहुत कुछ कर सकते हैं हम. बट बहुत ही यूज नहीं किया हुआ है लोगों ने, क्योंकि उसमें जो कंसेप्ट है और जो थोड़ा सा टूल का जो यूजर एक्सपीरियंस है वो उतना अच्छा नहीं है और कंसेप्ट थोड़ा अंडरस्टैंड करने में थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट होता है सबको. तो पहले देखते हैं कि इलेक्ट्रॉनिक रिपोर्टिंग क्या है. Sure, why the same slide is coming again. Okay, so इलेक्ट्रॉनिक रिपोर्टिंग क्या है कि ये जो टूल बनाया हुआ है ये बेसिकली आपको आपके फॉर्मेट्स कॉन्फ़िगर कर सकते हैं फॉर जो फॉर्मेट्स आप अपने एप्लीकेशन से बाहर भी भेज सकते हैं और इनकमिंग डॉक्यूमेंट्स रिसीव भी कर सकते हैं. एक बार आपने इलेक्ट्रॉनिक रिपोर्टिंग डॉक्यूमेंट्स का फॉर्मेट डिसाइड कर लिया और आपने डिजाइन कर लिया, आप वो इलेक्ट्रॉनिकली एक्सचेंज कर सकते हैं. इलेक्ट्रॉनिक रिपोर्टिंग टूल में बहुत सारे डेस्टिनेशन सेटिंग्स दिए हुए हैं, जैसे ईमेल, स्क्रीन, प्रिंटर, ऑल दोस थिंग्स. वहाँ पे आप वो भेज सकते हैं और इलेक्ट्रॉनिकली आप एक्सचेंज भी कर सकते हैं. एक बार आपने इलेक्ट्रॉनिक रिपोर्टिंग की कंसेप्ट अंडरस्टैंड कर लिए कि कोर कंसेप्ट, उसके बाद आपको बस आपका एवरीथिंग इज अवेलेबल. बेसिकली सब कुछ अवेलेबल है. आपका डेटा स्ट्रक्चर्स, डेटा मॉडल्स जो हम देखेंगे हमारे नेक्स्ट स्लाइड में वो क्या होता है, और वो अवेलेबल है. आपको बस आपके फॉर्मेट कॉन्फ़िगर करने हैं आपके रिक्वायरमेंट के हिसाब से. हर कंपनी की अपनी एक अलग रिक्वायरमेंट होती है बिजनेस डॉक्यूमेंट मेंटेन करने की. जैसे मैंने ऐसे बिजनेस डॉक्यूमेंट, just to give few examples, purchase order, packing slip, sales order invoice, pre-tax invoices, या और कोई भी डॉक्यूमेंट हो, पैकिंग स्लिप, राइट, बिल ऑफ लैडिंग, ये सारे बिजनेस डॉक्यूमेंट है. और उसका अलग, इन सारे बिजनेस डॉक्यूमेंट का अपना एक अलग सा बिजनेस एरिया है. जैसे बिजनेस डोमेन है, जैसे कस्टमर है, कस्टमर के साथ क्या इन्वॉल्व होता है, इन्वॉइसेस आते हैं. फिर वेंडर है, वेंडर इन्वॉइसेस आते हैं. फिर अपनी पैकिंग स्लिप है, कंपनी इंफॉर्मेशन है. तो ये सारे बिजनेस डोमेन है. तो ये सारे बिजनेस डोमेन के लिए इनबिल्ट टूल में सारे डेटा स्ट्रक्चर्स, डेटा मॉडल्स डिफाइन किए गए हुए हैं. वो आप इनबिल्ड वैसे के वैसे यूज कर सकते हैं अपना अपना फॉर्मेट बनाने के लिए। तो चलते हैं नेक्स्ट स्लाइड पे और वहां पे हम देखते हैं कि डेटा मॉडल और डेटा मॉडल और उसके कंपोनेंट्स क्या होते हैं। तो सबसे पहला और मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट कंपोनेंट जो है इलेक्ट्रॉनिक रिपोर्टिंग का है वो है डेटा मॉडल, और दूसरा है डेटा मॉडल मैपिंग। तो डेटा मॉडल क्या होता है? अभी हम मोस्ट ऑफ द जो डेवलपर्स है और जो एफएनओ में काम करते हैं, जो पुराने वर्जन्स में भी काम किया है, उनको एसएसआरएस का कंसेप्ट तो पता होगा। तो एसएसआरएस रिपोर्ट फ्रेमवर्क में हम क्या करते हैं? एसएसआरएस फ्रेमवर्क में हम एक टाइम टेबल बनाते हैं, टू बी हाई लेवल, ओके, हाई लेवल पे बता रहा हूँ, टाइम टेबल बनाते हैं, डेटा प्रोवाइडर क्लास बनाते हैं और फिर फॉर्मेट बनाते हैं, रिपोर्ट डिजाइन करते हैं। अभी टाइम टेबल जो है वो मेरा डेटा मॉडल है। उसमें हम क्या करते हैं कि डेटा स्ट्रक्चर डिफाइन करते हैं हम, कि कौन से मेरे फील्ड्स मुझे रिपोर्ट पे लाने होंगे। वो तुम्हारा डेटा मॉडल है। अगर हम एनालॉजी करें इलेक्ट्रॉनिक रिपोर्टिंग के साथ, तो डेटा मॉडल इज नथिंग बट योर टाइम टेबल। अभी मॉडल मैपिंग क्या करता है? मॉडल मैपिंग इज नथिंग बट आप अपना जो टेबल है और जो आपने डेटा मॉडल बनाया हुआ है उसको अंडरलाइंग जो डेटा सोर्सेस है उसके साथ कनेक्ट करता है। व्हेन आई से अंडरलाइंग डेटा सोर्सेस, अंडरलाइंग डेटा, हम डेटा प्रोवाइडर क्लास में क्या करते हैं, हम क्वेरी से या अलग अलग क्वेरीज लिख के डेटा लाते हैं और उसको टेम्पररी टेबल में मैप करते हैं। तो डेटा मॉडल वही करता है। डेटा मॉडल में बट आपको एडवांटेज क्या है कि डेटा मॉडल में हम क्लासेस, टेबल्स, कैलकुलेटेड फील्ड्स सब कुछ एक्सेस कर सकते हैं। डेटा प्रोवाइडर क्लासेस सब कुछ एक्सेस कर सकते हैं और वो तुमको डेटा प्रोवाइड करेगा और तुम अपना डेटा, अंडरलाइंग डेटा जो है टेबल से, वो ये सारे चीजें यूज करके आपके डेटा स्ट्रक्चर को मैप करोगे। तो वो काम डेटा मॉडल करता है। अभी है फॉर्मेट कॉन्फ़िगरेशन। तो फॉर्मेट कॉन्फ़िगरेशन क्या है कि ये डेटा मॉडल और डेटा मॉडल मैपिंग के साथ हम इलेक्ट्रॉनिक रिपोर्टिंग में अपना XML फाइल राइट कर सकते हैं, JSON फॉर्मेट में भी राइट कर सकते हैं। अभी JSON भी ऐड किया हुआ है, और आप ड्रॉप डाउन देखोगे जाके वहाँ पे, जो बाद में मैं दिखाऊंगा, उसमें आपको बहुत सारे ऑप्शन है। एक्सेल है, CSV है, XML है, JSON है, तो ये बहुत सारे ऑप्शन है। तो आप ये फॉर्मेट में भी कर सकते हो। अभी जब फॉर्मेट कॉन्फ़िगरेशन आता है तो उसमें हम फॉर्मेट में अपना फॉर्मेट भी डिफाइन करते हैं कि फॉर्मेट में जरूरी नहीं है कि मैं डेटा मॉडल में सारे फील्ड ऐड किए हो मुझे फॉर्मेट में सारे ही दिखाने हैं। तो इसलिए फॉर्मेट का अपना एक अलग डेटा स्ट्रक्चर होता है और हम फॉर्मेट का अपना डेटा स्ट्रक्चर डिफाइन करते हैं और फिर उस फॉर्मेट को हम अपने मॉडल के साथ मैप करते हैं। तो क्या होगा, जब हम फॉर्मेट रन करेंगे तो ऑटोमेटिकली, क्योंकि डेटा मॉडल मैपिंग के थ्रू मैप्ड है, रन टाइम पे वो ऑटोमेटिक डेटा अपने फॉर्मेट में डाल देगा और आपको जैसा चाहिए वो अपने फॉर्मेट डिजाइन किया है वैसा फॉर्मेट में रिपोर्ट बना के दे देगा, दिखाएगा। तो ये है फॉर्मेट। और फॉर्मेट के साथ आपने अगर टेम्पलेट अटैच किया, अगर आप चाहते हैं कि वर्ड या एक्सेल या इनमें आपको रिपोर्ट बनाना है या डेटा दिखाना है, तो आप उसके साथ टेम्पलेट अटैच करोगे, डॉक्यूमेंट मैनेजमेंट फंक्शनलिटी अटैच करके, और वो टेम्पलेट में डेटा वैसे ही रन टाइम पे फिल होगा। जब फॉर्मेट रन होगा तो ऑटोमेटिकली वो डेटा फेच करेगा यूजिंग मॉडल मैपिंग, और वो डेटा मॉडल बिकॉज मैप्ड है अपने फॉर्मेट से, ऑटोमेटिक डेटा वहां पे डिस्प्ले कर देगा। तो ये कंसेप्ट है डेटा मॉडल, मॉडल मैपिंग एंड टेम्पलेट्स। तो चलते हैं नेक्स्ट स्लाइड पे और देखते हैं कि ये मैंने सिंपल एग्जांपल बनाया हुआ है और हम एप्लीकेशन में भी जाके देखेंगे कि हम कैसे डेटा मॉडल होता है और डेटा मॉडल मैपिंग कैसे होती है। बट फॉर एग्जांपल ये मैंने अपना खुद का बनाया था डेटा मॉडल, जिसमें आप देख सकते हो मैंने कि कस्टमर इन्फो डाली है यहाँ पे, जहाँ पे कस्टमर इन्फो डाली है, फिर कस्टमर का पोस्टल एड्रेस डाला हुआ है, इनवॉइस लाइन डाला हुआ है, इनवॉइस लाइन डाला हुआ है। अभी आप देख सकते हो कि पोस्टल एड्रेस मैंने एक सेपरेट नोड रखा हुआ है और उसको मैंने इस कस्टमर के अंदर ऐड किया हुआ है। जैसे अगर सेम डेटा मॉडल के अंदर आपको वेंडर इन्फॉर्मेशन भी ऐड करती है तो वेंडर का भी एड्रेस होता है, तो हमें जरूरी नहीं है कि वापस सेम रिपीट करें, राइट। तो इसको हम क्या कर सकते हैं, उसमें ही ऐड कर सकते हैं कस्टमर इनवॉइस में, तो उसको बोलते हैं रीयूजेबल स्ट्रक्चर्स। तो और आप यहाँ से देख सकते हैं न्यू बटन, ये जस्ट सिंपल हम जैसे टाइम टेबल बनाते हैं वैसे मैंने डेटा टाइप ऐड किया है रिस्पेक्ट टू डेटा टाइप। जैसे अकाउंट नंबर मेरा स्ट्रिंग है, अगर कुछ अमाउंट वगैरह होगी तो मैं इंटीजर ऐड करूंगा, डेट फॉर्मेट है, तो ये हमने यहाँ से न्यू करके ऐड कर सकते हैं फॉर्मेट। तो ये होता है डेटा मॉडल। नेक्स्ट होता है मॉडल मैपिंग। मॉडल मैपिंग, अभी मॉडल मैपिंग क्या है कि मॉडल मैपिंग जो हमने डेटा मॉडल बनाया हुआ है, जो मैंने डेटा मॉडल बनाया, आपने देखा प्रीवियस स्क्रीन पे कि अकाउंट नंबर है, ईमेल है, उसके लिए डेटा कहाँ से आएगा। वो हम डिफाइन करते हैं। तो जैसे मैंने बोला कि हम टेम्प टेबल SSRS में बनाते हैं, उसको डेटा फीड करते हैं डेटा प्रोवाइडर क्लास से। तो यहाँ पे हम डेटा सोर्सेस डिफाइन करते हैं कि ये मेरे जो मॉडल मैपिंग का जो स्ट्रक्चर बनाया है मैंने, उस स्ट्रक्चर के लिए कहाँ से डेटा आएगा। तो मैं बोलता हूँ कि मैंने कस्टमर की इनवॉइस इन्फो ले रहा है, उसमें मेरा कस्टमर है, एड्रेस है और इनवॉइस इन्फॉर्मेशन है। तो मुझे ये कस्टमर इनवॉइस जर से मेरी इन्फॉर्मेशन मुझे मिलेगी, कस्ट इनवॉइस जर टेबल से। अभी और एक पॉइंट, ये टूल जो है, ये टूल बनाया हुआ है यूजर के लिए, बट अगर इसमें एक थोड़ी सी काइंड ऑफ दिक्कत है, ये है कि अगर आपने एफएनओ में काम किया है 3-4 सालों से और आप थोड़ा बहुत टेक्निकल जान गए हो, आपको बिहाइंड द सीन्स टेबल पता है कि डेटा कहाँ से आएगा, कि मेरे कस्टमर इनवॉइस इन्फॉर्मेशन कहाँ से आएगी, तो वो थोड़ा एक्स्ट्रा एडेड एडवांटेज है। तो स्ट्रेट अवे डायरेक्ट एंड यूजर ये यूज नहीं कर सकते, थोड़ा सा उनको पता होना चाहिए कि डेटा कहाँ से आना चाहिए उस पर्टिकुलर बिजनेस डोमेन के लिए। मुझे जैसे कस्टमर है, इट्स वेरी इजी कि उसके कस्टमर से डेटा आएगा। अभी कस्टमर इनवॉइस है, मैं एफएनओ में काम करता हूँ इसलिए मुझे पता है कस्ट इनवॉइस जज पे आएगा। अगर लेकिन कोई फंक्शनल कंसल्टेंट है या एंड यूजर है जिनको डीप लेवल पे टेक्निकल नॉलेज नहीं होती, उनको नहीं पता होगा कि भाई ये डेटा कस्टमर या इनवॉइस जज से आने वाला है। तो ये एक पॉइंट है जो कि थोड़ा सा उसका ध्यान रखना है कि अगर फिर भी बोला है कि यूजर फ्रेंडली है और यूजर्स और जाके एंड यूजर्स कर सकते हैं, वो उतना इजी थोड़ा सा है नहीं, थोड़ा उसके लिए बैकग्राउंड नॉलेज होना चाहिए। तो मुझे पता है कि कस्टमर इनवॉइस जर से यहाँ डेटा आएगा मेरे डेटा मॉडल मैपिंग में, तो मैं डेटा मॉडल मैपिंग को यहाँ से मैप कर दिया कस्टमर इनवॉइस जर से, यहाँ से ऐड कर दिया मैंने और डेटा सोर्स, और यहाँ से मैंने ये सारे उसके फील्ड्स ऑटोमेटिकली फिर अगर मैंने कस्टमर इनवॉइस यहाँ पे ऐड किया तो आप देख सकते हो सारे कस्टमर इनवॉइस के डिस्प्ले मेथड्स, फील्ड्स और उसके रिलेटेड टेबल सारे मुझे एप्लीकेबल है यहाँ पे, जो कि मैं उनके फील्ड्स मैप कर सकता हूँ मेरे डेटा मॉडल के साथ। तो ये बहुत बड़ा एडवांटेज है कि आपको कोई कुछ करने की जरूरत नहीं है, आपको डेटा सारा रेडीली अवेलेबल है, आप उसको फिल्टर भी यहाँ पे लगा सकते हो फॉर्मूलाज लिख के। ओके, तो होप डेटा एंड डेटा मॉडल थिंग्स आर क्लियर। तो इसके हम बेनिफिट्स देखते हैं अभी, और उसके बाद हम एप्लीकेशन में चलते हैं और मैं आपको एप्लीकेशन में दिखाऊंगा कि डेटा मॉडल कैसा है, और उसके बाद हम कॉन्फ़िगरेबल बिजनेस डॉक्यूमेंट्स का डेमो देखेंगे और फिर देखेंगे, डीप डाइव करेंगे कि कॉन्फ़िगरेबल बिजनेस डॉक्यूमेंट कैसे बनाने हैं। तो जैसे मैंने बेनिफिट बताया कि सब कुछ इनबिल्ट है, एज लॉन्ग एज आपको डोमेन पता है कि डोमेन कौन सा डोमेन में मुझे डॉक्यूमेंट बनाना है, जैसे कस्टमर इनवॉइस है, मुझे बिल ऑफ लेडिंग बनाना है या कंपनी इंफॉर्मेशन रिलेटेड कुछ डॉक्यूमेंट्स बनाने हैं, तो आपको डोमेन पता है तो आप इजीली इसको टूल यूज करके कर सकते हो। टूल के बारे में और एक ये है कि टूल में सब कुछ अवेलेबल है, बस आपको एक बार पता चल गया कि कैसे यूज करना है, उसको इजीली यूज कर सकते हैं। फॉर्मूलाज बहुत सारे आप लिख सकते हो टूल में, जो कि भी एडवांटेज है, और फॉर्मूलाज आर नॉट हार्ड। उसका एक डॉक्यूमेंटेशन पेज है जो मैंने शेयर किया है मेरे एक स्लाइड में लास्ट में, वहां पे जाओगे तो आप फॉर्मूलाज भी इजीली रन कर सकते हो और आप सिंटैक्स देख सकते हो कैसा करना है। चेंजेस आप जो करते हो तो आप चेंजेस सारे यूआई में करते हो, या अगर आपका टेम्पलेट बना रहे हो तो आपके वर्ड टेम्पलेट में करते हो। मैं वर्ड के बारे में ज़्यादा बोलूँगा क्योंकि मैं वर्ड में ज़्यादा कंफर्टेबल लगा मुझे कंपेयर टू एक्सेल। और वो हम देखेंगे कि एक स्लाइड है थिंग्स टू नो, उसमें हम देखेंगे कि वर्ड क्यों बेटर है एक्सेल की बजाय। आप अलग अलग कॉन्फ़िगरेशंस भी आपके रिपोर्ट के टेम्पलेट की मेंटेन कर सकते हो यूजिंग यूआई, ठीक है। और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक रिपोर्टिंग का और एक एडवांटेज है कि ये आप इलेक्ट्रॉनिक रिपोर्टिंग अगर कर लिया तो आपको बिजनेस डॉक्यूमेंट बनाना बहुत ईजी हो जाएगा कंसेप्ट वाइज। और आई थिंक ये लास्ट पॉइंट जो है, मे बी लाइफ साइकिल सर्विसेज हम यूज करते हैं, बट आई थिंक आगे जाके ये डिसकंटिन्यू होने वाला है लाइफ साइकिल सर्विसेज। अभी हम सारा काइंड ऑफ फॉर्मेट एक्सपोर्ट इंपोर्ट भी कर सकते हैं, सारे डेटा मॉडल कॉन्फ़िगरेशन सब कुछ इंपोर्ट एक्सपोर्ट कर सकते हैं, और एक्सएमएल फाइल से भी मूव कर सकते हैं अलग अलग एनवायरनमेंट्स में, बट एलसीएस एक तरीका है। तो चलते हैं अभी हम एप्लीकेशन में, और एप्लीकेशन में चलने के बाद हम देखेंगे कि कैसे उसको हम ये कर सकते हैं। मैं डेटा मॉडल और सब दिखाऊंगा। तो लेट मी ओपन माय एप्लीकेशन। तो सबसे पहले आपको क्या करना है कि आपको वर्कस्पेसेस में इलेक्ट्रॉनिक रिपोर्टिंग में जाना है, ठीक है। और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक रिपोर्टिंग में आपको पहले तो आप जब ओपन करेंगे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक रिपोर्टिंग को, तो आपको एक ही प्रोवाइडर दिखेगा जो होता है माइक्रोसॉफ्ट प्रोवाइडर। ओके, तो माइक्रोसॉफ्ट में एक प्रोवाइडर जो है कॉन्फ़िगरेशन प्रोवाइडर, इसमें ग्लोबल रिपोजिटरी होती है। अगर वो आप ओपन करेंगे और उसमें ओपन करेंगे, अभी मैंने सारे रिपोजिटरी से सारे रिपोर्ट्स इंपोर्ट किए हुए हैं इसमें, इसलिए आपको सारे रिपोर्ट्स दिखेंगे। तो आपको सबसे पहले करना क्या होता है कि, और सबसे पहली बात कि जब हम स्टार्ट करते हैं एज अ फ्रेशर या एज अ फ्रेश हम काम करना शुरू करते हैं इलेक्ट्रॉनिक रिपोर्टिंग, तो हमें सबसे पहला क्वेश्चन होता है कि स्टार्ट कहाँ से करना है। और 2 साल पहले जब मैंने स्टार्ट किया था तो मुझे भी सवाल था कि मैं कहाँ से स्टार्ट करूँ, अभी इन डॉक्यूमेंट्स को मैं कैसे मॉडिफाई करूँ। तो सबसे पहली जो बात है वो है आपको अपना कॉन्फ़िगरेशन प्रोवाइडर बनाना है। ये जो कॉन्फ़िगरेशन प्रोवाइडर लेंगे वहाँ से आप अपना कोई भी नाम देके कॉन्फ़िगरेशन प्रोवाइडर बनाओ। उसके बाद सपोज़ आपको ये कोई सपोज़ जस्ट इन केस मैं फ्री टेक्स्ट इनवॉइस का एग्जांपल लूँगा कि फ्री टेक्स्ट इनवॉइस सबसे ईज़ी है, सब लोग जानते हैं और स्टैंडर्ड एग्जांपल है दिखाने के लिए, तो मैं वही एग्जांपल लूँगा। मुझे वो चेंज करना है, मुझे अपने फॉर्मेट में बनाना है फ्री टेक्स्ट इनवॉइस, तो मैं कैसे करूँगा? आपने कॉन्फ़िगरेशन प्रोवाइडर बना लिया, तो पहले आपकी रिपोजिटरी में तो कुछ नहीं होगा, तो आपको ये एलसीएस से ऐड करके एलसीएस से कनेक्ट करनी पड़ेगी। आपने एलसीएस में कनेक्ट कर दी, तो आपका काम हो गया है यहाँ पे कॉन्फ़िगरेशन प्रोवाइडर का। उसके बाद आप आओगे अपने रिपोजिटरीज़ में, तो रिपोजिटरीज़ में आपको एलसीएस हो गया, उसके बाद आओगे आप अपने रिपोर्टिंग कॉन्फ़िगरेशंस में। तो फर्स्ट टाइम जब आप यहाँ पे जाओगे, तो आपके रिपोर्टिंग कॉन्फ़िगरेशन में कुछ भी नहीं होगा, ये सारा ब्लैंक होगा। तो मुझे यहाँ पे मैं मेरा फिक्स असेट मॉडल कैसे लाऊँगा? तो उसके लिए आपको क्या करना है, सिंपल थिंग, और अभी रिकमेंडेड है कि आप जाओ माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ग्लोबल रिपोजिटरी। आपको एलसीएस से आपके रिपोजिटरी में कुछ इंपोर्ट नहीं करना है, सारा आपको अभी अपने ग्लोबल रिपोजिटरी से करना है। आप डॉक्स पेज भी देखोगे तो आपको वहीं पे वही दिखाएगा कि वो मे बी फ्यूचर में आप अभी तक वो कर सकते हो, बट फ्यूचर में मे बी वो डिसकंटिन्यू होगा। तो ग्लोबल रिपोजिटरी में जाके आपको क्या करना है, आपको सिर्फ अपना डॉक्यूमेंट ढूंढना है। अभी ये डॉक्यूमेंट ढूंढना कैसे है, तो मैं एक सिंपल चीज़ यूज़ करता हूँ कि मैं अपना कंट्रोल F फीचर जो ब्राउज़र का है वो यूज़ करता हूँ। मुझे फ्री टेक्स्ट इनवॉइस ढूंढना है, तो मैं जस्ट कंट्रोल F करता हूँ और ढूंढता हूँ कि फ्री टेक्स्ट इनवॉइस कहाँ पे है। तो ये मेरा फ्री टेक्स्ट इनवॉइस है। मैंने फ्री टेक्स्ट इनवॉइस पे गया और मैंने फ्री टेक्स्ट इनवॉइस में देखा, यहाँ पे क्लिक किया कि फ्री टेक्स्ट इनवॉइस में मेरा कौन सा मुझे वर्ड करना है, एक्सेल करना है। तो मैंने अपना वर्ड या एक्सेल जो भी वर्जन है वो सिलेक्ट कर दिया और यहाँ से इंपोर्ट कर दिया। वो क्या करेगा, जब आप इंपोर्ट करोगे वो मे बी कपल ऑफ मिनट्स ले लेगा और आपके सारे जो उसके रिलेटेड मॉडल है, मॉडल मैपिंग है, वो आपके, बिकॉज आपकी रिपोजिटरी आपने डिफॉल्ट सेट की हुई है, यहाँ पे सेट डिफॉल्ट करने का ऑप्शन आता है, सेट एक्टिव, तो अपने आप अपने कॉन्फ़िगरेशन में वो आपको इंपोर्ट कर देगा, ये जो कि यहाँ पे आई हुई है। ओके, तो अभी क्या है, ये मेरा मॉडल है। तो मॉडल में जाके जो मैंने बोला था कि मॉडल है, तो ये मेरा मॉडल है। मैं मॉडल में जाके क्विकली दिखाऊंगा ये मॉडल कैसे दिखता है, ऑल्दो हमने स्लाइड पे देखा हुआ है। तो डिजाइनर में आप जाओगे तो देखोगे आप कि यहाँ पे ये मॉडल डिफाइन है, जहाँ की ये सारा डेटा स्ट्रक्चर उन्होंने डिफाइन किया हुआ है। ओके, कि जितना भी लगता है इनवॉइसेस के लिए। फिर हम ये जाएंगे मॉडल मैपिंग में, ठीक है। तो मॉडल मैपिंग आप अलग अलग क्रिएट कर सकते हो, जैसे आप अपना, जैसे मैंने ये कस्टमर के इनवॉइस वेंडर है, फिर कस्टमर है, इनवॉइस प्रोजेक्ट है, इसके अलग अलग मैपिंग आप डिफाइन कर सकते हो आपके मॉडल्स के हिसाब से। तो ये मॉडल में बेसिकली इन्होंने कुछ नहीं किया है, मॉडल इनवॉइस कस्टमर में क्विकली दिखाता हूँ। इन्होंने क्या किया है कि कस्टमर रिलेटेड इनवॉइस डेटा सारा मैप किया है। वो डेटा कहाँ से आएगा, अंडरलाइन टेबल से, कस्ट इनवॉइस जर और उसके रिलेटेड टेबल और थोड़ा बहुत फॉर्मूला लेके। तो सब कुछ आपको यहाँ पे अवेलेबल है। आप यहाँ पे जाके देखोगे तो यहाँ पे आप देखो ये कंपनी इन्फो से डेटा आ रहा है, कस्ट इनवॉइस जर से आ रहा है। तो मैं यहाँ पे जाके देखूंगा और इसको अगर व्यू करूंगा तो आपको क्विकली दिखेगा। यहाँ पे देखो, यहाँ पे पैरामीटर है कस्ट इनवॉइसर, टेबल है कस्ट इनवॉइसर, यहाँ से डेटा आ रहा है, पूरा ये सारा यहाँ से डेटा आ रहा है, ठीक है। तो मैं क्विकली दिखाता हूँ, आप ज़्यादा जाके इसमें एक डीप एक्सप्लोर कर सकते हो कि और एक ये डेटा कहाँ से आ रहा है, जैसे हर एक टेबल के लिए, और देख सकते हो। और द बेस्ट थिंग अबाउट द इनवॉइसेस एंड इनवॉइस फ्रेमवर्क इज कि आपका जो डेटा प्रोवाइडर क्लासेस लिखे गए हैं बिहाइंड द सीन्स, वो सारे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक रिपोर्टिंग में अवेलेबल है। और मोस्टली ये इनवॉइसेस के लिए अवेलेबल है, और जैसे माइक्रोसॉफ्ट नए रिलीजेस के साथ आ रहा है, वो और डॉक्यूमेंट्स और बिजनेस डोमेन के लिए ये डेटा प्रोवाइडर फ्रेमवर्क के क्लासेस ला रहा है। बट मोस्टली इनवॉइसेस के लिए आपको सब कुछ अवेलेबल है ऑन परचेस साइड, सेल्स साइड्स, और एनी लाइक प्रोजेक्ट इनवॉइस, सेल्स इनवॉइस, परचेस रिलेटेड इनवॉइसेस, सब कुछ इनवॉइसिंग के लिए सब कुछ अवेलेबल है। तो ये हुआ है डेटा मॉडल मैपिंग। अभी हम डायरेक्टली जंप करने से पहले देखते हैं थोड़ा थ्योरेटिकल पार्ट, कॉन्फ़िगरेबल बिजनेस डॉक्यूमेंट का, और कॉन्फ़िगरेबल बिजनेस डॉक्यूमेंट में कि हम क्या होते हैं कॉन्फ़िगरेबल बिजनेस डॉक्यूमेंट। तो कॉन्फ़िगरेबल बिजनेस डॉक्यूमेंट जो होते हैं वो अपना कॉन्फ़िगरेबल बिजनेस डॉक्यूमेंट इज नथिंग बट एक मिनट, मैं नेक्स्ट स्लाइड पे जाता हूँ। अपने कॉन्फ़िगरेबल बिजनेस डॉक्यूमेंट क्या होते हैं? तो कॉन्फ़िगरेबल बिजनेस डॉक्यूमेंट जो अपने इलेक्ट्रॉनिक रिपोर्टिंग कॉन्फ़िगरेशंस ही है, बट अलोंग विद टेम्पलेट्स। आपने इलेक्ट्रॉनिक रिपोर्टिंग में अपना मॉडल बना लिया, मॉडल मैपिंग बना लिया, फॉर्मेट बना लिया, और आप एक्सएमएल वगैरह एक्सपोर्ट करते हो। अगर उसके साथ आपने टेम्पलेट अटैच कर दिया और फॉर्मेट आपने चेंज कर दिया उसका कि वर्ड चाहिए, मुझे एक्सेल चाहिए, और उसमें टेम्पलेट में डेटा डालना शुरू हो गए, तो उससे आपको कॉन्फ़िगरेबल बिजनेस डॉक्यूमेंट मिलेगा। और आप डिफाइन कर सकते हो कि आपके डॉक्यूमेंट में आपको क्या डेटा डालना है। तो आपको ये बिजनेस डॉक्यूमेंट मैनेजमेंट आपको कैसे इनेबल करना है? तो बिजनेस डॉक्यूमेंट मैनेजमेंट आपको इनेबल करने के लिए आपको दो चीजें देखनी है और मैंडेटरी है। फर्स्ट तो कॉन्फ़िगरेशन प्रोवाइडर, जो कि इलेक्ट्रॉनिक रिपोर्टिंग के लिए भी मैंडेटरी है, और दूसरी बात है कॉन्फ़िगरेबल बिजनेस डॉक्यूमेंट के लिए आपको बिजनेस डॉक्यूमेंट मैनेजमेंट इनेबल चाहिए फीचर मैनेजमेंट से, जो अभी तक आपको जाके इनेबल करना पड़ता है। तो अगर आप एप्लीकेशन पे गए, आपको बिजनेस डॉक्यूमेंट मैनेजमेंट वर्कस्पेस नहीं दिखी, तो आपको उसको जाके इनेबल करना है। ओके, तो हम वापस अपने एप्लीकेशन में जाएंगे और वापस हम डेमो देखेंगे अभी, कि मैं डेमो दिखाऊंगा फ्री टेक्स्ट इनवॉइस का। तो मैंने ये फ्री टेक्स्ट इनवॉइस मेरा जहाँ से यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हो कि कस्टमर फ्री टेक्स्ट इनवॉइस बनाया हुआ है, कस्टम फ्री टेक्स्ट इनवॉइस। और ये मेरा कस्टम फ्री टेक्स्ट इनवॉइस का मैं फॉर्मेट पहले दिखा देता हूँ आपको कैसे दिखता है। तो ये मेरा कस्टम फॉर्मेट है। जैसे मैंने यहाँ पे मेरा अपना लोगो डाला और अपना ये कर दिया। ये फॉर्मेट के बारे में हम बाद में डिस्कस करेंगे कि ये कैसा बनाते हैं, बट पहले हम डेमो देखते हैं। तो हम चलते हैं फ्री टेक्स्ट इनवॉइस पे। तो ये एक बार मैंने मेरा अपना फॉर्मेट बना लिया। यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हो कि मैंने हमारा अपना मॉडल बनाया। अगर मुझे अपना मॉडल तुम बनाओगे तो तुम्हें हमेशा अच्छा है, बिकॉज अगर तुम्हें जाके कुछ अपनी फील्ड्स ऐड करनी है, अपना कुछ ऐड करना है, तो अपने मॉडल में जाके आप चेंज कर सकते हो। आप माइक्रोसॉफ्ट के मॉडल में जाके कुछ भी चेंज नहीं कर सकते। जब आपको दिखेगा कि आपका यहाँ पे कॉन्फ़िगरेशन प्रोवाइडर अपना है, तभी जाके आप कुछ उसमें चेंज कर सकते हो। सिमिलरली मैंने यहाँ पे अपना इनवॉइस मॉडल मैपिंग बनाया हुआ है, और उस मॉडल मैपिंग में जाके मैं अपने नए फील्ड जो ऐड करता हूँ उसके लिए मैपिंग भी कर सकता हूँ। चाहे वो आप एग्जिस्टिंग डेटा सोर्स के साथ कर लो जो ऑलरेडी अवेलेबल है, या आपको नया डेटा सोर्स ऐड करना है, आपने अपना कस्टम डेटा सोर्स कुछ ऐड करना है, तो वो भी आप ऐड कर सकते हो, और वो भी आपके कस्टम फील्ड के साथ आप मैप कर सकते हो। लेकिन वो आप कर सकते हो अपने ही मॉडल में और अपने मॉडल मैपिंग में। इसीलिए हमेशा बेस्ट प्रैक्टिस यही है कि आप अपना मॉडल बनाओ और अपना मॉडल मैपिंग बनाओ, और उसमें चेंजेस हमेशा, अगर आपको चेंजेस नहीं भी करना है, एडिशनल फील्ड ऐड नहीं करना है, तो इट्स बेटर टू हैव योर ओन मॉडल एंड मॉडल मैपिंग, बिकॉज यू नेवर नो कि आपको फ्यूचर में जाके कभी भी वो चेंज करना पड़ सकता है। इसलिए अपना मॉडल मैपिंग और ये बनाना सही है। इसके बाद मैंने अपना कस्टमर इनवॉइस फ्री टेक्स्ट इनवॉइस फॉर्मेट बनाया हुआ है, और वो फॉर्मेट मैंने यहाँ पे अटैच किया हुआ है। ये जो मैंने अभी वर्ड फॉर्मेट दिखाया है वो अभी हम क्या करेंगे, और उसके बाद एक सिंपल सेटिंग किया है मैंने अपना प्रिंट मैनेजमेंट में जाके फॉर्म सेटअप में, अकाउंट्स रिसीवेबल अपना फॉर्म सेटअप में जाके एक सिंपल सेटिंग किया है प्रिंट मैनेजमेंट में, जहाँ पे जब आप अपना ये बनाते हो फॉर्मेट, तो जैसे आप अपना फॉर्मेट बनाते हो नाम से, बिना कुछ किए हुए आपका फॉर्मेट प्रिंट मैनेजमेंट में आपको दिखने लगता है। तो मैंने फ्री टेक्स्ट इनवॉइस का जो डिफॉल्ट है उस पर मैंने मेरा फॉर्मेट सेटअप किया हुआ है। तो अभी हम क्या करेंगे, फ्री टेक्स्ट इनवॉइस, ओके वी हैव 15 मिनट्स। सो हम फ्री टेक्स्ट इनवॉइस पे जाएंगे, और फ्री टेक्स्ट इनवॉइस पे मैं भी नया फ्री टेक्स्ट इनवॉइस तो नहीं बनाऊंगा, मैंने जो ऑलरेडी एग्जिस्टिंग बनाया है वो उस पर मैं आपको प्रिंट करके दिखाऊंगा एक फॉर्मेट, और फिर हम डीप डाइव करेंगे कि ये फॉर्मेट कैसे बनाते हैं क्विकली। तो जैसे मैंने ये कल ही बनाया था फ्री टेक्स्ट इनवॉइस, मैंने जो सेटिंग तो आपको ऑलरेडी दिखाया हुआ है, तो ये मेरा फ्री टेक्स्ट इनवॉइस है जो मैंने ऑलरेडी उसको पोस्ट कर चुका हूँ, फ्री टेक्स्ट इनवॉइस सैम्पल। तो मैं बस क्या करूँगा, अभी इसको प्रिंट करूँगा डायरेक्टली सिलेक्टेड को, और आपको दिखाऊंगा कि मेरा प्रिंट आउट, मेरा जो फॉर्मेट है मैंने डिफाइन किया वो प्रिंट होगा, और उसके बाद हम डीप डाइव करेंगे कि ये फॉर्मेट हम कैसे बनाते हैं। डाउनलोड हो गया है वो मेरे स्क्रीन पे, तो मैं 1 मिनट इसको मैं तो ये मेरा फॉर्मेट है अभी जो डाउनलोड हुआ है। तो आप देख सकते हो कि ये मेरा फ्री टेक्स्ट इनवॉइस प्रिंट हो गया। मैंने सिंपल डॉक्यूमेंट बनाया हुआ है, कुछ फैंसी नहीं बनाया हुआ है, मुझे बस डेमो दिखाना है कि आप कैसे कर सकते हो। तो इसके लिए मैंने एक सिंपल फ्री टेक्स्ट इनवॉइस बनाया हुआ है। अभी ये प्रिंट हो गया। अभी हम इसको देखते हैं कि ये प्रिंट कैसे बनाना है। तो सबसे पहली बात तो कि हम एप्लीकेशन में जाएंगे, वापस हम जाएंगे। उससे पहले मैं बिजनेस डॉक्यूमेंट मैनेजमेंट वर्कस्पेस दिखाऊंगा कि आपको कैसे दिखती है वर्कस्पेस, और उसके बाद हम देखेंगे कि ये डॉक्यूमेंट्स कैसे बनाते हैं। तो जब आप कोई भी डॉक्यूमेंट इंपोर्ट करते हो अपने रिपोजिटरी में, तो ये बिजनेस डॉक्यूमेंट वर्कस्पेस में आपको बाय फंक्शनल एरिया आप देख सकते हो। जैसे आप देख सकते हो कि मैंने फिक्स एसेट देख रहा हूँ, तो स्टेटस पब्लिश्ड फॉर्मेट वर्ड, पता नहीं फिल्टर क्यों नहीं हो रहा है, बट लेट मी रिमूव दैट। तो आप देख सकते हो कि ये अभी फ्री टेक्स्ट रिलेटेड ये सारे इनवॉइस वर्ड वाले फिल्टर हो गए। ठीक है, तो जैसे आप फ्री टेक्स्ट इनवॉइस अपना फॉर्मेट बनाओगे, तो आप अपना फॉर्मेट यहाँ से आपको दिखेगा, और ये आप यहाँ से भी जाके एडिट कर सकते हो। बट ये एडिटर उतना यूजर फ्रेंडली है नहीं कि यहाँ पे जाके आप एडिट करो। पर क्विक वन फील्ड चेंज ये सही है, लेकिन आपको अपना नया फॉर्मेट बनाना है तो बेटर यू वर्क ऑन द योर लोकल टेम्पलेट। आप वर्ड डॉक्यूमेंट बना के और उसमें आप अपना डिजाइन आपको चाहिए वैसा बनाओ। तो लेट्स जंप ओवर दैट, और हम वो देखते हैं कि हम वो कैसा बना सकते हैं। ठीक है, तो हम जाएंगे वापस इलेक्ट्रॉनिक रिपोर्टिंग वर्कस्पेस, जो कि मेरे फेवरेट्स में ऐड की हुई है, और हम जाएंगे वापस रिपोर्टिंग कॉन्फ़िगरेशंस में। तो रिपोर्टिंग कॉन्फ़िगरेशंस में जब ये फ्री टेक्स्ट इनवॉइस जो है, यहाँ पे मैंने जो वर्ड एक्सेल को वर्ड से रिप्लेस किया हुआ है, आप वर्ड को भी अपने वर्ड से फॉर्मेट से रिप्लेस कर सकते हो। तो यहाँ जाके आप अपना, ये मेरा ड्राफ्ट वर्जन बनता है हमेशा फर्स्ट जब आप करोगे तो ये ड्राफ्ट वर्जन के डिजाइनर में जाओगे तो आपको, क्योंकि ये मैंने इनहेरिट किया हुआ है ये फ्री टेक्स्ट इनवॉइस से, और बाय द वे लेट्स गो वन स्टेप बैक एंड सी ये मैं कैसे इनहेरिट कर सकता हूँ। तो मैं यहाँ पे क्लिक करूंगा फ्री टेक्स्ट इनवॉइस एक्सेल पे, क्रिएट कॉन्फ़िगरेशन करूंगा और बोलूंगा कि डिराइव फ्रॉम मेरा जो एग्जिस्टिंग एक्सेल टेम्पलेट है वहां से अपना नाम देके मैं मेरा इनवॉइस मॉडल सिलेक्ट करूंगा। मुझे स्टैंडर्ड वाला नहीं यूज करना, बिकॉज अगर मैं कुछ कस्टम आगे जाके ऐड करता हूँ तो मुझे मेरा वर्जन यूज करना है और उसका वर्जन मुझे यूज करना है। तो ये मैं सिलेक्ट करूंगा। उसके बाद मैं जो भी मेरा डेटा मॉडल मैपिंग है वो मैं सिलेक्ट करूंगा और ओके करूंगा। तो ये अपना फॉर्मेट क्रिएट हो जाएगा ड्राफ्ट वर्जन में। वो होने के बाद आप डिजाइनर में जाओगे, और डिजाइनर में जाओगे तो ये रिपोर्ट फॉर्मेट तो आपको वैसे का वैसा ही रखना है, बिकॉज हम मोस्टली यहीं से फील्ड यूज करने वाले हैं। अगर आपको कुछ नई फील्ड यूज करनी है, कस्टम फील्ड आपने ऐड की है, तो डिपेंडिंग ऑन योर रिक्वायरमेंट आप वो इनवॉइस हेडर लाइन में जहाँ पे हेडर में दिखानी है वहाँ पे आप वो यहाँ से ऐड कर सकते हो फील्ड, कुछ भी फील्ड। ठीक है, और फिर मुझे अभी मेरा फोकस है कि मुझे टेम्पलेट चेंज करना है, तो मैं जाऊंगा अटैचमेंट्स में। अटैचमेंट्स में जाऊंगा तो अटैचमेंट्स में आपको यहाँ पे टेम्पलेट्स दिखेगा, जो ओरिजिनल टेम्पलेट रहेगा माइक्रोसॉफ्ट का टेम्पलेट। आपको क्या करना है, माइक्रोसॉफ्ट का टेम्पलेट डिलीट करना है। अभी मैं यहाँ पे दिखाऊंगा, ये मेरा टेम्पलेट है, प्रीव्यू दिखाऊंगा तो मेरा ये टेम्पलेट है जो मैंने कस्टम टेम्पलेट डाला हुआ है। आप ये टेम्पलेट डिलीट करोगे। ये टेम्पलेट डिलीट करने के बाद आप क्या करोगे कि आपको अगर अपना टेम्पलेट डालना है तो आप वर्ड में जाके, मैं भी यहीं से न्यू डॉक्यूमेंट बनाऊंगा, न्यू टेम्पलेट ब्लैंक डॉक्यूमेंट बनाऊंगा। ठीक है, और इसको मैं फाइल सेव एज करूंगा कि इसको सेव एज करूंगा कि टेस्ट फ्री टेक्स्ट इनवॉइस। और ये सबसे ये कमांड ये सेव करने नहीं दे रहा है मुझे, बिकॉज मैं साइन इन नहीं हो रहा, कुछ पता नहीं। आई हैव टू स्विच टू माय अदर अकाउंट। ओके, तो इसको मैं सेव किया। और आपको और एक थिंग ये इंश्योर करना है कि आप जब चाहोगे इसमें फाइल्स और ऑप्शंस, और ये चीज़ ढूंढने में मुझे बहुत टाइम लगा था जब मैं खुद काम कर रहा था तो भी। और आपको ये कस्टमाइज रिबन में जाके, यहाँ पे कस्टमाइज रिबन में ये डेवलपर नोड होता है जो हमेशा अनचेक रहता है, ये आपको चेक करना है, ठीक है। ये करने के बाद आप क्या करोगे कि आप वापस अपने एप्लीकेशन में जाओगे। मैं इसको डिलीट करूंगा, जो मेरा एग्जिस्टिंग फॉर्मेट है उसको मैं डिलीट करूंगा, ठीक है। मैं यहाँ पे न्यू क्लिक करूंगा और मेरी फाइल सिलेक्ट करूंगा। अभी ये न्यू फाइल सिलेक्ट करूंगा और मेरी जो टेम्पलेट मैंने क्रिएट किया हुआ है, ठीक, टेस्ट फ्री टेक्स्ट इनवॉइस, इसको मैं पहले मैं इसको क्लोज कर देता हूँ। ठीक है, ये मेरा अपलोड हो गया, तो मैं इसको यहाँ पे सेव करूंगा। अभी क्या है, सबसे मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट स्टेप इज, जब मैं ये टेम्पलेट जाके यहाँ पे सेव करूंगा, आपका ये जो रिपोर्ट का फॉर्मेट है पूरा, ये जब सेव करूंगा, ये पूरा फॉर्मेट इसमें एज अ XML नोड्स कॉपी हो जाएगा एज XML फील्ड्स में। तो मैं दिखाता हूँ आपको अभी क्या होगा। मैं ये अटैचमेंट्स में वापस जाता हूँ, इसको मैं ओपन करता हूँ, यानी ओपन यानी कि डाउनलोड करता हूँ वापस, ठीक है। तो मेरे ये डाउनलोड में ये डाउनलोड हो गया। अभी मैं इसको वापस ओपन करता हूँ। अभी ये फॉर्मेट आपको डिजाइन करने के लिए रेडी है। अभी आप इसमें डेवलपर नोड में जाओगे और XML मैपिंग पेन में देखोगे तो आपको रिपोर्ट पूरा दिखने लगेगा, वहाँ के वहाँ जो फॉर्मेट है वो। अभी आपको क्या करना है, अभी आपको अपने हिसाब से रिपोर्ट डिजाइन करना है। अभी अब मैं यहाँ पे अगर क्लिक करूंगा तो मुझे हेडर है, मेरी बॉडी है और फुटर है। अभी इस अपने हिसाब से आप अपने फील्ड्स हेडर और फुटर से डाल दो। अभी अपने पास 5 मिनट बचे, तो मैं एग्जिस्टिंग फॉर्मेट में ही दिखाऊंगा कि कैसे मैंने ये किया हुआ है। ओके, तो आपको यहाँ तक तो पता चल गया होगा कि ये मेरे फील्ड्स कैसे आ गए। अभी इन फील्ड्स को मुझे बस यहाँ पे डालना है, मैप करना है, और इन फील्ड्स को मैप करके मुझे यहाँ पे मेरा रिपोर्ट डिजाइन बनाना है। तो सिंपल मैं दिखाऊंगा एक हेडर का फील्ड ऐड करके और फिर एक लाइंस का फील्ड ऐड करके कि कैसे होता है। आप यहाँ पे देखोगे, मुझे अगर इनवॉइस नंबर डालना है तो मुझे बस इंसर्ट कंट्रोल करना है और प्लेन टेक्स्ट बोलना है, अपने आप यहाँ पे कंट्रोल आ जाएगा। ठीक है, ये कंट्रोल आ गया यहाँ पे। आप जब अब मैं ये वापस सेव करके अगर अपलोड करूंगा D365 में, वापस अपलोड करूंगा जो एग्जिस्टिंग है डिलीट करके, और ड्राफ्ट रन मोड में रन करूंगा, तो यहाँ पे इनवॉइस नंबर ऑटोमेटिकली प्रिंट हो जाएगा, बिकॉज ये फॉर्मेट को मेरा डेटा मॉडल मैप है और उस डेटा मॉडल को मेरी डेटा मॉडल मैपिंग है जो कि डेटा पुल कर रही है कस्टमर इनवॉइस जर टेबल से। दिस इज एज सिंपल एज दैट। तो ये बस आपका अभी काम है वर्ड का, आपका एक्सपर्टीज, और आपको कैसे डिजाइन करना है। आपको अगर रिपीटेटिव डेटा डालना है, टेबल्स डालने हैं, तो आप कैसे डालोगे? जैसे ये इनवॉइस लाइन है, राइट, ये टेबल है, तो आपको क्या करना है, इंसर्ट कंट्रोल, वो अपने आप आपको दिखाएगा कि ये रिपीटेटिव कंट्रोल है, क्योंकि आपने वहां से वैसा डेटा मॉडल मैपिंग में आपने मैप किया हुआ है। तो आप जस्ट यहाँ पे मैं अभी एंटर करता हूँ, आप टेबल भी बना सकते हो वर्ड में, और टेबल बना के आप ये रिपीटेटिव कंट्रोल यहाँ पे डाल सकते हो। और आपने जैसे रिपीटेटिव कंट्रोल डाला वो टेबल में, वो आपके फील्ड्स भी ऐड कर सकते हो रिपीटेटिव कंट्रोल के उस टेबल में। तो मैं चलता हूँ एग्जिस्टिंग मेरे इसमें और दिखाता हूँ ये कैसे ऐड किया है। अभी आप देखोगे यहाँ पे, तो ये मैं हाईलाइट करता हूँ और इसके प्रॉपर्टीज में जाता हूँ, क्योंकि मैंने ये टेबल ऐड किया है, ठीक है। और इसके बॉर्डर्स और शेडिंग में जाके मैं दिखाता हूँ ऑल करके कि ये बेसिकली क्या है। ये दिखते फील्ड्स है, बट ये बिहाइंड द सीन्स टेबल है 3 कॉलम का, ठीक है। और इन 3 कॉलम्स में मैंने अपने फील्ड्स सारे डिवाइड किए हैं। जो फील्ड्स कहाँ से आ रहे हैं, फील्ड्स आ रहे हैं मेरे ये रिपोर्ट के फॉर्मेट से, ठीक है। लोगो तो मैंने अपना डाल दिया, आप कंपनी इन्फॉर्मेशन से भी लोगो पुल कर सकते हो। ये सारी इन्फॉर्मेशन कंपनी इन्फो से ही आ रही है, जो कि कंपनी इन्फो टेबल यहाँ पे हेडर में मुझे अवेलेबल है, कंपनी इन्फो। आप रिपोर्ट टाइटल, कंपनी नेम, सब कुछ यहाँ से डाल सकते हो। इनवॉइस तो मैंने अभी हार्ड कोड किया हुआ है, बट ये सब अपना अपना तुम डाल सकते हो। सो इट्स अप टू यू हाउ यू डिजाइन दिस। ये भी एक टेबल है, ये टेबल में मैंने ये बस थोड़ा सा ब्लू डिजाइन किया हुआ है, और इसमें मैंने ये रिपीटेटिव कंट्रोल डाला है और रिपीटेटिव कंट्रोल के फील्ड डाले। फिर कुछ मुझे अगर स्टैटिक इन्फॉर्मेशन प्रिंट करनी है तो मैं स्टैटिक इन्फॉर्मेशन भी प्रिंट कर सकता हूँ इसमें। और फिर मैंने ये यहाँ पे वापस मेरा स्टैटिक कंपनी का जैसे कुछ अपना फुटर पे प्रिंट करना है इनवॉइस पे, तो ये कंपनी का जो टेक्स्ट होता है लीगल, वो टेक्स्ट कर सकता हूँ। फिर मैंने ये कंपनी का एड्रेस यहाँ से डायरेक्टली कंपनी इन्फो से पुल कर रहा हूँ। तो ऐसे ये डॉक्यूमेंट डिजाइन होता है। फ्यू थिंग्स जैसे कस्टमर एड्रेस, फ्यू टिप्स। कस्टमर एड्रेस आपको डालना है, आप प्रिंट करोगे तो एक ही लाइन में आएगा। तो आपको क्या करना है, यहाँ पे जैसे आपने क्लिक किया तो आपको यहाँ पे प्रॉपर्टीज होते हैं, ये इस टेक्स्ट के प्रॉपर्टीज है। उसमें आपको दिखेगा कि सारे प्रॉपर्टीज, आप कलर चेंज करना है कलर चेंज कर सकते हो, स्टाइल कर चेंज कर सकते हो, फॉन्ट चेंज कर सकते हो। बट मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट फैक्टर कि आपको मल्टी लाइन अगर रिटर्न ये चाहिए, एड्रेस चाहिए या मल्टी लाइन कुछ चाहिए, तो आपको ये चेकबॉक्स चेक करना है, कैरेज रिटर्न्स, राइट, मल्टीपल पैराग्राफ्स। तो अपने आप क्या करेगा, वो कस्टमर एड्रेस फर्स्ट लाइन में प्रिंट करेगा, सिटी जिप कोड दूसरी लाइन में प्रिंट करेगा, जैसे आपको प्रिंट करना है वैसा प्रिंट करेगा वो आपको। तो ये छोटी छोटी चीजें हैं जो आप बहुत सारी चीजें एक्सप्लोर कर सकते हो वर्ड में जाके। ये डिजाइनिंग पार्ट जो है पूरा सारा वर्ड का खेल है। तो और भी प्रॉपर्टीज है, आप ये प्रॉपर्टीज कंट्रोल पे क्लिक करने के बाद आते हैं, बट आप मैंने अगर इसको ऐसे क्लिक किया और प्रॉपर्टीज किया तो और एक सेपरेट प्रॉपर्टीज पेन यहाँ पे खिलता है जो कि वर्ड का प्रॉपर्टीज पेन होता है, जहाँ पे आप और फॉर्मेटिंग कर सकते हो इस रिपोर्ट की, और आप रिपोर्ट को देख सकते हो। तो अभी मैं चलता हूँ वापस प्रेजेंट। होप दिस इज क्लियर। अगर किसी को भी डाउट है तो मेरा कॉन्टैक्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन मैंने प्रेजेंटेशन में दिया हुआ है, और रिकॉर्डिंग तो शेयर होने ही वाले, तो उसमें आप मुझे कांटेक्ट कर सकते हो फॉर एनी डीप डाइव और कुछ क्वेश्चन होगा तो। बट ये हाई लेवल पे स्टार्ट करने के लिए बहुत अच्छा है, और सिंपल डॉक्यूमेंट्स बनाने के लिए आप बहुत अच्छे से, अगर आपके वर्ड स्किल्स है और एक बार आपने इलेक्ट्रॉनिक रिपोर्टिंग और बिजनेस डॉक्यूमेंट का ये अंडरस्टैंड कर लिया, तो आपको सिंपल डॉक्यूमेंट्स आप विदाउट एनी कस्टमाइजेशन आप बहुत अच्छे से डिजाइन कर सकते हो इसमें। तो वापस मैं चलता हूँ प्रेजेंटेशन की तरफ, और देखते हैं नेक्स्ट स्लाइड क्या है। तो कुछ चीजें आपको जो ध्यान में रखनी है कि इनबिल्ट डिजाइनर जो है इलेक्ट्रॉनिक रिपोर्टिंग का, वो थोड़ा फ्रेंडली नहीं है, उसके साथ काम करना थोड़ा डल लगता है मुझे पर्सनली, बट इट्स मोर पावरफुल, इट्स बहुत पावरफुल है ये, और लोग मोस्टली यूज नहीं करते बिकॉज थोड़ा शुरू करने में ही थोड़ा सा प्रॉब्लम होता है, और शुरू भी कर लिया तो आगे बढ़ना थोड़ा मुश्किल है, डॉक्यूमेंटेशन फॉलो करना थोड़ा मुश्किल हो जाता है, तो इसलिए थोड़ा सा कॉम्प्लेक्स लगता है। बट एक बार आप सीख लिया तो बहुत इजी हो जाता है। एक्सेल में प्रेफर नहीं करता, क्योंकि एक्सेल में आपको एडिट करना है तो आपको बहुत सारे सेल्स मर्ज करना है और उसको बाइंड करना है डेटा मॉडल। तो पर्सनली मेरा जो एक्सपीरियंस है एक्सेल के साथ, वो मुझे थोड़ा अच्छा नहीं लगा, एक्सेल वाला एक्सपीरियंस, और एरर प्रोन है, और प्रोसेस मतलब स्मूथ नहीं है। तो आपको बहुत कुछ खेलना पड़ेगा एक्सेल के साथ, आपको प्रोसेस अपलोड करते ही एरर आएंगे। वो वेराज वर्ड में आपने एक बार डिजाइन कर लिया, अपने टेम्पलेट में डिजाइन कर लिया और टेम्पलेट जाके अटैच कर लिया डॉक्यूमेंट अटैचमेंट में, और वहां पे सिलेक्ट कर लिया, आप जस्ट रन करो, डेटा पॉपुलेट हो जाता है, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं रहता, सिंपल एज दैट, डेटा ऑटोमेटिकली पॉपुलेट हो जाता है। ये जो है कॉन्फ़िगरेबल बिजनेस डॉक्यूमेंट, अभी तक तो क्लाउड डिप्लॉयमेंट्स के लिए ही एप्लीकेबल है। मैंने ऑन प्रेमाइज पे मैं ज़्यादा काम नहीं करता, तो मैं स्टैंडर्ड स्टेटमेंट के साथ ही जाऊंगा कि ये अभी तक क्लाउड डिप्लॉयमेंट्स के लिए ही अवेलेबल है, और आपके लिए ऑफकोर्स आपको वर्ड और ऑफिस का सब्सक्रिप्शन होना चाहिए आपको ये बनाने के लिए। तो ये सिंपल सी चीज़ है। तो वी आर राइट ऑन टाइम। ये कुछ रेफरेंसेस है जो डॉक्यूमेंटेशन है ईआर का। आपको ये वर्ड फॉर्मेट का अगर स्टेप बाय स्टेप डॉक्यूमेंटेशन फॉलो करना है तो यहाँ पे कर सकते हो, और बहुत अच्छे से दिया हुआ है। पहले ये डॉक्यूमेंटेशन नहीं था, बट मैंने अभी रिव्यू किया, ये डॉक्यूमेंटेशन काफ़ी अच्छा एनहांस हो गया है। अगर आप थोड़ा बहुत भी अंडरस्टैंड करने लग जाओगे तो आपको समझ आएगा कि डॉक्यूमेंटेशन में क्या स्टेप्स इजीली फिगर आउट कर सकते हो आप। फॉर्मूला एंड फंक्शंस इलेक्ट्रॉनिक रिपोर्टिंग के लिए जाके आप यहाँ पे देख सकते हो कि कैसे फॉर्मूला लिखना है। मुझे सॉर्टिंग बाय द वे, वर्ड डॉक्यूमेंट का एक डिसएडवांटेज है कि आप वो डिजाइन लेवल पे सॉर्टिंग वेटिंग नहीं कर सकते। आपको सारा जाके आपके मैपिंग पे या मॉडल मैपिंग पे, और आपको जैसे डेटा दिखाना है वहां पे ही करना है आपको, जब यहाँ पे डेटा लाते हो। ये कॉन्फ़िगरेबल बिजनेस डॉक्यूमेंट का अगर इनिशियल स्टार्ट करना है, कॉन्फ़िगरेशन प्रोवाइडर कैसे स्टार्ट बनाना है, फिर उसको हम रिपोजिटरीज में डेटा कैसे इंपोर्ट करना है, रिपोजिटरीज में मुझे मॉडल मेरा कैसे लाना है या फॉर्मेट कैसे लाना है, ये आप यहाँ से देख सकते हो। यहाँ पे अच्छे से दिया हुआ है। ये एक पुराना टेक टॉक है जो कि आपको बताएगा, बट ये बहुत हाई लेवल है, और ये अभी जो रिलीज 1 वेव में जो रिलीज किया हुआ है उसका टेक टॉक है। उसका मुझे कम्युनिटी वाला लिंक नहीं मिला, तो मैंने डायरेक्टली यूट्यूब का लिंक यहाँ पे पोस्ट किया है। तो आप नया कुछ आया है जो अभी अप्रैल 2021 में, और कॉन्फ़िगरेबल बिजनेस डॉक्यूमेंट के लिए क्या रिलीज हुआ है वो आप यहाँ पे देख सकते हो। विद दैट अगर कुछ क्वेश्चंस है फैजल तो मैं क्वेश्चंस ले सकता हूँ। एंड थैंक यू अगेन एवरीवन फ्रॉम for organizers or for the Pakistan user group to giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Sukrit, for your time. For your time over the weekend. Very busy weekend nowadays.
So कुछ क्वेश्चन है फैजल लाइन में?
मैं क्वेश्चन देखता हूँ. नहीं, कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं है.
Okay.
But there are so many comments there, so much love.
Thank you.
और
Thank you everyone.
सबको ये अच्छा लगा कि जो है वो इलेक्ट्रॉनिक रिपोर्टिंग और बिजनेस डॉक्यूमेंट्स जो हैं वो आपको जब अपनी नेटिव लैंग्वेज में समझने को मिलता है तो इट रियली एड्स मोर वैल्यू देयर.
करेक्ट. और एक चीज मैं जरूर ऐड करूंगा, सबसे जो मैंने प्रॉब्लम फेस की है, आपको कंसेप्ट अंडरस्टैंड करने में बहुत प्रॉब्लम होता है. डेटा मॉडल, डेटा क्या है, अगर आपने इनिशियली वो अंडरस्टैंड कर लिए और फिर थोड़ा सा फिगर आउट कर लिया तो आपको सारी चीजें यूज होती है. लेकिन टूल बहुत पावरफुल है और अच्छा है और अंडर एस्टिमेटेड टूल है.
No, this is totally, I totally agree with you कि ये इट्स अ वेरी पावरफुल टूल. डेफिनेटली ये बहुत पावरफुल टूल है और इसने जो है वो बहुत सारे डेवलपर्स के काम खत्म कर दिए. तो
खत्म कर दिया, बस अंडरस्टैंडिंग नहीं है. और मैंने जो पहले बोला कि अगर आप एफएनओ में काम कर चुके हो एज अ टेक्निकल तो आपको बिहाइंड द सीन्स टेबल्स पता है, राइट? वो थोड़ा यूजर इंटरफेस में बिजनेस यूजर्स को थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम हो सकता है या फंक्शनल कंसल्टेंट को ये बनाने में. अदरवाइज बाकी तो आपके वर्ड स्किल है, एक्सेल स्किल है, राइट? बनाने में, डॉक्यूमेंट्स बनाने में सब कुछ.
मेरा जो अपना पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस रहा है अभी इलेक्ट्रॉनिक रिपोर्टिंग के अंदर, लाइक I wouldn't call it completely the end user tool or a business
it's
user
not,
tool
definitely
because
not.
क्योंकि इसमें जैसे आपने मेंशन भी किया राइटली कि आपको एटलीस्ट टेक्निकल नॉट एटलीस्ट आप यू हैव टू हैव द अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ द टेबल्स एंड द अदर थिंग्स.
करेक्ट, एग्जैक्टली.
उसके बिना आप नहीं कर सकते.
एग्जैक्टली.
तो ऐसा कोई माइक्रोसॉफ्ट का कोई ऐसा प्लान है जिसके अंदर जैसे अभी तो हम टेबल्स देखते हैं, कभी कभी टेबल्स के नेम ऐसे आ रहे होते हैं कि यूजर्स को पता भी नहीं होते. जैसे कस्ट टेबल है, तो कोई ऐसा आ जाए कि उसको ये पता हो जाए ये कस्टमर्स हैं, या ऐसा हो सकता है कि हम इसके ऊपर टेबल्स के बिना की बजाय हम डेटा एंटिटीज को यूज कर लें क्योंकि वो हमारे पास ज्यादा पावरफुल हो जाएंगी, डीनॉर्मलाइज्ड है, मल्टीपल टेबल्स होंगे उसके अंदर.
करेक्ट, एक ही इस पे आ जाएगा. तो अभी तक तो मुझे कुछ रोड मैप में दिख नहीं रहा है, लेकिन अगर यूजर फ्रेंडली नाम के साथ जैसे हम कस्टमर का अभी फील्ड नेम्स के साथ या कस्टमर इन्फो कस्टेबल है उसको अगर हम कस्टमर इन्फॉर्मेशन के नाम से भी अगर दिखाने लगे यूआई पे तो फिर भी इज गोइंग टू बी लिटिल बिट हेल्पफुल. दैट इज व्हाट माय थिंकिंग इज. और मे बी ये फीडबैक हमें ही प्रोवाइड करना पड़ेगा माइक्रोसॉफ्ट को कि अगर यूजर फ्रेंडली अगर इसको बनाना है एंड यूजर पे तो हमें इसको instead of doing the technical names show something which is functional, right? Like customer information और कस्ट इनवॉइस जर्न दिखाने से अच्छा है कि कस्टमर इनवॉइस इंफॉर्मेशन, ऐसे इंफॉर्मेशन जो टेबल के जो फंक्शनल नेम है वो दिखाओ इंस्टेड ऑफ शोइंग द टेक्निकल नेम्स.
तो इसमें ऐसे ही हुआ है क्योंकि इसमें ऐसे ही हुआ है सॉरी कि इसमें ऐसे ही हुआ है कि कस्टमर्स एक्चुअली कंफ्यूज हो जाते हैं कि कस्ट इनवॉइस जर यूज करें या कस्ट इनवॉइस इन्फो यूज करें या कौन सा वाला टेबल यूज करें, क्योंकि कस्ट इनवॉइस का आपको पता है कि बहुत टेबल्स हैं बीच में.
करेक्ट.
तो वो कभी-कभी हम खुद भी भूल जाते हैं अच्छा कौन सा टेबल था. तो it's a very powerful tool. Definitely Microsoft is actually onto the right path to take us to the business document, how we can quickly create all the documents ourselves.
Correct.
So over the period of time it has revolved so much I would say.
राइट. और ऊपर से आपके फॉर्मेट रेडीली अवेलेबल हो जाता है, नॉट ओनली एक्सेल एंड वर्ड, राइट? कॉन्फ़िगरेबल बिजनेस डॉक्यूमेंट, बट आपको एक्सएमएल बनानी है, आपको जेसॉन बनाने भी है. तो मैं अभी इजीली देख सकता हूँ कि मुझे X++ में जाके इतना कोड बनाना पड़ता है अगर मुझे कस्टम टाइप की एक्सएमएल बना ली है. वेयर यहाँ पे अगर मुझे कंसेप्ट पता चल गया और मैंने डेटा स्ट्रक्चर मैंने बना दिया, उसके बाद बस मुझे अपना नोड डिजाइन करने जैसे एक्सएमएल में आने हैं वो अपने आप जनरेट कर देता है सब कुछ.
जबरदस्त. Thank you so much, Sukrit, for your time.
We are already over 7 minutes, I think.
No, it's all good. It's all our last session, so thank you so much. And
I think one more session is there, right, from Alex?
Yeah. So Alex, yeah.
All right. Thank you guys for organizing. It's a very well organized event, and और एक लास्ट थैंक यू टू फहद बिकॉज उसने मुझे पिंग करके बोला कि अपॉर्चुनिटी है प्रेजेंट करने की, और मेरे पास ज़्यादा कुछ रेडी नहीं था, बट मैंने मेरा कॉन्फ़िगरेबल बिजनेस डॉक्यूमेंट वाला पूरा नया सेशन प्रेजेंट कर लिया. तो थैंक्स टू ऑल यू गाइज ऑर्गेनाइजर्स एज वेल एज फहद एज वेल.
Yeah, thank you. So nice of you, Sukrit. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
And
Bye.
stay blessed and take care. Bye bye.
Bye. All right.